Cocked, locked, and ready to rock. Ready to rock. Ready to rock. Ready to rock. You can't shut me up. Rough, tough, and hard to bluff. Hard to bluff. Hard to bluff. Hard to bluff. You can't dumb me down. I got no need for coke and speed. Coke and speed. Coke and speed. Coke and speed. You can't shut me up. You got no urge to binge and purge. Binge and purge. Binge and purge. You can't dumb me down. I interface with my database. My database is in cyberspace. I wear power ties, I tell power lies, I take power naps, I run victory laps. I read junk mail, I eat junk food, I buy junk bonds, I watch trash sports. I'm tireless and I'm wireless. I'm an alpha male on beta blockers. Interactive, I'm hyperactive. From time to time, I'm radioactive. Take it slow, I go with the flow. I ride with the tide, I get line in my stride. I don't snooze, so I don't lose. I keep the pedal to the metal and the rubber on the road. I've been pre-washed, pre-cooked, preheated, pre-screened, pre-approved, pre-packed, post-dated, freeze-dried. Pre-washed, pre-cooked, preheated, pre-screened, pre-approved, pre-packed, post-dated, freeze-dried. And I'm hanging in, there ain't no doubt, and I'm hanging tough. Over and out, over and out, over and out.
Hey, what's up? Get this mic off the screen. Rosie in first place. I think that's the first. DJ with the 31 months. Goodness. Dugio, legendary 31 months. Thank you, dude. I appreciate it. Yeah, Sunday stream because today is the last day of the Magic the Gathering World Championships. It's the top 8. The final 8 players on top of the tournament here are going to battle it out to see who the world champ is. So, we're here to watch. I broke down the metagame. You can go check out the Discord channel. I posted all the win rates, the final tally for all the standard decks, not talking about limited, of course. And it's pretty interesting. As predicted, a bunch of blue-red decks are in the top 8. 7 out of 8 players in the top 8 of the World Championships are playing 4 copies of Boomerang Basics in their deck, which is a lot of Boomerang Basics. You know, what is that? 28 copies in the top 8? That's a lot. Just here for a quick hello. Oh no, nice. Yeah, go enjoy some football. Yeah, it's Sunday, right? Hey Jub, what's up? Oh yeah, Total War Warhammer 3 is awesome. Did you bought it, you mean? You said download it. Did you get it for free somewhere? Oh yeah, the Total War games are all awesome, but Warhammer fits perfectly with that whole, you know, model that they have. So, yeah, dude, you'll enjoy it. And they've added so many things to it. Like they keep adding new factions and all this other stuff. Like I got the game when it came out and I played it a bit and I haven't gone back to it. Man, if I go back now, it's going to be completely different, right? Wait, what? But wait, you're saying you own the first 2 games? That's why they gave it to you free, but you also said you've never played any Total War game. I don't understand. You said you've never played a Total War game, now you're saying you own the first 2? Something doesn't add up there. I'm confused. Anyway, we'll be playing, or we'll be watching this top 8, and then we'll be playing some games. You guys can vote to see what you want to see me play next. But for now, oh. Sorry. The camera, like, it looks like I'm wearing a hoodie here, but it looks like, with the way the camera was, I'm like, what the fuck? Is this thing, like, did I unzip it, like, halfway down without realizing it? It looked like it was, my cleavage was showing. Yeah, there's some interesting stuff going on. So you know, again, coming back to Magic, since that's what we'll be playing, or watching right now, the top 8 is full of blue-red decks, but when you look at the win rates of all the different decks over the last 2 days of Standard, blue-red lessons, you know, making up a large part of the metagame, but not, I don't know. It had a decent win rate, but it wasn't as good as the Blue Monument deck, which is crazy. The Monument deck, the Blue-Red Monument deck, had one of the highest win rates. I would say it's the best performing deck of the tournament, considering the sample size. There are a couple decks that have slightly more higher win rates, but with one person playing them, it doesn't really mean anything, right? You bought them but never played them. Oh, that's hilarious. Okay, then that makes sense. So you're gonna start with the third one because you're never gonna go back to those other two. Yeah, I know. I have friends like that. I don't usually buy them and not play them. One of the only times I did that was Alan Wake 2, but I knew I was gonna play it. I just took a year and a half to do it because I wanted to build a new PC. But I knew I was gonna come back and play that game. But trying to think if I've ever done that. Usually it's free games. Games I get for free, I often don't go play sometimes, but stuff I pay, because I don't buy like humble bundles. Usually my friends who have games they've never played that they bought are my friends who buy every single humble bundle and summer Steam sale event. Like they'll buy a bundle of games and maybe they'll play one or two, but then a bunch of them will just go into the collection and never see play, you know. But yeah, I had a buddy in South Korea, a Swedish guy named Mikhail. He used to run a bar there, and he had the biggest Steam collection I've ever seen. I don't know what's my, I'm curious. I don't know what my Steam collection is at. Let me bring up Steam here for a second. But he had like 3,000 something games, and I was just like, what the fuck? Like the first time I saw the number, I was just like, what the fuck? I'm like, he's like, I buy every big game that comes out. He had a lot of money and stuff. He would just buy every single big title that people were talking about, and with the intention of playing it, but he was so busy in real life, like doing all these things, running a bar, all this stuff, that he never got to play basically most of the games that he bought. So he just had this massive collection of games, and when I would ask him about it, he'd be like, yeah, dude, it sucks. I haven't played any of these games. I'm like, oh, you got the, like, you know, whatever the AAA game that just came out like 2 weeks ago. He's like, yeah, I haven't even like installed it yet. I'm like, fucking what are you doing? I think for him it was just collecting. That's what he loved doing, right? I never really look at my own stream, but now that I'm waiting for this stupid thing to start, I have this up and I'm noticing some stuff is slightly off. Let's do that. There we go. Tend to buy older games if it's rumored they're going to get an upgrade path. Oh, or a remaster? So, but do you play the original, then the remaster? That's weird. I think if I heard that a remaster was coming out, I would just get the remaster and not the original, because I wouldn't want to play both, right? Do you do that? Like you play Dead Space before you played the Dead Space remake? Steam, oh yeah, Steam's been around a long time, but I was one of the, I'm not saying I was one of the first people to get Steam, but I was definitely one of the first people that year. In the first like month, I remember using GameSpy, and right when Valve, you know, forced everybody to play through Steam, I was one of the people who got pissed because now what are you saying? I have to install your bullshit before I can install my game, Half-Life? I just want to play Half-Life. Or I was big into Counter-Strike, right? I just want to play Counter-Strike. You're telling me I have to go through this new client? It's way worse than GameSpy. What the fuck is this? Like, fuck, Steam sucks. Steam's the worst. And that's what we all said the first year. Because it had 2 games on it. 3, Team Fortress, Counter-Strike, and Half-Life. And that's it. But as more and more developers and games and everything, okay, well, now Steam is by far the best client out there, and it's not close. But yeah, I've been on it basically from day one, and I have, let me see my library here. How many games do I have? I know I have more than this. Uncategorized? Was that it? Weird. I thought I had 600 and something. That's not what I'm seeing here, and I'm not sure why it's... Is it filtered? It's filtered using something. Anyway, I think I have about 600 and something here. But anyway, weird. Steam doesn't suck. Steam's fantastic. Steam is by far the best client. It's not even close. I mean, I don't have to tell anybody that, right? Just use Epic Game Store one time. Just use Origin or Ubisoft, the Connect, whatever it's called. God, it's why Tarkov fucking sucks. It's why Baldur's Gate 3, for all the people that love it, I'm sorry, it fucking sucks that Larian makes you use their garbage launcher. Stop doing that. Just let it be on Steam and that's it. The fact that I have to have Steam open and your stupid launcher, like what? Give me a break. Steam's fantastic. Big picture mode, controller integration. The list is endless. Refund the game in the first hour. Like, name another platform that lets you do that. Or, you know, with less than 1 hour of gameplay. You know, there's so many reasons why Steam is better than all the other competition. I mean, it's crazy. Oh, I just noticed this is off too. It's crazy that that other companies still haven't been able to really compete with Steam. All they have to do is copy what Steam does, but none of them do it because it costs money. Steam does all kinds of things that benefit the players, the people who use Steam. They obviously have, you know, us in mind when they make a lot of the changes. They've done shady shit too. Loot boxes in Counter-Strike, all that stuff is a crazy bullshit. They should have cracked down on that a long time ago. But you know, they're not perfect, but by far still the best platform, right? Not even close. But it's just funny because I was there when Steam first came out and everybody fucking hated it. I did. We hated Steam. Everybody who used Steam at first was like, this is bullshit. You felt like you were, you know, remember, games up until then, you didn't play them on some platform. You bought a game, you installed it on your computer, and you played it. And that was it. Updates, you could get discs to update your game. You know what I mean? Sometimes people get discs sent to them to update your game. Now, Steam just keeps everything up to date, and can make sure the files are all good. I can verify integrity, like it just does everything for you. As soon as Magic Arena came out on Steam, I switched to it and I just crash way less. You know, I still crash once in a blue moon, but usually it's just visual glitches and stuff, maybe the odd disconnect. You know, it's Arena, it's not Steam. But when I was playing not on Steam, what a shit show. There were old versions of Arena on my computer that every time you download a new version of Arena, an update or whatever, it wouldn't remove itself off your computer. I'm sure that's hopefully been fixed by now, but before it came out on Steam, you know, people would have performance issues and realize, oh, there's 3 instances of MTGA Arena, whatever installer in Windows. Like, what the fuck? And yeah, it was a gong show. Steam does all that for you. It's fantastic. But anyway, let's get to standard. So there's 28 copies of Boomerang Basics in the top 8 of this tournament. I think all the smart money, if you're going to bet on which one of these 8 players is going to win, you should bet on the Sultai Reanimator deck. I think the Japanese players correctly predicted the metagame in that a lot of people were going to be playing Izzet and Temur, Otters and you know, Prowess and all the different versions. I don't think they saw the Monument version coming. I don't think anybody did. The Monument version's the best performing deck in the entire tournament. But the Reanimator deck ends up putting a copy in the top 8 and putting up a pretty good win rate. I think it's the second highest performing deck in the tournament, you know, when you look at sample size. The reason is I don't think Reanimator's actually very good. The only reason they did well in this tournament is because they happen to have a good matchup against Temur and Izzet. Izzet lessens and Temur, every interview I saw and online, I'm seeing what people are saying about the decks. Like, every Temur and Izzet player, the one matchup they don't want to see is Reanimator. Like, nobody packed enough graveyard hate. Reanimator just happens to have a good match against the 2 most played decks. So they end up having a pretty good record. And I think the one dude in the top 8, the guy, God, I can't remember his name now. He won the last Pro Tour. He has that bad habit of picking up his basic lands. He's the only Reanimator player in the top 8. So my money is on him. I would bet money that the Sultai Reanimator is going to win that tournament. The smart money bets on Sultai here. All the other decks are flavors of Izzet and Temur, right? 0 black cards other than the Sultai guy. There's basically like no black cards in the top 8. Black has been totally absent from this tournament, basically. At least with Larian or CDR, you don't have to lock into them. Yeah, right. Rockstar's another one I hated. Yep. They're all garbage. Yeah. Colin, how you doing? F1 world champion Lando. I can't believe the guy's name is Lando Norris. Like, were his parents drunk when they named him? I don't get that. They literally just, I love this character in Star Wars. I love what Chuck, or I don't know, the last name. It seems like a movie name or something. It's bizarre. Lando Norris. The like, you know, that guy was destined to be either a porn star or an F1 racing champion. Yukihiro. Oh yeah, Ken Yukihiro. That's his name. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, no black or white. It's crazy, right? I mean, the Sultai deck has a little bit of black, but you know what I mean? Relatively speaking, there was one team that a few people, 5 players, played a Golgari deck. Everybody else was like, black fucking sucks. Green, not very good. I mean, like, blue and red and white are the real, you know, best colors in Standard right now, it looks like. But it's funny because the interplay here, the Sultai Reanimator deck, while a tier 2 deck, like, I fully agree with that. I think most people agree it's not a tier 1 deck in Standard. It's a metagame call that was fantastic by that Japanese team going, you know what? I think I think it's about to start here. You know, I think everybody's going to be playing Teamer and whatever lessons. We're just going to come in there with Reanimator and hope that people don't pack enough graveyard hate. Yeah, boom. I've seen Affinity do that in Modern multiple times over the years. I've seen Dredge do it in Legacy. Like, as soon as people think, oh, you know, these are the best decks, let's, you know, sideboard for these, a random really linear kind of combo deck like that can sneak in, because, as you know, those decks are never tier 1 if people don't want them to be, decks like Reanimator. But because, you know, you can't predict, maybe you just assume, hey, nobody's going to be playing this tier 2 deck, let's play these other decks that, yeah, we have a weak matched up to Reanimator, but people who play Reanimator probably aren't making a good decision for this tournament. But in the end, it ends up being the opposite. The people who played Reanimator end up making a good decision because so many other people assumed that nobody else would be playing Reanimator and played the Lessons decks. Teamer had an abysmal win rate. You know, Bant combo had an abysmal win rate. I actually was predicting that something like that would happen. Wow, I didn't see this guy go off before. Who's this dude? I've never seen that guy before. Am I out of the loop? I don't know what that was, but Max Verstappen. Oh yeah, I mean, he's been the best racer in the world for years now, right? Hasn't he won everything for like a long time now? They just have the best car, right? The Red Bull car or whatever. That's what I hear, Colin. I'm not following F1 closely these days, but my cousin's big into it actually. But anyway, lots of interesting factoids about Worlds. You can go and see the official announcement, but I broke down the metagame. Well, not me, but I reposted the breakdown of the metagame that other people compiled online. And you know what's really weird? The official Wizards website before Worlds gives a metagame breakdown. This is what they said the standard metagame would be. This is a screenshot. This is from their official prediction. Is it Lessons 18%? Teamer Otters 15%? Blah, blah, blah. But then when I look at the actual numbers, it doesn't line up with what Wizards said. This is the actual breakdown from Worlds. Teamer Otters is actually the most played deck at 15.9. Bant Airbending was second. And then Lessons, I guess they combined these two to get Lessons Monument and Lessons they put together. But if you count them as two separate decks, it was actually Teamer Otters that was the most played deck in the format. This is where like data can be very misleading. You have to like examine the context within which they're, you know, and how are they differentiating between these decks, right? When we actually separate out the Monument decks from the Lessons deck, it was Teamer that was the most played deck. That said, blue-red decks still make up almost, you know, over 30% of the metagame. It's, you know, they're different approaches. They attack on different axes, but they're the same. They play so many of the same cards. It's, you know, I think you should differentiate them, but at the same time, you know, when we're zooming out and looking at the big picture of Standard, you know, blue-red, low-to-the-ground tempo-ish stuff is probably way too good, right? I mean, 28 copies of Boomerang Basics in the top 8. 28 copies of Storm Chasers, I think, as well. You're basically the only deck that's not playing all the same cards as everybody else is the one Sultai Reanimator deck. Everything else in the top 8 is a lot of overlap, right? Or mostly a lot of overlap, and then a couple just some overlap, and then one deck no overlap. You know, it's so weird. Hey Mo Goblin, how you doing? Thank you for hanging out during Worlds. I appreciate it. I hate the games. 4 years of championship. Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah, so everybody's rooting against them then, right, Colin? Yeah, that makes sense. Path tracing in F1. Whoa. Yeah, car games can look fantastic. I mean, because I love looking at beautiful cars. I'm a big car guy. But F1 is not the same as, you know, supercars and things like that. But like, look at Gran Turismo, look at a lot of games, like they can look really good if you crank it up on computer, right? You hate the games though? I know, me too. I don't play a lot of the technical racing games like Gran Turismo. It's just too much. But I do love cars. I love racing. I just love, like, Forza Horizon's really good for that. Like, Colin, I know you love Forza as well. Because you get to play the these are the highlights. We can always look at the highlights, I guess.
This format out once and for all. Is it decks, Sultai decks? We saw the band.
Oh, no, it's a narrator. I thought they were talking about each moment here for a second. But yeah, casual racers are much more fun. Like, where you're getting to race around with, like, these gorgeous supercars and stuff. Yeah, that's really fun. Best 3 of 5. Yeah, totally, Jub. I agree. More games are better, not less. It's why best of 1 is not real Magic. But Stack Topic, yeah, lots of talent. I mean, it would be incredible to see JED make a back-to-back win here. He's the defending world champ, and he's in the top 8 right now. Very interesting. Ken Yukihiro, just coming off a Pro Tour top 8. If he, I mean, already with this top 8, he's probably... Oh, let's listen to these guys.
He's at mid-range.
Seth Manfield, United States, is it lessons?
Sean Henry, Australia, Timo Otters.
Arnold Schmidt, Germany, Timo Otters.
Arnold Schmidt?
Yukihiro,
What?
Japan. Surutai Reanimator.
Hey, nice. In
Eric
English,
Davis,
he did it.
United
That's hard
States,
for him.
Is it lessons?
Akira Shibata, Japan. Is it lesson?
Good, yeah,
So
nice.
that's our
I feel
top
bad for
8,
those
but
Japanese
how
guys,
are-
you know? I can't imagine being in the top 8 of a tournament and they're like, okay, can you tell us your name and your deck, but do it in Japanese? And I'd be like, oh, fuck, how do you say it in Japanese? Ishimasen, and then, like, trying to say it on camera. It's got to be so hard. They make them do it in English. Those guys don't speak English. I feel bad for them, but they do it. It's fine. They're happy to just be in the top 8. I know they're not like, fuck this. But, you know, it's fun. It's like, it's weird. They should just let them do it in Japanese and put a caption, you know? No problem. But in Japanese, it's probably Sultai, you know, Uri Animator or something, right? Because it's there's no Japanese word for Sultai. That's what was so funny about, you know, playing Magic in Korea as well. But oh, they're making a new one? I haven't heard anything about that. Interesting. Defending. Oh, when did JED win it? Was it 2 years ago? Okay, I'm mixed up then. Maybe it's Javier. Okay, I don't remember anymore. I thought JED won the last one. Maybe he won 2 years ago because his invitational card came out. I just assumed that meant he won the previous one. But Nate won 2 years ago, right? 3 years ago, and only now his... Oh, why is this top 8 card coming out now? And Nate Stoyer won it 3 years ago then. Okay, right. That makes sense. Okay, had no idea. So Javier's card is still in development. Javier... No, he had that red card. Did he win Worlds twice? I don't remember that. Javier had that red card that came out way back in Eldraine, right? Or whenever that... I don't remember when it came out. It was really bad. Javier's invitational card sucks. It just, you know, it happens. It's whatever, but... should we listen to these guys?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling focused.
I'm feeling good. I just don't want to play against Ken Yukihiro. Just don't let me play against Ken. Fucking no. This guy's like, I have the best deck in the top 8. What will it take for you to win? Not getting unlucky. That's it.
はい、今までで獲得したことがない唯一のタイトルとなっているので、もうそれは非常
I'll
に
translate. It's easy. I'm gonna murder all these idiots because I'm the only Sultai Reanimator player in the top 8.
Yes, it's the
They're fucking dead.
Championship that I have never gotten or won before. I've never reached this part, so if I could go all the way, I am going to be so excited.
Ah,
super
come
excited
on.
for this.
Tell us
And
the
best of luck
truth.
to you.
Your chances, he's got the highest chances of winning out of
As we
everybody.
head into the top 8, how are you feeling about your quarterfinal matchup?
Feeling pretty confident against quarterfinal matchup.
I don't know who the,
Lost to
what's the,
Otters Mirror yet this
oh,
weekend.
Otters. Okay,
It's
okay.
a
I'm like,
pretty
what
good
is the
place to
matchup?
start. Beyond that, how are you feeling about your chances overall in the top 8?
Feel like my chances are alright. I don't love my matchups for the following rounds, but I think if I get lucky enough, I can do it.
All right, mate.
Gotta get
Best of luck
lucky.
in the top 8.
Hey,
Thank you.
honest. I like that.
I mean, with JED, Jean-Emmanuel, this is
Come
somewhere
on,
you've been
somebody
before. How does
say,
it
I
feel
don't want to
the
play
second
against
time around
Ken.
in the world's top 8?
Better than the first time.
And why? is that?
Yeah.
I don't know. You realize it a little more. Like as I mentioned yesterday, like the first time is a little hazy. Like you don't really understand
Yeah.
what's happening. Like it's too much to process. And the second time, you yeah, you're ready for it.
Feel like you're
Yeah,
going to enjoy this
that
one a
makes
little bit
sense.
more. JD, best of luck to you today in the top 8.
Thank you very much.
I want to hear
Seth
one of them.
Manfield, Seth, you've been here before many, many times. What does a world's top 8 to
Yeah.
to you? And all
Yes.
the way?
I mean, Worlds is the most prestigious event in Magic. So
Seth
it's
just
really
got out of the
exciting.
shower
We
and was
only
like,
have
"Oh
it once a
fuck!"
year.
and ran
I
to
have
the
run
venue. He's
all the
like,
way before,
"Hey,
so it would be silly to say that I
I'm-
can't do it.
I'm here."
But I have a lot of work ahead of me.
All right, well, Seth, best of luck to you across the
He
top
didn't
8
even have
today.
time to
All right, thank you.
dry his hair, for fuck's sakes.
That's a look at how our players.
Just Magic player things. No worries. Alarm didn't go off. What? Remember when what's his face got lost on the way to the venue when he was in the top 8 or whatever, or his day 2? Simon Nielsen decided to take the scenic route. Remember that? Like, God, what are these guys doing? Like, and what's funny is they're like idiot savants, right? Like, they're so good at Magic. They're just like, oh, I got lost on the way here and almost didn't make the top 8 of like a pro tour. Like, whoa, dude, what the fuck? Like, you think you'd be on that, you know? Funny. Yeah, did he win it twice? I didn't think Javier won twice. That's crazy. I guess maybe he did, and I just forgot. Maybe because I knew he won it. I didn't know he won it again recently. The Predictor. And it's a blank overlay.
Look, the first
Oh, okay,
players
they're
that we look
slowly
at are
filling
Sean
it.
Henry.
Okay, I'm going to let them yak about this. You spent the night testing matchups? Is Ken in the hall? Not yet, but this will be it, for sure. He's already in the top 8 of Worlds. He's going to win Player of the Year, probably. So yeah. Oh, we've got some dirtbag bot here. Bye, bot. A wild bot. Thank you, Daza. Mod check. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Yeah. Anyway, so again, breaking this down, let's talk about facts here, okay? We've got tons of blue, red, and teamer, one Reanimator deck. The Reanimator deck is the heavy favorite to slice through the whole field and take this down. Literally every blue, red, and teamer player said it's the one matchup they want to avoid. They do not want to play against Reanimator, right? Calper, how you doing? And it's funny because, you know, Reanimator's considered by basically everybody to be a tier 2 deck. But because so many people just assumed it was bad enough that nobody was going to seriously pick it up, they decided to not really tech for it, right? Like most of these guys, the Predictor, yeah, Ken Yukihiro, 21%. I don't know what they're using to predict the results here, but yeah, he's certainly a heavy favorite. Heavy, I mean, they gave him 21%. I think it's higher than that. But anyway, there's because we're playing best 3 out of 5 and there's more sideboarded games, that is really bad for Reanimator. But again, most people did not bring enough graveyard hate. Most of these decks are playing, what, 1 or 2 ghost vacuums or something? Like, that's not enough when the Reanimator deck's dumping 4 or 5 cards in the yard and just going, boom, I'm putting everything back on the battlefield. Like, all you need is 2 bringers in there and that's it. Ghost vacuum, not good enough, right? Underdog Arnie, yeah, I mean he's a great player, but it's not about the play, it's about his deck. Like he's just another Izzet deck in a sea of Izzet and Teamer. When all your matchups are mirrors, you don't have any advantage there. Just whoever draws better is gonna win, you know. Whoever plays better, but these guys are all so good, that's like not really a big factor. It's more about the draws and, you know, do you find your sideboard cards or whatever, like that kind of stuff in these mirrors. Meanwhile, the one guy who's playing Reanimator, no mirrors, he just has to crush these decks that his deck was kind of made to beat, right? Anyway, it's going to be interesting, but best deck in the tournament, not counting the top 8, is Izzet Monument. It's not close. It rocked a 58-point-something% win rate, I think. I posted all the numbers in my channel. Where is it? The Monument deck put up a 62.6% win rate, with 14 players playing it. That's the best in the tournament. And then Sultai Reanimator doing pretty well. 60% in second place probably here. Again, there's decks that post 75% win rates, but they don't matter because only one person's playing them. You can't, that's not good data. We just throw all that out. So like Jeskai Control with Cursed Recording, apparently Chris Botello, the only person playing that deck, rocked a 75% win rate. Wow. So I want to try this Cursed Recording deck, but that's just too small a sample size. Like he's a very good player. He knows the deck very well. I don't think a lot of people are going to pick that deck up and suddenly do well to put up a win rate like that at your next RCQ or whatever, right? Ignore that shit. Golgari Dragons put up a 78% win rate with one person playing it. Ignore. Dimir mid-range, only 2 people played it, but they put up a 68% win rate. That's high, and normally 2 players is not enough for me to really give a shit about that win rate, but we know Dimir's a good deck, and honestly, both these players still did well. I think Dimir was not a bad choice. Mono red, 3 players playing it, 62% win rate. Like, that is not enough players again to really be like able to say something definitively. But at the same time, the 3 players who played mono red also did pretty well. The people who played Bant did poorly. The people who played Teamer did really poorly. The people who played Looting did not have an overall great win rate. Prowess, all these Izzet decks, Izzet Lessons that everybody's like, Izzet Lessons, what? The format's broken. 45% win rate. Not crazy about that. I thought Jeskai Control would do well. It put up a 52% win rate with 7 players playing it. So good, but not as good as I thought. I thought Jeskai would be better. I think that, again, the Shiko versions are worse. I would love to have seen some pro pick up the All Spells version that I've been playing and just see how that lined up. I think the All Spells version is so much better against Reanimator. I think it's so much better against the Badger Mole Cub decks. How many Badger Moles are in the top 8? Like, there's a few. There's 2 Teamer decks that are playing Badger Mole Cub, but everybody going into this tournament thought Badger Mole Cub was going to be the story of the tournament. It flopped hard. I mean, even the 2 Teamer decks, they're basically Izzet decks splashing green. Like, Badger Mole's not even, you know, it's good. It's fine in their deck. It's a fine addition, but it's not like carrying the deck or anything like it is in a lot of the other green Badger Mole decks, right? So really interesting. Getting emotional after winning there. Anyway, these are replays of different stuff. This is when he won the Pro Tour. Reanimator's probably not a great deck. No. Well, yeah, and I love that like next level thinking. The whole Japanese team, that's who's playing Reanimator. Their whole team, nobody else. It's like 8 Japanese players or whatever, 10 Japanese players. And it's really interesting to see because they know it's bad in an open field, but they also know the other pros know it's bad. If everybody else thinks it's bad and doesn't bring the graveyard hate and plays decks that don't have a great match against us, we will play the bad deck, because in this spot, the bad deck actually becomes really good when nobody thinks when people know it's bad and don't take it seriously. Do you know what I mean? Again, this has happened so many times in competitive Magic, with Affinity, with Dredge, with many decks that, you know, they spike a tournament and then they go from being, I won the tournament, to nobody, you can't play Affinity. After Affinity wins a tournament, you should never pick up Affinity, because suddenly there's going to be a big spike in sideboard artifact hate, right? Or main deck or whatever, decks that are good against Affinity. So you just put it down. Like, then it becomes bad. You've got to wait until people have forgotten how, you know, effective it can be, and they stop putting Stony Silence in their sideboard. They stop playing, you know, Artifact Hate, and then Affinity wins a tournament again out of nowhere. Like, this kind of cycle. Dredge is the same in Legacy, right? Dredge is the best deck in Legacy if nobody's ready for it, but it's unplayable if people are ready for it. Like, that's how swingy it is, right? And that's what you're seeing here with Sultai Reanimator. It's a big swing. When you know, I say it's a tier 2 deck, somebody out there is going to point to this and go, see, you were wrong. You said Sultai was bad. I'm like, yes, it is bad. I'm not wrong. It's bad. Well, look, it got top 8. Watch, it's going to win the Pro Tour, and everybody, I'm going to hear all these people in my chats sounding off about how I was wrong. But they're just, they don't understand what's happening here. They don't understand the dynamics. They just, you know, they're the people who read the headlines. They don't read the article. Those kinds. They watch a TikTok video and then they think they know everything about the format. Yeah, I love this. The chances of this deck. He's got the Terror of the Peaks. Yeah, even my Jeskai deck, like, you know, you have Graveyard Hate, you can beat this pretty easily. Tishana's Tidebinders, things like that. But even Tidebinder, you know, you have to counter the Spider-Man. When the Terror hits the stack, like, there's too many triggers. You can't. Tidebinder doesn't do anything. But just playing like Kutzil's Flanker and, you know, effective Graveyard Hate, they are basically dead to that, you know. And it's like any combo deck, like they're dead to narrow, you know, sideboard hate cards. But when not a lot of people are playing, like, Ghost Vacuum just doesn't cut it, because it's not wiping the yard. You've got to wipe the whole yard, like with you know, Soul Guide Lantern. Like, Sam Pardee made a great sideboard call. That feels way better than Ghost Vacuum to me. But again, prowess versions of Izzet lean Ghost Vacuum because they want to be able to bring back creatures in the late game, maybe against control or whatever it is. You know, you bring in Ghost Vacuum against Shiko, and then maybe later you get a couple creatures off it, right? But it's not as effective against Shiko. Like, those kind of things aren't graveyard decks. They just happen to play 1 or 2 cards that care about the graveyard. Those kind of eat one card graveyard hate is not enough for a deck like Sultai Reanimator that's shoveling material into its graveyard 4 at a time, you know, or whatever it is, 5 at a time off cash grab, or I can't remember. There's one that's 4. Is it Dredger's Insight is 5? All those garbage self-mill cards, they're all the same, 4 or 5. You know what I mean? Dumping a bunch of shit in big chunks into your deck is hard to beat when you're eating 1 card at a time. Scavenging Ooze, Ghost Vacuum, those kind of cards aren't quite as effective as just Soul Guide Lantern. Wipe the whole thing. That's fantastic, right? Torpor Orb's interesting. Yep, I saw some Torpor Orb. I like that a lot less than wiping the graveyard, but like Torpor Orb is like it's like one of those comic book battles or superhero battles where I'm shooting energy and the other guy's shooting energy and both of our energies like pushing against each other and it's getting closer and I'm like, come on, somebody do something. As it gets closer and closer, all you're doing with Torpor Orb is doing this. Like, you're not erasing everything, stopping the source of the pressure. You're just like withstanding, like trying to hope that that stacked graveyard doesn't just become relevant as soon as they kill your Torpor Orb, right? Like, eating their graveyard, now I don't have to worry about their graveyard, is different than, holy shit, their graveyard's full, but they can't use it yet because my Torpor Orb's in play. As soon as my Torpor Orb leaves, they have access to their full graveyard again, I'm gonna die. That's it. You know what I mean? It's like this. You're just like, please don't have something to remove Torpor Orb. Whereas if you Soul Guide, that's it. They can't interact with it. It just eats their graveyard. Like, they're not playing Tidebinders, so. Okay, here's Ken Yukihiro versus Seth Manfield. Now, let's see if everybody's predictions come to light. Now, this is Magic. He already mulled to 6. You know, he could get mana screwed. He could get mana. Like, any number of things could happen here that Ken loses despite the odds. But the odds are very in his favor here. So, mull to 6 leads on Watery Grave. Seth with Grand on turn 1 is the nut draw. I love Grand now in Standard. It's so funny to see this card be good in Standard. Everybody's like, Bant... Aang with Appa and all the main characters. They're doing combo things, and you know, and here's, I don't know, is there any other Avatar cards seeing play? I don't even think there is. But no, none of those cards are good. It's Gran, star of the show. Gran's incredible. Wisdom beats youth, beats inexperience every time. The Terror, oh, Terror is great, yeah. Paul doing commentary, yeah, it's totally, yeah. Reanimator, yeah, okay, I caught up, I think. You pray for Ken. I like, Ken's a fine pro or whatever, but I really dislike his sloppy play. I think somebody has to call a judge on him. Watch, you'll see it probably during this top 8 what he does. Let's see if he does it. I'm gonna call it out immediately because it drives me crazy. But other than that, he's, yeah, great player. But I don't think I'm cheering for him. I'm cheering for JED, actually, because he's the only person in this top 8 who's come into my channel and talked to me before. He's a good dude. I've rated him before. He's a good man. So that's it. Selfish reasons. He was in my channel, so I'm cheering for him. Fuck it. All the lessons are good. Oh, the lesson cards? No, 1 lesson is good. Oh, Boomerang Basics is good. Two lessons. The other lessons are terrible, right? That's what we were saying yesterday as well. Like, I think people need to look and go, okay, Firebending lesson is not a good card. The 2-mana removal is not a good card. The other 2-mana removal is not a good. None of those cards would be good enough for Standard if they didn't say lesson on them. They're all subpar cards. But because of the really good one, the Ancestral Recall, and the other good one that bounces for 1 mana and draws you a card, it drags all these other crappy cards up. But you're right, I guess technically those are Avatar cards, but I just don't think those are good cards in Standard. They're not. They're not what's carrying this deck, right? But, oh, is Seth on the combo version? I thought he was just playing... Oh, I see Artist Talent. I thought he was just playing Lessons, but he's playing... Is he playing Monument? He must be if he's playing Artist Talent, right? Oh yeah, it was him and Sam Pardee both on the Monument deck, right? Interesting. But hesitate to bolt the Grand. Oh, people will learn. And that's another reason why, you know, decks like this end up winning games, because they're on Arena Ladder, when people who didn't watch Worlds start playing against this deck, as people copy and paste these lists, they're not going to kill turn 1 Grand and they're going to lose to it, right? It's Elder Abuse. They're all fine? Oh, I don't think so. I mean, let's just put Firebending Lesson next to Burst Lightning. How can Firebending Lesson be better than an identical card that can just simply go to the face and end the game? Well, it's not, right? Like, there's a bunch of examples like this, right? Like, there's a bunch of good 2-mana removal that goes to face. You're playing sorcery speed removal. You're playing removal that doesn't do anything if they eat your graveyard, like the 2-mana lesson that cares about how many lessons you have. Like, I think this deck still struggles to beat big creatures as long as the big creature deck attacks their graveyard. Anyway, Lessons had a less than 50% win rate in this tournament, so I don't need to talk about how mediocre the deck is. I think it's very easy to beat Lessons because they're playing a lot of subpar cards. So when their best cards don't shine, then everything else just looks like pretty mediocre, right? But Firebending... Oh, deals 1 extra damage? I don't know how relevant that is. I think going to the face is far more relevant than the difference between 4 and 5, but who knows? You're right, though. I forgot. It deals 5. To me, it's essentially an identical card, but I wonder how many times the 5 points matters. I think you're far more the 4 points to the face matters more than, you know, being able to kill a 5 toughness creature, but I'm trying to think. The only 5 toughness creature I can think of is Ouroboros, but yeah, you can kill that. It doesn't become 5 toughness until a few turns. What did he put in? Oh, he put that spider in the yard. Did he pick up a... Oh, I missed what he picked up there. But anyway, I think Lessons is clearly, you know, not the best deck in the tournament. It put up a pretty dismal win rate. But so many players played it. You see a bunch of copies in the top 8. The Monument deck is the real powerhouse. This is the story of the tournament, which is crazy. I crafted all the Monuments a long time ago on Arena when they first came out, just trying to see, is this deck good? Nope. It's never been good. It's really funny. And then suddenly they print a couple more cheap spells, this Lessons package, and oh, now we're playing enough cheap spells to keep this Artist Talent going and Monument. I also see a distinct lack of enchantment removal in this tournament, right? Like, there's very few decks playing Get Lost, or, you know, a couple of Jeskai can control decks, or being able to kill an artifact. Like, not a lot of decks can actually deal with enchantments and artifacts, so these non-creature permanents are very good. The best card in a blue-red deck against this is Into the Floodmaw, which I guess a lot of people are having to cut for Boomerang basics. So you see less Into the Floodmaws makes this better, but again, I'm not sure how good Monument is going to be going forward. Certainly the best deck in this tournament, but going forward, it's, again, it feels like it's easy to beat if you want it, right? If you want to beat this deck, it's not that hard. They're playing clunky 3-mana artifacts. What's the problem? So many triggers here. He has to be really...
A little early in the morning for Seth. That's
Did he miss something?
He does know how this works.
Haven't played a land yet, right?
He has not.
I haven't played a land yet. Is that what he said?
Not
Yeah, you played a land.
maybe not to play.
I'm gonna make a treasure actually. Sorry.
Okay, treasure.
Okay, I don't know what happened there. He had to go back. But anyway, can't deal with Kaito. Yeah, Kaito, the blue-red Dimir deck put up a 68% win rate, but only 2 people played it, so it's not really enough to say anything. I would have liked to see more Dimir players and see how that lines up. That's a good point. Draft with 2 Bloomburrow talents. Oh, these 2. Yeah, Storm Chaser's talent's good. Artist Talent isn't very good. Let's be honest. That's not a very good talent. Like, Storm Chasers is a bomb. Is an actual power card. Artist Talent is again. It's never been good enough for Standard for a long time now. People tried, like, again, Monument. A lot of people tried, but this is where, you know, Agatha Soul Cauldron, same thing. Garbo card for years, like literal years. Nobody, people tried to do stuff with it. It was never good enough. They have largely abandoned it. Then Vivi came out. Suddenly this Draft Chaff card spikes in value because it gets a lot better. Artist Talent, same thing. You know, Pioneer's a dead format, so nobody's playing blue-red Lotus Field or whatever, or blue-red. It used to be the Lotus Field deck. I don't even know. It turned into an Artist Talent deck. Anyway, who cares? It's Pioneer. It's dead. But now, with enough cheap spells like Boomerang Basics, the Lessons and everything, boom, this suddenly Artist Talent becomes a real card again. It's so crazy. Triggers, they lose 3. Oh boy. Yeah, Ken getting mana screwed here. Like I said, this is variance. This is how you're going to lose even though you're the favorite. but I'm not sure how good the Monument matchup is. All the Teamer Otters and Is It Prowess Lessons players all said they hate playing against Sultai Reanimator, but I don't know about Monument. I haven't heard the Monument players say that yet. Yeah, Monument is the story there, though, not the Lessons part, right? That's what I mean. The Lessons decks were not good. Lessons, Monument is not Lessons. I'm separating those into two separate decks. They're very different, right? I think even though they're playing a lot of similar cards, the Monument version is attacking on a totally different axis. It's a different deck. The regular Lessons deck did quite poorly. But this deck did quite well. So basically the moral of the story is if you're going to play Lessons, play the Monument version. Don't play the non-Monument version because the non-Monument version doesn't have what it takes. Too much Garbo. But you're playing a powerful combo here, Talent and Monument, and yeah, that's it. So, game 2. Ken gets mana screwed in game 1 here. Not amazing, but Kona Omni should easily take this tournament. I don't think so. I think Kona, I don't know. Maybe, but obviously the pros didn't agree. I think Kona's problem is it needs a creature in play to combo off, and all these decks have a million ways to deal with creatures, right? So... And you can say, but Lost in the Valley or whatever the fuck it's called. But the blue enchantment that gives hexproof, people can deal with that. They can bounce it. They bounce it with into the Flood Maw, kill your thing, and now you're way behind. Like, it's just too risky to go for a Kona combo in a format where everybody's playing 1 and 2 mana interaction for it. You just can't, right? I think that's why you don't see any in this top 8. It's why I never called that deck a tier 1 deck either. But Kona Omni, yeah, not in standard. Yeah, so modern or Pioneer doesn't matter, right? I agree. I was saying in Pioneer, it suddenly totally transformed the Lotus Field combo deck into something totally different, which is really cool. But it's Pioneer. It's kind of like it doesn't that doesn't matter anymore. But yeah, it's standard. It's not been a card since however long it's been since Bloomborough, since it came out. I did try it though. I regret crafting it. I crafted 4 Monuments and 4 Artist Talent when Monument got printed, thinking, hey, this is a sweet little combo. No, just didn't have the critical mass of cheap spells, you know? It's so funny how that can change. Again, going back to Pioneer, if you remember the days of Blue-Red Phoenix dominating the format, which were for years, I think, secretly. Like, even though other decks rose and fell, like the Blue-Red Phoenix deck was still one of the best, but it wasn't back on the map. It died off and basically got resurrected by the printing of 1 card, Sleight of Hand. As soon as Sleight of Hand got printed, Blue-Red Phoenix became the best deck in Pioneer at that time. It was just like overnight. Just went from unplayable, nobody touched it, to best deck in the format because it got 1 more cantrip. Like, that's how small a difference, how small a change has to happen for a massive metagame swing to occur. From a deck to be basically unplayable since the time the cards were printed to suddenly one of the best decks in Standard because of 1 cantrip. Now they can play 4 copies. Now they have 16 copies of a 1 mana cantrip, 12 copies, whatever, instead of 8. Is a huge difference for a deck like that, right? It's really interesting. You saw that happen with Blue-Red Phoenix and Pioneer. You're seeing it happen right now with Monument and Artist Talent, 2 unplayable cards that a lot of people thought had hope, but just, you know, you tried to make it work, and what's missing there is a critical mass of cheap spells. Now we have it because they gave us a bunch more, so suddenly it's a relevant deck. I think it's cool to see. Just people don't know why, like, why is this suddenly good when it's been bad for so long? It's that, like, dig down deep and you see, okay, it's the number of 1 mana spells they had to play before just wasn't enough, or the rebuying from, you know, because you had, even when This Town Ain't Big Enough and Storm Chasers and all that stuff was legal and standard, this Monument stuff was just not good enough. Like, they needed a 1 mana spell that can interact with their own stuff. All the cheap lessons, the draw 3 lesson is huge. You know, they needed something like that. And as soon as they got it, yeah, it's really sweet to see. Suddenly the deck is real, you know? Why are we switching matches? Huh? I don't know what you mean. This is the same match. Artist Talent's $35. Oh god. Yeah. Just don't go crafting crafting, who cares? If you have the rares, craft all the decks in Worlds. But if you don't go buying some of this stuff, like, again, this is Worlds, it's happening. But now that people see all these decks on display, people are going to start teching for them. People are going to start adapting. And then this is the metagame developing. So in a couple weeks, we'll see which of these World decks are able to adapt and stay on top, and which ones are just not able to carry, you know, the weight of their success. Like, they're going to be targeted, right? Sultai Reanimator, I would not touch with a 10-foot pole because everybody's going to be rocking Graveyard Hate, not only for that deck, but for the Lessons decks. I wouldn't play anything that has to do with the Graveyard, personally. But other things, like, again, I think anybody who wants to beat a lot of these decks, the big overlap point is the Graveyard. You cut off their Graveyard, and then their Ancestral becomes Anticipate. You know, all these other spells, their 2-mana removal is a bad shock. You're paying twice as much as you should for shock. Combustion Technique or whatever, it's garbage. You need a Graveyard. You need other shit going on before that spell is good. So attacking the Graveyard seems like priority number 1 to me for, you know, going forward in Standard. And effectively attacking a lot of these decks' Graveyards just totally neuters them. It makes all these Lessons into the draft chaff that they are, right? So you've got to... Yeah, we'll see if people do this. I mean, who knows? But anybody who knows anything who watches this can see, like, that's a big overlap point with a lot of these decks is the Graveyard. You're probably going to see a lot more non-creature interaction popping up. I imagine Into the Floodmaw is going to start going up because you need to deal with 3-mana Artifact. But boy, when your opponent taps out for a Monument or whatever, and you just bounce it for 1 mana, that feels so good. That's insane. I think Monument doing well here because a lot of people have cut Into the Floodmaw for Boomerang basics, which doesn't do it. I mean, it does it on your turn, but it's so much different doing it before they can get value off it, right? Look at this. 2 triggers. Yeesh, this game's over. Holy shit, Ken, what's going on? Ken needs the combo kill here. He might be able to. I don't know. I think I see 1 bringer in his yard. I can't tell what else is in there. It's a bunch of Japanese alt-art cards, it looks like. Some lands. I see the 2-drop. I see Arwen, I think, by the casting cost. The second card down must be Arwen. And then, I don't know what that other black card is. Double black card, second from the bottom of the graveyard. I don't know. Interesting. Yeah, in general, Daza, you're absolutely right. Worlds is usually a pretty inbred metagame. This one's a little bit bigger, so it's something. But again, you look at the breakdown. You have players like 1 player on... You know, Chris Botello rocked a 75% win rate with Jeskai Cursed Recording. I don't think anybody can say that suddenly that's the best deck in Standard. But look at the win rate. It's 1 dude. Like, that's not enough data. 2 Dimir midrange players, almost 70% win rate. Is Dimir midrange still secretly the best deck in Standard? It could be. We need more data. We don't know. It's impossible to say with 2 people playing it, right? But yeah. Well, Arena's its own bizarre ecosystem, Daza. Yes, like anybody who's trying to like gate, like, what is the best deck to attack the arena ladder? That's a stupid question. There's no answer to that. There's no right answer. The arena ladder is all over the place. Somebody just posted on Reddit and said in the spikes section, I replied to it actually. They said, I love Jeskai artifacts. I play Jeskai artifacts on arena and it feels great. I win all the time. I get mythic. I looked at my the untapped data, and untapped, it says Jeskai Artifacts has a 63% win rate on Arena. But when I look in real life, I never see Jeskai Artifacts do very well. What's going on? Why is there such a big difference between best of 3 on Arena and best of 3 in real life? And I had to post and go, you don't understand where the data is coming from and what the data is. Untapped and 17 lands and a lot of these companies who run these apps, MTGA Zone and all this shit. Anybody who says they have any data for Arena doesn't have shit. All they have is the data from the people who have installed their software, their client, their app, who use their app while they're playing Magic on Arena. That amounts to less than 5% of the player base. So what you're saying when Jeskai Artifacts has a 63% on Arena, it doesn't have a 63% on Arena. It has a 63% among the less than 5% of players on Arena who use untapped.gg. That's it. So you're looking at a very incomplete picture of the data, which means you can't really draw any conclusions from it. That's why it looks like there's such a discrepancy. In real life, we have 100% of the data every single time there's a tournament. On MTGO, they release all the decks, their records and everything. MTG Melee, you know, you can see all the stats. That's 100% data. Now you can get a clear picture of the metagame. But on Arena, like, I still think a lot of people cannot separate, they don't understand that there is no data on Arena. Wizards doesn't release any of the data on Arena. So anybody who says they have data on Arena has a very imperfect picture of the data, a tiny fraction. And they're trying to extrapolate and say that that's the metagame. That's where you get a lot of confusion and a lot of people who just make wrong assumptions about the metagame because they think Arena is real Magic. It's not. Like, best of 3, I shouldn't say real Magic, but you know what I mean? It's not a real metagame, the Arena ladder. It doesn't matter. That's not even taking into account the integrity issues of people disconnecting, people seeing my turn 1 island and going, fuck this, I'm not playing against blue, and scooping, disconnects, bugs, crashes, all kinds of things that can skew data on Arena. You know, I'm not even going to talk about that because we don't know what percentage of games that is happening in, but it's not 0. I know that. So the data from Arena is extremely imperfect and essentially useless. But boy, do I hear people quote it a lot. It's insane. It's even worse when they quote things like from Best of 1. And they don't say Best of 1. They just go, Red's insane. Mono Red's the best deck in Standard. Standard's fucking dead. I hate this. Wizards sucks. They don't know what they're doing. Blah, blah, blah. And you're like, it's not Wizards. You don't know what you're talking about. That's what's going on here. Anyway, Ken trying to kill Gran here. And then Seth. What did he do? Oh, I thought he tapped it somehow. Oh, Seth organizing his graveyard today. Interesting. Ken, meanwhile, slop show over there. Come on, boys. Those graveyards in order. Spider with Cavern. Did he just put... Wow, Seth just tapped 2 treasure, put the spell down, and went, no, I let it resolve.
Happen. Yeah.
All right.
Ken kind of gave a chuckle there, like okay,
sure.
okay, dude.
Yeah.
What did he do with this?
Wow, Seth is sloppy right now. What is he doing? I can't believe they let him take that back. He sacked those treasure. I mean, he didn't. He tapped them, put the spell down, and then picked it up? The hell was that? He was going to counter it, and then he was like, no. What is going on? I mean, he looked like he just woke up and ran to the venue after showering, so maybe he just had a rough night last night, went out to party? I don't know. Oh, that's right. He had the spider. Oh, you're right. Okay. And then the judge came and put the thing on there, so maybe that's why they let him take it back. Oh, you didn't, okay, it wasn't noticeable or whatever. Aha. Wow, that's a bit of a take back there. That was sloppy, and that's why Ken just chuckled like, okay, dude. Jeez. Charlie, what's up? Yeah, that's what I was saying yesterday. It makes me feel a lot better about, you know, again, I don't beat myself up over it, and I laugh when people in my channel try and, you know, mock me or like insult me because I made a mistake while I'm playing. Like I missed lethal, or I just, you know, didn't read the card and was like, oh, it does that too, and, you know, I end up losing. You always get somebody in the comments like, dude, does this guy even play Magic? Like, what a noob. You know, this kind of thing. And it's just like, whenever I hear that, I just think, man, the people throwing around the insults are just too ignorant to realize they're only making fun of themselves. They're only letting everybody know how inexperienced they are at this game here by trying to mock another player for making a mistake. Never mock another player for making a mistake in Magic. I mean, even the most obvious mistakes, you're not playing this game. You don't know how much of, like, you know, complicated board stain, but all the things running through this person's mind. Never mind after 9 hours of a tournament or whatever. I mean, even me, I stream 6 hours. You know, the last couple matches, I get sloppier and sloppier. I'm just like, get less focused. I'm like, you know, it's been a while since I had coffee or whatever. And like, it just, that's the game. It's very complicated. Don't ever feel bad about making a mistake in Magic, and laugh at people who mock. If somebody mocks somebody playing Magic, laugh at the person doing the mocking and be like, you're a noob. You're the noob. You have no idea what you're talking about. Stop talking. You just sound like an idiot. Anyway, shit happens. Yep. I know sports players get yelled at if they aren't disciplined. Go to bed. Oh, sure. But that's like, they have a whole team of people to you know, depend on. Like if one dude, if the quarterback goes out to party all night and has a shitty game, the whole team loses. This is just, this isn't a team sport. So it's, you're right, but it's not the same. There's no pressure on them to do well or whatever. I mean, there's lots of pros that crush day 1 and then they just don't feel like playing day 2 of a big event. They just don't go. They just don't show up. There's a funny story. Jerry Thompson was talking about this on his pod. He's famous for this. Jerry will just be like 4-1 in a tournament and be like, my friends are going to do blah, 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 and that sounds really fun. I think I'm just going to drop. like drop when he's basically a lock for the top 8 or whatever. He's already qualified for whatever. Who cares? I don't need the prize. Let's just get out of here. You know, like things like that are hilarious to me. That's a pro. That's a pro Magic player. They don't need to prove anything. They don't need to like, you know, they don't. Their value isn't derived from their win-loss record or whether they win the tournament. They don't care. They know they could top 8 if they want or whatever at that point. But who cares? I've top 8'd 1,000 tournaments. What is it doesn't matter to me. You know, if this was my first tournament top 8, I'm sure I'd be very excited. I wouldn't go hang out with my friends, but I don't give a shit. You know, he just does it. Yeah, 3 monuments. This is wild. I can't believe Reanimator getting crushed pretty handily. Game 1, Mana Screw, but everybody else in this top 8 is cheering for Seth. Every other player right now they're all playing their matches, but anybody who knows anything who looked at the pairings and went, come on, Seth, you gotta take out Ken. Nobody else here wants to play against Ken. If you knock him out in the quarterfinals, oh my god, everybody's gonna be so happy. Which is kind of funny, but Seth could be the hero. We'll see. You're cheering for Ken? Yeah, and that's cool, yeah. I think Ken, you know, he's the favorite here, but these games have not been going his way. The Mana Screw into just not able to assemble the combo. I mean, god, Seth has had 0 graveyard hate as well. Just like, Ken can't go off. That's the problem with a deck like that. You're at the mercy of your mills. You're at the mercy of randomness a lot more in a deck like that than you are in, you know, Seth's deck, for example, that draws a million cards and scries and looks at the top 3 and all that shit. But Ken or Arne? Ken's a strong player. Yeah, oh, absolutely. I mean, god, yeah, nobody can deny that. He's a Hall of Fame kind of lock at this point, I think. But I like Reanimator decks, sure. I like them when they're good. There's a lot of sloppy, shitty Reanimator decks. Like, I'm not the kind of person who goes like, I like this archetype so much, I'm going to play even bad versions of it. Control could be the only thing, but even then, I only play Control when I feel like it's actually in a good spot. I tend to not play it when I feel like it's not great. That's why I've played lots of other decks before. The last time I liked Reanimator was when Squirming Emergence Reanimator was a deck. That deck was extremely powerful. At that time, not many people were playing Graveyard Hate, which is what made the deck better. And I said that constantly, draw 3. I said that to so many people, like, this deck is only good right now because Graveyard Hate is absent from the format. As soon as people start playing it again, you gotta put this deck down. But this Reanimator deck's been around a while, and it's never really put up great results. You see it in the odd top 8 on MTGO challenges, like 1 in every other top 8. But again, it's easy to hate it out. It's inconsistent because it's, you know, a self-mill deck, so it's not Modern, where Modern Dredge has so much redundancy that, you know, so many things that self-mill and everything else that you can do, you can hit what you need to hit consistently. But in Standard, like, again, I don't think that deck has the critical mass of cards it needs to be super consistent. It's just, you know, consistent enough that you can do it most games or whatever, right? You're still going to lose the odd game like he is now to not finding Superior Spider-Man, I guess, or whatever. I don't know what the problem is here. Actually, is it Superior Spider-Man? I haven't seen every card in his graveyard, but he's on Bookworm in hand. That's it. Yeah, the three monuments is in GG here, right? So insane because the monument giving you the treasure when all of your spells cost 1 just basically lets you keep casting spells again and again and again and again. Crazy. Yeah, we're going to a game 3 here. Seth's 2-0. Yep, that's GG. Damn. Ken is like, what the fuck, man? My deck is shitting the bed right now. You can't blame Ken's play ability or anything there. Let's see what these guys say.
Ken pick up his library there at the end and start, where is the Spider-Man at? Like, he got to see a lot of cards, right?
That's what I'm saying.
Triggers and a whole bunch of stuff going into the yard, and it simply was not to be found for him. So
welcome to the self-mill deck. It's those inherent inconsistencies that make or break a combo deck. Like, again, Omni combo wasn't good enough until post Dragons of Tarkir when it became so consistent that it was like tier 1. But I was playing it for months before that going, oh man, this is so close to tier 1. Like, it just needs a little bit more to be that consistent. Like, it's so close. It's so close. And then eventually it got there, you know? But right now, yeah, I don't know. I don't play the deck, but I imagine it's not as consistent as people realize. And that's, you know, that's the inherent weakness of playing a combo deck like that, right? Yeah, the Monument deck looks fun as hell, Hot Sizzle. I agree. And yeah, exactly, Hemogoblin. It was the first card I crafted when that set came out, whatever set it was. I crafted a playset immediately, and people were talking about it, and people were sending me random lists for monument decks, and I was like, yeah, these look sweet. Like, I want this to be good, but I played it, and I'm just like, this is not good. This is not good enough. And put it down, and I was like, God damn it, I crafted 4 of them. I haven't used them at all. Well, now maybe I'll get some use out of them. Seth gets lucky. I mean, he's a Hall of Fame pro. He's either the luckiest person in the world or it's more than luck. I think he's more skilled than lucky, but the way he plays, and you'll see him draw, yeah, lucky draws sometimes, but did he get lucky there? I don't think so. I think Ken got unlucky, and that's, he looks lucky by comparison. I mean, 3 monuments is pretty good, but he's digging through his deck like very quickly. I don't know. I don't think he won either of those games because of luck, but Ken lost because he wasn't lucky. So yeah, you could say Seth won because of variance, but it had nothing to do with the way his deck performed. He didn't get lucky. The other guy got unlucky there, I think. But yeah, it's not. Seth is. You don't become. He's been world champ before. Seth is a previous world champ. He's in the Hall of Fame, Pro Tour wins, top 8s. Like, he's not just a lucky guy at that point. You do it once and never again, you got lucky. If you repeatedly put up high level performances, that's not luck, right? I know what you're talking about, Daza. He's had some lucky draws in his long career, but they are very rare. I don't think he just randomly is luckier than everybody else, He needed to win that turn, but I don't even know if Ken can even win the game. It doesn't matter. Ken can put all his shit on the battlefield. He needed to have terror and enough damage to kill Seth in one shot, because even with 2 monuments, Seth untaps and it's over there. Seth, I think, could have killed him easily with what he had on the board. He bounced his thing there or killed his thing, and then he had otters. Ken wasn't winning that game. Seth was winning no matter what, even if he didn't draw that 3rd monument. Best players don't get, yeah. Right. I mean, and sometimes they get lucky. I'm not saying they don't, but like, you know what I mean, Jub? Like, you're right, but again, it's neither extreme. It's not like they're always a skill plays and it's never luck. It's not always luck. It's a mix of both. It's more skill than luck, but even pro players get lucky. Even pro players get unlucky. I think Ken is getting unlucky here because he should, like, on paper, this is a big advantage for his deck. On paper, his deck should win this matchup. They're playing best of 5. He has a chance here to come back, but he's getting unlucky. He got mana screwed in game 1. He could not find Superior Spider-Man in game 2 despite digging for it. That's Magic. You're playing an inconsistent deck. It's those kind of things that can happen, and even though on paper you should win this match, you might not win this match. It's crazy. I bet you all the other players are just like, oh God, please, Seth, put him away. Put him away. That's the best part, is nobody wants to play against Ken in this top 8, right? Reverse sweep time, yeah. We'll see. He could come back here. He mulls to 6. They both mull to 6 here. You think so? Well, Arden gaining him the life, maybe? I don't know, maybe. That's complicated. You'd have to go back and look at, if like with Seth having so much mana, if he can play 5-6 spells next turn, like, I still don't think Ken wins that game, even with 2 monuments. Forget about the 3rd monument. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Seth could always turn off lifelink on Arden as well by blocking. Oh no, does the token get trample and lifelink? Is it trample, lifelink, haste, or is it just lifelink haste from Arwen or Arden or whatever that card's called? Shit. I can't even look it up because I don't know how to spell it. Is it 2 N's? Arden the Usurper. 5/5 Black Demon. Menace. Oh, it's Menace. Ah. Okay, well, that's interesting. Because I was going to say he could chump block the demon and then just kill his own chump blocker to stop Ken from gaining life, but not if it has trample, not if it has menace, because that's a much taller order. He's got to double block and bounce both his guys or kill both his guys. That's tough. But, okay, a little disruption. Bat's not very effective here, though. I mean, it's better than Duress, because you don't want to put those lessons in their yard either. That's you can't really fight them on that axis. But there's so many ways to kill a bat. Like, Bat's not really doing anything here. Has to take a removal spell. Forces Seth to use a different removal spell here. Ooh, Talent. I think you're going to see him put Talent down. He might get a swing in with Grand first. Yeah, see what's on top before you play your land. What did he rip? Spire Bluff. That's the play. Nice. A better land to play. That's why you do it before you play your land. Of course, Ken takes 1 here. So we're going to see Spire Bluff into Artist Talent pass. And then he's setting up for the turn 3 Monument. This is the nut draw. Grand into Artist Talent into Monument. And you can immediately start either attack with Grand, trigger Monument right away. Make a treasure, ramp. Cast another spell, trigger Artist Talent, trigger Monument again. Make, you know, a draw card. Like, he's going to immediately start snowballing here. Ken really needs to actually go off like turn 4. He needs to go off very soon. 4, turn 5. Oh, he's got a Soul Guide Lantern. That's nice. Okay, Ken drew a good sideboard card. Yeah, I'm looking at his hand on the screen. I should just be looking over there. Yeah, he's got Soul Guide Lantern. That's clutch. See how that plays. Yeah, you beat me to it, Scoop, but yeah, it gives the menace would actually make my idea there not work. That's why I just wanted to double check. I knew it was lifelink haste, and I'm like, there's something else. Thought it was trample, but it's menace. So yeah, like you can't double block lifelink guy, kill both your guys. Like that's very tough to do, but possible. Remember, every spell they play, draw, discard. I mean, you just the velocity that Artist Talent gives you is incredible, right? You're churning through your deck so fast. Ken's milling 4 or 5 cards at a time, but over the course of a turn, Seth could be digging 3 or 4 cards at a time as well. Later, once he has 2 monuments, it's like even more, or 2 Artist Talent, I mean, it's even more. Yeah, kill Grand. Good call. I don't know. Part of me wants to kill Artist Talent, but he knows Seth has another one, right? So he decides to kill Grand, and that's correct, I think. Okay, so Ken has some breathing room here. Seth is probably just going to slam Monument. That's what I would do. Draw, discard, and then make a treasure, I think. We'll see. Oh, he drew a land. No, he's going to draw a card. So he's going to go Monument. Monument triggers Artists. Artists draw, discard. He discards Passage. He plays the Monument ETBs. No? Oh, yeah, I was going to say, if he doesn't play Monument here, I'd be shocked. So that triggers Talent. He's going to toss that Passage, yeah. And what does he rip here? Storm Chaser's Talent. Okay, now you're in business. Now you've got not only a card that triggers Artist Talent, Monument Talent, but also makes a body. That's huge. Meanwhile, Ken looking for that Superior Spider-Man. Oh, this could be it. 4 cards. Nope. No. Blarg. Oh, he takes the sideboard. Is it Blarg? What's his name? What's that? It's a frog from, like, Bloomborough that's never seen play. Sultai Frog Lord. His name? Overlord of the Balemerk. What's that guy's name? Blarg? It's not Blarg. It's... Oh, Soul Guide. There it is. Glarb! It was so close. Glarb. Yes, of course. I'm sorry. What did I call him? And now I can't unsee Glarb. I don't know what I even called him before. 2/4 Death Touch. Look at the top card of your library. Okay, so it's just another way to dig to your Spider-Man. Okay. And it's a 2/4 against aggro, so sure. But no Spider-Mans yet. So what's in the yard here? We've got, there's an Arden, an Overlord, and that's it. Okay. Overlord in play is way too far away to matter here. Soul Guide's huge. Soul Guide was a really good pickup, but it doesn't deal with the Monument in play. The Monument's going to start taking over this game. What did Seth draw? I didn't see what he drew there. I know he has Artist Talent in hand. He probably just plays Artist Talent first here, right? First thing I would do with Monument as well, if I'm Seth, is make a treasure. Yeah, so Artist Talent trigger, discard Combustion Technique, and then Monument, make a treasure, Storm Chaser's Talent, draw? Oh, he discards Storm Chaser's Talent. Whoa. Keeps the Combustion Technique. Ooh, and a null. Okay. A null. Interesting. The judge getting the card ready for Monument there. It's kind of interesting how they do the Monument triggers. I like that. It lets you visualize which ones they've used and stuff. They weren't doing this on day 1, but I'm glad somebody had a brain over there and decided to do this. Yeah, make a treasure. That's what I would do. And now, I was going to say play Storm Chaser's Talent, trigger again, but he discarded Storm Chaser, so he's leaving up Combustion Technique. It only does 2 damage here. He's going to kill the bat? Huh. That is weird. Okay, Saga triggers. What does Saga say? Put a creature from the graveyard onto the battlefield, right? So he's probably just going to go for Arden here. And then Arden brings back Overlord. Overlord swings with Haste Lifelink. He's got Glarb in hand. He's got Analyze the Pollen and a Watery Grave. Okay. He has played a land already. Oh, Seth missed a land drop, right? So Seth has 3. Ken's on the play. Yeah, Seth missed the land drop. I think Ken can play a land still here. Oof. A lot of decisions. So he's thinking about all of his options here. There's so many decisions here, right? So the trigger from the Saga's on the stack. I think you just bring back Arden. Doesn't it just put a creature into play? Or is that Bringer? I can't tell what's in the graveyard because it's an alt art card. That card is either Bringer or Arden. Oh, maybe it's Bringer because that's like a big red wing there, right? That's some alt art of Bringer. Okay, it's not Arden. So he's deciding whether or not he's going to go off here because Bringer, it's a weak Bringer, right? Bringer only puts Overlord and you lose the bat. Opponent loses nothing. Gets a Grand back. Oof. Tough spot. Maybe just bring back Overlord. What? Oh, you can bring a land back? Oh, I didn't even know land was an option there. I don't play that Sultai card. I thought it just brings back creatures. What is it called? I don't even know what that Sultai enchantment is called, but oh, you can get a land back. Didn't he have Watery Grave in hand? He discarded Watery Grave to get back Cavern. Oh, that's so weird. I mean, okay, you want that Spider-Man to resolve. You know your opponent might side in D-Stroke, right? Interesting. Thank you, Daza. When you do return target creature or land. Wow, I've never seen anybody bring a land. I didn't even know it was an option. I totally forgot. I was like, it's between, you know, the bringer or the avatar here. But no, he could bring back a land. So yeah, Cavern. Interesting. Is that what he brought? He brought Cavern back, right? No, he didn't. I don't know. I'm so confused. I don't know. Again, I'm not... Yeah, he brought Cavern back. He's a better player than me, so I know I'm wrong here. I'm just trying to figure out why. I mean, he's... Like, that's what matters more, is just we gotta resolve the superior Spider-Man, full stop, right? Yeah, he names human for this, or he could have named Spider, I guess, but he's got other humans. Oh, and he wants a translation. Seth is going, what the fuck does that card do? It's in Japanese. The Japanese Glarb, you don't know? So he can look at his top card anytime. He looks. He can play 4 drops off the top. Yeah, he gets a translation. Yeah, not many of those running around the World Championships, Glarb. But the Japanese team, obviously the only team that's playing them, right? All the same group of players. This is fascinating. Surprised no Dimir bounce? Well, there's only 2 people who played it, right? Do you mean Dimir midrange? Sorry, I don't know if we're talking about the same deck. Dimir midrange only had 2 people playing it, so they may have just done shitty in draft, you know? But it did have an almost 70% win rate. 2 players is not a very big sample size, so that doesn't really matter. But I think Dimir is not a dead deck or by any means going forward. I think it can certainly adapt to this metagame. And I think Kaito's still really good against a lot of these decks. Like, look at what they're playing. Like, I don't know. Kaito still seems good. I think Dimir is still good. But they just, a bunch of players didn't play it. There are only 2 players. So I'm not surprised to not see it in the top 8. Need more players. Like, Blue-Red Lessons did not do very well. Not the Monument version. The non-Monument version has a sub 50% win rate. And that deck still put 2 copies or whatever in the top 8 because it's a lot of players played it, right? In this 100-player tournament, it was like 15% of the field or something. 14? I can't remember now. But yeah. MTGO is hideous. Oh, sorry, Zan, I missed that. Why don't I play an MTGO? Yeah, I can't stand playing on that garbage. I have an MTGO collection I've been playing on there since 2006. Something like that. But I sold most of all my fetch lands and all my money cards worth tickets I got rid of, and then I sold the tickets on eBay. I cashed out of MTGO a long time ago. It's garbage. I just couldn't handle it. I mean, ask Brian Kibler why he doesn't play on MTGO anymore. That's why. Why did he move to Hearthstone and give up Magic for years? That's why I don't play on MTGO. The only thing I would even touch is Vintage Cube, because I love Vintage Cube, and the Arena Powered Cube was very lame. It was not as good as Vintage Cube. So I don't know. Is it worth it just for that? Probably not. Like, that's the only thing I would play. And the interface is just, every time I play it, it stresses me out. It's so hard. Maybe I'm spoiled because computers have gotten better and smartphones and all kinds of things have gotten to the point where they're responsive and they're it's very easy, and they're designed with user interface in mind to be simple and da-da-da. So that when I go back to playing a program that ancient, it's like it's like playing a childhood game that you loved, and you go back and you're like, oh my god, this game is so fucking bad. Ugh. Either I was just a kid. I was just stupid. I was just a stupid kid. So I in my imagination was filling in the gaps here, you know? That kind of feeling is what I get when I play Magic Online. It's such a garbage client. It feels bad to use. It's so clunky. It's so shitty. The people who don't notice this are people who play on Magic Online every day. You know what I mean? So there are people who play on Magic Online who have big collections. I think most people who still play are sunk cost fallacy. The only other reason to play on Magic Online is if you're a really serious grinder and you want to get in the best reps possible in limited, standard, whatever, with Pioneer, not really. You know, modern, you can't play on Arena, like MTGO is still the place. Then there's Legacy and Vintage, which just don't exist outside of MTGO really anymore. So there's some reasons people play MTGO, but a lot of people, I think it's just sunk cost fallacy and die-hard grinders, or they've been on there forever. The only place they can play their Vintage deck or whatever, that kind of stuff. It's just terrible. How much did I make? Just over $100, basically. Not very much. But you sell them for like $98 for 100 tickets, or you used to. This was a long time ago. I don't even know. Do people still do this? I had a buddy who worked at the shop who would grind MTGO as his part-time job. He would make so many, because he was good. He was on the national team in Korea. He was a really good Magic player. He would just grind MTGO, sell his tickets every couple weeks, and make like a couple $100 and pay his rent. Which is hilarious, but he was grinding. I mean, like 8 hours a day playing MTGO, like tons and tons of grinding. I just played it for many years. I wasn't playing it like, 40 hours a week, but I played it for years. I had a bunch of, expensive cards because of when I got in the game, like Fetch Lands. I got back into the game around Zendikar. Actually, Magic Online I was playing before Zendikar came out. I was doing drafts of Champions of Kamigawa and stuff at one point. That's when I first discovered LSV videos, was back then when he was making them for blackborder.com. And it was like Kamigawa draft, and because I was so bad, I was like, how are these Soul Shift blew my mind. I'm like, how am I drafting this deck? And I had to find somebody to somebody show me how to draft Soul Shift decks, and that's when I found LSV. The clients, it's better than it used to be. You've got to be from stability. Oh yeah, the crashes and stuff. It still looks and plays like shit. Yeah, it's worse. You think it's worse, Acute? Oh wow. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I would... Oh, you were glitching? Was there a glitch? Okay, interesting. Yeah, Zenimatrix, I agree, but, I could say that about so many other players, even ahead of LSV. I would rather see Finkel play than LSV. I want to see John Finkel come back and try to win. Like, not just be like, show up at, 2 days before. Hey, what's the best deck, guys? I'm good enough. I'll probably give myself a decent shot of winning, but I'm not like, I want to see him in game mode come back to Magic and just be like the best he can be. Oh, that would be delicious. That would be a treat. But LSV's very good too, sure. Watching Kai play is cool too, but I think John is probably the number one. I want to see PVDDR play as well. I love the way his brain works when it comes to Magic. I think he nails it more often than not when other players just don't see it at that level. Like the way he breaks things, like his articles are still some of the best of all time. I think most people agree, actually. He's one of the best Magic writers of all time. LSV's good, but his articles and things were never great. Like some people are like, Carl Sagan is what the best ever at this, right? People know a lot more or know as much as him about astrophysics and whatever, but he has the ability to explain it to people in a way that is totally understandable, and I just get it. And I'm like, oh, yeah, that is okay. I understand now why you don't play Thoughtseize on turn 1. I understand how Brainstorm, okay, why you do it this time at that time, blah, blah, blah. Really, Magic is so complicated. Some of those guys who wrote articles like that, PVDDR's articles are great. I mean, there's many other writers who are good, but, anyway, I want to see guys like that come back to the game, but they're all long gone, mostly. It's too bad, but... But LSV's good too. Yep, he's great. Love to see him come back. Just high caliber players, right? There's still many. There's many great players. I'm not saying, you know. But yeah, seeing some of the all-time greats come back would be really sweet. Did you guys ever watch Tomohiro Saito play? He was one of my favorite players to watch. And then he got banned, and I was like, oh, what a fucking dipshit. But he wasn't, you know, he got banned for delay of game. Because he was gaming, he was slow playing, because, you know, tournament, like, clock and everything, and trying to, you know, you win game 1, and then he's, like, deliberating over and over about all this stuff, and it's like he's clearly, you know, he got warnings for this. I think he even got suspended at one point, but then he got an 18-month ban for doing this. And he was one of the best players in the world at that time. But he was so awesome to watch. Like, he would sit down and slap himself in the face really hard, like whack, 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 like to get himself into the game. And then he would shuffle. Like, I started doing that shuffle because of him when he's card counting, and he makes 5 piles of cards, but he does it so fast and accurately. It's like, whoa. I started trying to get good at doing that. Like, you know, putting like 3, like 1 in the middle and then 2 on each side, basically. Really, really funny, but he doesn't play anymore, of course. He owns Haruruya. He's one of the owners of the, you know, one of the big Magic sponsored teams. Oh, crazy acute. Oh, so it was like you're basically doing arbitrage, right? Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of environments when you can do that kind of stuff, right? Yeah, MTGO is one of them. I do like the secondary market on MTGO. It's kind of cool. It's better than Arena, where it's just like, oh, I just have to spend a bunch of cash. Like, you know, having a secondary market allows you to turn some of your cards into other cards. And Arena not being able to do that sucks, whether it's dusting or secondary market or whatever. But obviously that's, you know, they can't have something like that on Arena. It's huge, but might be worse than cheating. I mean, it is cheating. They banned him for it. I get it. It's cheating. But it's such a weird, it's not like he was, you know, trying to like mark his cards like Yuya, or he wasn't trying to draw extra cards like Bertoncini, or play extra lands, or shuffle improperly or whatever. You know, there's so many little cheats that people have been caught for that, to me, that is like hard cheating. But the delay of game thing is so, like, it's cheating, but it's so hard to, like, there's no official rule. If the player waits 2.5 minutes, it's delay of game. Like, there's no hard line where delay of game should be called. So it's this weird, vague, like, so they really came down on him. And it's because I guess he had done it a few times, but, because he was fucking hardcore. He was like a win at all costs, you know? Yeah, delay of game. The clock is a weapon. I'm going to use it. You know, he's not wrong. People do it all the time. They just have to do it within a limit, and then that's it. You push too much, and it's delay of game. But you definitely delay the clock. I know lots of people who do that. Is it cheating? No, it's not cheating, right? It's only cheating if you go too far with it. That's what's weird about the delay of game thing. It's not like other cheating. Other cheating is just full stop cheating. That's it. You drew extra cards, cheating. You played an extra land when you should have, cheating. You know, you deliberately missed triggers or whatever that you knew were there, cheating. All that stuff is cheating. But delay of game, that's very ambiguous, you know, very ambiguous, very gray area. You got to be very careful with that. It's not cheating until it is. You know what I mean? Every player knows they slow down when they're winning, and they know, holy shit, game 1 took 45 minutes. Holy crap, what if I just play slower? What if I just play slower in this game? I might be able to draw it out, and then I'll win because I'm 1-0. That goes through every tournament player's mind. You don't really stretch it out, but you definitely stop playing so fast, right? I can play very quickly in real life. I do that when the time is running out and I need to win, or we're 1-1, you know, but when I'm 1-0, I don't play very fast. I play at a very relaxed pace. I don't play slow, but I definitely make sure I'm not going super quickly every turn. You know what I mean? That is magic. That's, anybody who says they don't do that are full of shit. Or they're not tournament players, they're casual players. When you get to the level where 50K is on the line, it's totally acceptable to take your time. Well, they don't have time limits here, but you should slow down. You should. Every player out there will tell you to do the same, what I'm telling you. But you can't slow play. That's not the same thing. I'm not telling people to delay the game and pretend like they're thinking when they're not. Let's say I have 0 cards in my hand, and I know that, you know, there's 5 minutes on the clock. I'm going to draw, look at my land that I just drew, put it face down, Look around, go, how many cards do you have in your hand? Can I see your graveyard? Look at that. Look at my graveyard. Look at my hand again and go, okay, go. Like, I'm not just going to go land. Okay, go. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to speed as if I was playing with 5 minutes on the clock and I have to win the game. Then I'm playing fast. The way I see it, if there's 5 minutes on the clock and I'm up a game, it's my opponent that has to play fast, not me. That's not cheating. That's not scummy. That's not bad. And you should do it. And if you don't do it, you're just throwing away equity because of, you know, kind of, I think a little bit over the top moral position. Like you think, you know, it's dirty or something to do that. No, it's normal. It's within the rules. It's expected. The emphasis is on the other player. They have to play fast, not me. You know what I mean? I have a great time. I have fun. This is fun. But also, when you're playing against another player and it seems like they're taking too long, call a judge. That's the other thing. Anybody can call a judge at any time. And the judge will tell you if they're playing too fast or slow. A lot of players, like they're sitting across the table. If I take 30 seconds, that's not me playing slow. Call the judge. Get the judge to come here. They will tell me when I'm playing too slow. No judge has ever told me I was playing too slow in a spot like that. I've had many spots like that. And nobody, back in those days, a lot of people wouldn't even call a judge because we both know what's going on here. If it gets ridiculous, I call a judge. Then, you know, if we sideboard and I'm done sideboarding in like 60 seconds and my opponent's sitting there for like 2 minutes, I call a judge if there's not much time left on the clock, as every player should. But it's definitely not the player, you know, if somebody's taking their time or not playing super quickly, that's totally legal. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. That's the way I see it. But it's a gray area. I'm sure everybody's got a different line somewhere, but I think it's pretty logical what I'm saying, my approach. I mean, yeah, this is where it gets weird. I'm not saying I slow play, right? Like you're saying, I'm not strictly going to slow play, but what I'm saying is I'm not going to play quickly. There's a time when I play quickly. There's a lot of times where I play quickly, but it's because I'm the one under the gun. I'm the one who's running out of time, not my opponent. If my opponent doesn't play quickly when they're up a game, that's not them delaying the game. They're under no obligation to play more quickly because I'm the one who might lose. That's ridiculous. You're way, like, anybody who thinks that, I think, is way too overboard on the ethical aspect. That's not shady play. That's not scummy or anything. It's just the onus is on the player who's under the gun to play quickly, not on the other player. There's no obligation for the other player to speed up because there's 5 minutes left and they're up a game. That said, do not slow play. And I'm trying to make this very clear. There's a very big red line between slow playing and not playing quickly. Those are two totally different things. I'm saying it's totally acceptable to not play quickly. It's not acceptable to slow play. Do not slow play. And if you think somebody's slow playing, call a judge. You are biased. My opponent's taking forever, blah, blah, blah. No, it's because you know you're going to lose in the next 4 minutes, so you're being really pushy. It's only been 20 seconds. I've seen this. I've seen judges have to put people in their place and go, he's not slow playing. He's allowed to take a minute. I will be the judge here. Thank you. You're obviously biased, so that's why I'm here. I'm the objective third party. You know, of course, the player is going to lose in 4 minutes. He's going to go, hurry up, you're slow playing, because they're worried about losing, right? So the judge will often come over and be like, okay, take your time. You are under no rush, but play, don't slow play. That's it. Those are the rules. And I've seen people get put in their place who were trying to make somebody play faster, and the judge was like, chill. You know, I know why you want him to play faster. I will tell you if he's slow playing. I will give him a warning. That's why I'm here. You're wasting more time complaining than if you just shut the fuck up and let him take his turn. You know, they don't say that, but that's really what's going on. Ken, no! I think Ken's dead. Double soul guide over there. Ken can't go off. Yeah. Graveyard hate. GG. Yikes. Double artist talent. He's going to find another monument at some point. Holy shit. Does Seth have 7 cards in his hand? Oh my god. Yeah, draw. Did he just draw 3 more? Yeah. Yeesh. And Ken has Superior Spider-Man, but Double Soul Guide Lantern lights out. Yikes. Holy shit, Reanimator loses in the first round. That is a big upset. I don't think anybody saw that coming. I mean, 3-0? Wow. Seth just did everybody else in the top 8 a huge solid. But I mean, yeah, he's also got probably a better deck than the Lessons deck, right? Monument deck better than Lessons. I mean, they both have Lessons, so you know what I mean by the Lessons deck. I mean, the non-Monument Lessons deck looks weak. But this deck definitely is favored there, I think. But again, the non-Lessons or non-Monument oh, how many cards does he have? 7? Whoa. Artist Talent is not a May, is it? Is it a May? I can't remember. I could look, but the clock's a weapon. Yeah. And I mean, it's not a weapon that you use like maliciously, but it is a tool. Like poker tournaments are the same way. It's the same as people not getting into hands when they know that the blinds are about to change and the prizes are going to go up, or you know, the tournament pays out to top 64 players and there's 66 players left. If I just hang on for another 10 minutes and 2 players bust out, I'm good. I'm not going to play any risky hands. I'm not going to get in any risky hand. That's tournament poker play. That's a huge part of it. But Magic's kind of the same, you know? The clock is a weapon and you can't use it maliciously. That's bannable. I just told you. Tomohiro Saito, a Hall of Fame pro, got banned for 18 months for this. He was obviously cheating. He was pushing it way too far. But take your time. Do not ever feel like you have to play faster because you only have 5 minutes and you're the one who's up a game. Do not play faster. That's just silly. I think you're being, you know, there's no, you're creating an obligation that isn't actually there. He's got 4 cards left. What are the odds that Seth decks himself? No fucking way, right? Because how is he gonna win this game? He plays Monument, trigger. I gotta read. It is a May. Okay. Artist Talent's a May. This is fascinating. Because 2 monuments are in the yard, right? So I guess he had to, or maybe his last monument is the one in play. Bounce, monument, draw a card. He's got 2 combustion technique, 3 lands, and a boomerang. Now with boomerang basics is on the stack. Wow, what is happening? I think Ken is now kind of going, is he gonna deck himself? What the fuck? Is Gran a May? I don't think Gran is a May, right? I don't know. Now I have to look at all these cards that I just assumed. 200 cards can... oh, for fuck's sake. Does she have a hyphen in her name? Oh my god, never mind. I mean, one of the modes on Monument is draw a card, and Monument is not a May. Is it? Yeah, I'm pretty sure Monument is a must, right? It does have a dash? Okay, thank you, Hemo. Oh yeah, it's not a May, so you have to draw a card off Gran. I think you have to draw a card off Monument. Right? Whenever, yeah, you must choose one that hasn't been chosen. So eventually you will have to draw a card off Monument if you play 3 spells in a turn. He's got 4 cards left. He needs to do 13 damage. Gran draws a card every time it attacks, so that's not a reliable source. He's got to trigger Monument, so he basically can't... every spell he plays has to just trigger Monument 3, and that's it. You know, and try and do it. I would actually combustion my own Gran here just to trigger Monument. 3 life. 3 life, 3 life, 3 life. He needs to trigger it 5 times. That's... I mean, he has 4 cards in library. Wow, this is super close. Holy shit. 13 life, 5 triggers. Combustion, boomerang. And he needs to have 1 more spell in the last 4 cards to even do it here, right? He's also got to do this over the course of 4 turns. Because he can't do it all in 1 turn. He's got to do 3 life, pass. On your turn, cast an instant. You lose 3 life, pass. Oh no, but it's when you discard. What am I saying? Yeah, sorry. He's got to draw discard with talent to even do that, right? How is he winning here? He can't win. It's over. I think Ken thought he lost this, and then when Seth looked at his library, Ken's kind of going, holy shit, I might actually win this. Now he's double checking. Sloppy ass graveyard. Yup, let's take a look. It's thick as a book. How many monuments? That's what he's counting here. 1? Is there 1 monument in the graveyard? So you can't be telling me there's 2 left in the deck. Is there? No way. We know there's not 1 in his hand. Did I only see? I can't see this exiled pile. There could be some in exile here, so I don't know. Maybe there's more that are missing. Ken didn't count exiled, so I couldn't tell. I saw one in the graveyard, one in play. Look at the exiled zone, homie. 2? Oh, there's 2 in the graveyard. Spider-Man comes in as a copy of a card in your graveyard too, right? So he's gonna take. Oh, he's gonna exile Grand. He's gonna become a Grand, so that he can attack and draw discard. Oh, weird. Okay. Huh. I think. Oh wow, this is a crazy game. I don't think Seth has a chance. I'm trying to think of an out here because again, I think there were 2 monuments in his graveyard, one in play. If there's one in exile, there has to be one in the last 4 cards for him to even to have a chance here. Yeah, trigger, you lose 3. But he's got to discard something. Draw a card. What is the bottom thing on Artist Talent? Maybe I'm missing something on Artist's Talent. So many damn cards with so many words on them. What is chapter 3? 5. Okay, so now he needs, yeah. So if he levels up Artist Talent, he can do it. Okay, I see. Oh, and he found the last monument. So he knew there was one more. That's what I was wondering. I was like, if there's one more monument in the last 4 cards, then he can win here. Otherwise, I think the path is level up Artist Talent, then trigger Monument. Yeah, holy cow, that's crazy. Now, yeah, but he could have leveled up Talent and just killed him there, couldn't he? What? Oh, wait. Oh, Monument says lose 3 life, and the Artist Talent says damage. Oh, that doesn't work, does it? I didn't know that. Yeah, okay, that makes sense, actually. Artist Talent doesn't add 2 damage to the Monument triggers, because it's loss of life, not damage. Pass. Upkeep. Kill my own guy. Trigger. He's at 7, though. Oh, did he just lose a life? Oh, he went to 6. Okay, I guess he's on 6 exactly. With 0 cards in the deck. Holy shit.
Seth has this here. Wow.
Including needing that 1 point of damage. I mean,
why does it say 7 on his life pad there? He lost the life to Grand?
Man, and I gotta say that Boomerang Basics targeting creature rather than his own thing was huge.
Absolutely, because look, he's got 2 lands left in hand.
Right, he has nothing left. Like if he had another burn spell, it would have been
God
like,
damn, what a match.
Wow, Seth
0 cards.
Ekes out a victory in game 3 over Ken Yukihiro.
0 cards in the library. He needed the second monument that turn, and he found it.
I mean,
wow.
I mean, you have to give credit to Ken Yukihiro for even thinking that was his only route to victory, right? He got so close to actually stealing that game because he was aggressively targeting the Monument to Endurances instead of the Soul Guy Lantern, right? Most of the time when you're playing the reanimation strategy, right, your opponent goes, okay, Soul Guy Lantern, well, I got to get that thing off the battlefield as quickly as possible so I can try to get my reanimation stuff going. He goes, no. At this point,
well, yeah. The engine card is the Monument, right? So he correctly, he's good enough to know that. But Seth needed to find that second copy. So I'm like, every time Ken was looking through the graveyard, that's what I was thinking is how many monuments have we seen this game? I think there was 2 in the graveyard. I didn't see the exiled pile. Ken didn't look at it, so I assume he already knew there was none in there. We didn't, but... So the bottom 4 cards, Seth obviously knows my out is Monument. I need to find the Monument right now. Every turn that goes by, the chance of me losing to decking goes way up because I just won't have enough triggers from Artist Talent to kill them with the Monuments in play. Holy shit, let's hear him.
Spider-Mans were there, so he just got, sometimes that deck, it just doesn't work the way it's supposed to.
It's inconsistent,
game 3,
yeah.
That just came down to the wire. I was left with nothing left in my deck, literally nothing. So it was a stressful game. I'm fortunate. He's a great player, and congrats to him for winning Player of the Year.
Well, look,
Oh, he
you've been
got
here
Player of the Year.
before, and-
Yeah. I didn't know it was official. Yeah, he's Player of the Year for sure after top 8ing Worlds here. But yeah, Seth, did he draw it? He didn't have it in his hand. Did I miss it? I'm pretty sure he played that first monument, and then I think he drew that last one.
Anything that's gonna help
in like
me,
the bottom
Riley.
5
so whether
cards.
it's experience or just luck, I will take either.
He'll take what he can get. Seth Manfield.
Yeah, take whatever you can get. Damn, that was so close. Yeah, because at first I thought, oh, why not just level up artist talent? But that doesn't work that way. I thought it did, but when, stupid Magic rules, like if it says loss of life, that's not damage. Anything that says it adds 2 to non-combat damage, that's what it says on artist talent, then loss of life won't trigger that, right? So at first I thought, oh, he's got it. It's easy, right? I forgot about artist talent, but actually, no, that wasn't helping him. He needed to find that monument and then have exactly enough cards to trigger it enough times with artist talent to kill. Woo, crazy. And that is such an upset. 3-0 Reanimator out in round 1, in the quarterfinals here. So everybody else in the top 8 breathes a huge sigh of relief. Now it's anybody's title. I think any of the remaining decks could win. I think my money's on the Monument versions. I think they obviously in the tournament put up a much better win rate than the regular Lessons decks. JED's Prowess deck is the only one of its kind in the top 8. I don't know. Maybe he has a slightly better matchup against Monument because he's playing into the Floodmaw. I mean, again, all these Lessons cards are so much worse than Into the Floodmaw. I mean, obviously, again, the Ancestral Recall is very good when it's Ancestral, but all those other lessons I feel like are really mediocre. Boomerang Basics, again, the other exception, but Boomerang and Into the Floodmaw are basically the same card almost. They're both just really good. They're 2 great flavors that taste great together. You know what I mean? I think Into the Floodmaw is the key to beating Monument. I think you're going to see a lot of these other blue-red decks start going back to 4 Floodmaws or 3 Floodmaws or whatever. But I think a lot of them ditched that for this tournament for just Boomerang Basics. 28 copies in the top 8. And I think that's why the Monument deck is going to beat the other Lessons decks. The absence of that one card. We'll see. I mean, I thought Ken was going to win the whole thing. I mean, I think everybody thought that. And he lost in quarterfinals. And like we said, going into that match, I was basically like, it's Magic. You never know. Like, he could mulligan to 4, 3 games in a row. Like, he could, like, a bunch of random variance shit could happen. And that's it. Even though he's the favorite here. And that's kind of what happened there. Game 1, he got mana screwed. Game 2, his deck misfired because it's an inconsistent combo deck, lost to itself. Game 3 came down to the literal wire. It was just a matter of sideboard cards back and forth and who had what. And yeah, Ken correctly, again, target the Monument, and that deck struggles to win the game. They can draw all the cards they want, but if they can't finish, then, that's it. It doesn't matter. So strip Monuments. I wonder if there are black decks that are going to pick up, Ancient Vendetta style cards because of the Monument decks. I think that's a bit extreme, but anyway, I always think Ancient Vendetta style cards are too much. You rarely want to do that. But very interesting development. I was not expecting Reanimator to bomb 0-3 in the first round. Holy crap, nobody was. So we'll see what happens here. I'm gonna get some more coffee. I'll just let this play, I guess.
Fun in Bellevue, Washington.
And listen to these people.
Final under our belt. Already some surprising results. What will continue to happen through the morning? You're not going to want to miss a minute of the action. Hey, everybody, welcome back to the News Desk. Maria Bartholdi, Monty Devoody, and Cedric Phillips. Yay, welcome to the News Desk this weekend, buddy.
Thanks for letting me over here. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, we were like, no, Cedric, you can't come over here. But now we're like, okay, you can come over here.
I haven't been here all year, so it feels great to be back, hang out with my old pals, causing some trouble.
Yay, we're so excited to have you.
Welcome home.
Let's check in on our teams this weekend and find out how they did in this tournament. We've been tracking them all weekend long. We're going to start with Team Cosmos. Heavy play, Cedric.
Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, the 2023 World Champion, leading the team into the top 8 here this weekend. A pretty nice performance overall. Javier Dominguez, I know a lot of people are rooting for him at home to maybe make another top 8, maybe win another World Champion.
Don't need to hear about all that, but yeah, interesting. RNA with the best record. Yeah, one person on each team kind of makes it to the top 8. Everybody else just, mediocre records. Damn, Matt Costa with a rough record there. That sucks. Edgar. Yeah, Reed Duke 7-7, gave Nassif 8-6. Yeah. So 2 people on the arguably the most stacked team. 2 of them have the best records, and are in the top 8. The best records in the whole tournament. You know, top 8 in the tournament. Not surprising. 1 dude on the Japanese team. Japanese team looked very strong though. 9-4, 9-5, 9-5, 8-5. Yeah, I think they the Japanese team overall probably did the best. Oh, this is Player of the Year. Oh. Is this... I thought they were saying Ken was Player of the Year. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, he is Ken Player of the Year. Yeah, with a top 8 at Worlds, that probably seals it because he won a Pro Tour this year as well. All right. Let's see the next match. It's going to be an Izzet mirror, most likely. It might be Teamer versus Izzet, but now every other deck in the top 8 has
the team captain
4 boomerangs in it.
And I've got Anthony Lee of Team Cosmos Heavy Play. I've got Reed Duke of Team TCG Player. And I've got Simon Nielsen of Team Han.
These are the captains?
Moxfield. We've been checking in with the team captains and team members all weekend long, and we wanted to kind of do a final wind down of how things went here at the World Championship and what the plans and goals are for next year. So Anthony, I'm going to start with you. How'd the team do as far as like putting people in the top 8, and also after all the prep, could you have done better? Could you have done worse? What's your kind of breakdown?
Well, we were very happy to have Jean-Emmanuel Duprat in the top 8. That was very happy for us. In terms of our overall performance, it was mixed. We also had Javier almost making the top 8 again, which would have been quite something, I suppose. But we had a few more people miss day 2.
Par for the course for that guy.
It was mixed overall. I think for Limited, we were very happy. Like, people felt so much more confident going in than they did for the last events, which was great to see. For Constructed, we submitted a solid version of a good deck and a very good version of a not so good deck. So, you know, we could do that better there. We missed a little bit on the Lessons deck, so we could definitely have some improvements there. But I think we know what we need to fix for the next events coming up.
Well, Reed, you guys did not miss in the Lessons deck. That much is for sure. But what's your overall thought on the team's performance this weekend?
It was a great event for Team TCG Player after this
2
first
in the
round.
top
we
8,
had
right?
First place, 3rd place, and 10th place. So, so we're thrilled, you know, to support our teammates who have a shot at being the world champion.
Limited performance, constructed performance, overall pretty happy?
Yeah, I think our preparation was good. We were you know, somewhere around 50-50 in the limited rounds, and we had, you know, one of our favorite standard decks for any tournament we've ever brought. So I think that's a win.
Simon, how about for you and Team Handshake Moxfield?
Well, I'm Scandinavian, so I'm gonna be blunt. We had a bad event. Yeah, we also completely missed on the Lessons deck, and that meant that our others players were really struggling with that matchup. Like, you had multiple people go 0-4 in the day 2 portion with that deck.
Oh.
So it makes it even more impressive that Arne went 6-1 with the deck and made top 8. So yeah, I mean, you know,
yeah, one guy. So yeah, Arne ran hot. That's what happened there.
Like, about acceptable given that it's the World Championship. So like we did, you know, just break the 50-50 mark. And then our green-black Orovoid players are actually pretty happy with the deck, and they did reasonably well. So that's a deck to look out for this metagame. Kalsarab almost made the top 8 as well.
Okay, very cool. So 2020.
Interesting. If you look at the numbers, the Golgari deck he's talking about had a 53% win rate. So, okay, like that's the best thing they did. Everything else looked like it was not great. Limited, it was 50-50. The other team, Limited, 50-50. You listen to all of them talk about Limited. It's very interesting. Hold on.
But in particular, we think we can make a lot of refinements to our process and continue building a core of great players.
For you, Reed?
We on Team TCG Player, we have a big range in terms of age, life circumstances, relationship to MTG. And that's cool.
Yeah.
So the most important thing for us is we want to create an environment where everyone feels supported and everyone can thrive given their, you know, their goals and their circumstances.
How about you, Simon?
Yeah, on Handshake, we really want to like create this community that keeps being requalified for the events, have like the similar teams, and when you have that, it's easier to develop a process. We're very focused on making sure that we have a process that like works and keeps developing. So, for instance, like, you know, we might look at ways that we don't miss cards. Last year Worlds we missed Kaito, this year Worlds we missed Gran, and yeah, maybe there's something to look into there. And I'm very excited for that portion. I love fine-tuning processes.
No, I think one thing that is a commonality between all 3 of you and your teams is you put in the work. You know, and as much work as you do put in, sometimes you can still miss stuff, which what makes Magic so much fun. And so for the players at home who are thinking, you know, I want to qualify for a tournament like this, I want to be able to team with folks like this, hey, it's really hard to get here. These are common faces that we see on this stage because they do put in the time and the work along with their teammates. So we look forward to seeing the three of you and your wonderful teams.
Well said, Cedric. Well said. Yeah, it's fascinating. I love to hear their processes. You know, I'm like Simon. I want to do the fine tuning. I'm not a deck builder. I love fine tune. I love to see where what other people come up with, and then let's run with that. And them talking about it's so interesting. Like I said, with the limited, all three teams. Hey Nano, what's up? Congrats, buddy. Nano wins an RCQ yesterday, rocking the DF16 swag as well, which is clutch. The lands are not great. Which ones? These lands? The blue one I thought looked pretty good in the Izzet decks, but you mean which lands are you talking about? I'm not sure. But anyway, the limited was really interesting. Every team basically said, yeah, we really worked hard on limited and our overall record was about 50-50. Like, that is so telling. These
You look so beautiful.
Oh, Nano, thank you, buddy. You look beautiful as well. You look like a champ. You're glowing.
You look really good.
The limited portion feels like that's where the biggest edge to be gained is, right? It seems like no team ever breaks the limited format. All of them overall are around 50-50. Some guys had better draft records, basically, you know, opened better cards during the draft, had better, you know, draft decks. I don't know. It's so much more, I don't know. I feel like limited is a huge part of where most Pro Tour teams should be focusing their testing. Constructed is obviously important, but I don't know. I feel like, yeah, it's so weird to hear pro teams talk about testing and missing it, and missing, you know, other decks that other pro teams found. It's so amazing. I like it that it still happens, you know. And remember, a bunch of these decks were non-existent on Arena or Magic Online. Like, many of these decks just suddenly came out of nowhere, which is why, yeah, you really do have to wait for these big tournaments for the pros to do their thing and really break it down. And like Sam Pardee, Matt Nass's deck looks so sweet that like so many other teams just missed that deck because Matt Nass is a crazy combo player. Sam Pardee literally said in the interview, so I saw this card, Accumulate Wisdom, and I played it in Limited, and I immediately was like, huh, you really can make this thing draw 3 cards pretty easily. I'm going to send this to Matt Nass and see what he comes up with. I love that, you know? Talk to the combo. Like, imagine having somebody that's an insane combo deck builder that you can just be like, hey, is this good enough? Try doing something with this. And then he gives you something back and you're like, whoa, yes. Now we're talking. Let's do it. That's so funny to me. I don't know. Yeah, Wisdom is kind of good. But, you know, I like it. I think it's balanced. I don't think it's, you know, bannable or anything. I don't think any of these cards are, because again, it is gated, right? It does have a hoop you have to jump through. Anticipate is not a card that is anywhere near playable in Standard. You would never play an Anticipate in Standard. So when Wisdom is not drawing you 3 cards, it's extremely bad. How do you make it not draw you 3 cards? Well, you just attack their graveyard, right? So we'll see. It's very good, Nano, but it's not like broken. It's not that. It's beatable. It's not like a actual, you know, ancestral. People throw around these terms like, you know, alluding to the best cards of all time, but it's very beatable. There's a big hoop you have to jump through before it's good, right? Yeah, I like the blue land a lot. Yeah, I thought the blue land looked very good this weekend in that Izzet in all the Izzet decks. There's a few flavors again, but yeah, Grand really is the MVP of a lot of decks that like they said that some teams missed. Like, you know, Simon Nielsen, one of the best players in the world, and playing with some of the other best players in the world on his team, and nobody found Grand. Meanwhile, all the other teams were like, oh, Grand's the shit, you know? The Monument version, the non-Monument version, all of them are playing Grand. It's crazy. Well, when you hit the Ancestral, it feels broken, yeah. So at least the deck is, you know, trying to do things that are greater than the sum of its parts. But it's a risk because, again, all the lessons are very subpar. They are worse versions of themselves. They're like, you know what I mean? There are other cards that are so similar that you should be playing those ones, but you're playing these ones because they say lesson on them. So that lesson part better really matter. If it doesn't, if your opponent breaks that lesson part up, Now you're just playing a bunch of draft chaff. You know what I mean? That's not like other decks. You can't like do that to Dimir midrange. You can't like do it to mono red. Like all their cards are so redundant. They're not playing that synergy hoop that you are as the Lessons deck. You're going through a hoop. You're playing a, you know, again, things have to all come together, and then it's great. And when it doesn't, well, look at Ken Yukihiro and his Reanimator deck. That's what happens, right? Somebody interferes with your graveyard, and now your deck sucks because you're playing a bunch of 8-drops or whatever. You know, it's like, yeah. Good afternoon, Wait for Fate. How you doing? Thank you, buddy. Yeah, weekend going well so far. Hopefully yours is also. But yeah, Grand's great when people don't kill it. It's why I've been playing that Jeskai black control deck, and I'm just like, yeah, all these small creatures just die immediately. My record against Izzet is really good with 4-color, but I haven't played against the Monument version. That'll be interesting. I've got Inevitable Defeat, you know, things like that. It'll be really interesting. God, why does this look so glitchy and bad? It hurts my eyes to look at it. Exactly, Nano. Yeah, Burst Lightning was a lesson. You'd obviously play that. It's just superior. Lightning, even Lightning Strike or something else. I mean, the 2-mana combust whatever is only, it's a 2-mana shock. It's just strictly worse than shock. It doesn't go to the face. But if you have a bunch of lessons and it's Doomblade, then that's really good. But what if they eat your graveyard and it's really bad shock? You're just like, oh god, you know. Oh, I get it, Nano. I know why but that's what I'm saying. You're playing a bunch of lessons that are all pretty bad, hoping that they'll be big. It's like when people used to play Infect. Remember Infect? Nice, Wait for Fate. Good to hear it. I'm going to be playing other games after this. Might get into some Arc if you're around. I don't know if you're free today, but the Infect deck was like that. You were playing really bad creatures. Like on their face, all the cards in that deck are bad. But because they all say Infect on them, you can snowball and eventually get those 10 poison counters and kill your opponent. But man, so many of the cards in that deck were just strictly bad cards. Like you would never play them outside of that specific shell. And even when you were playing that shell and you didn't have the enough Infect, you would draw one of these mediocre cards and go, oh my god, this deck fucking sucks. You know, like that kind of stuff. Simic Cookies kind of felt like that too. Like, you know, any of those Scissors decks, I call them Scissors deck because of the, you know, enchantment that goes on an artifact makes it into a 5/5 or whatever. We've seen a bunch of decks try and play this tempo game like that, but when it doesn't come together, all the cards just, it's like turning on the light in the bar at the club at the end of the night. The lights go on and you see the people you've been dancing with and you made out with this person. Oh my god, gotta get out of here. What the fuck? Oh god. You know, that's it. You turn the light on some of these decks and it's like, that's what I'm trying to do here. Just put the spotlight on them. A lot of these cards are pretty bad, but you're just hoping that if you play enough of these bad cards together, they're going to be really good. Like, I don't know, it's kind of funny. But I'm not saying the deck is bad. I'm just saying it all has to come together or else it doesn't feel great, right? When it comes together, it's great. When it comes together, it is very powerful. Drawing 3 cards for 2 mana is insane. Like Nano's saying, you know, that is very good, but trade 1-for-1 against creature decks, pull ahead with the card draw. Maybe. I don't think other creature decks are trading 1-for-1. Like, you're not trading 1-for-1 with a lot of creatures in Standard, right? So the red removal's pretty bad. Like, it's great in mono red when it goes to the face and you kill them, but none of it goes to the face. Some of it relies on having things in the yard. Like, they all have kind of they're all gated in a way that other cards aren't, right? 1 red, exile a creature. Oh, okay, you get the exile. Maybe that's relevant. But again, it's just strictly worse than shock unless you have like 3 lessons in the yard, right? Or 2 lessons, some number. But how you doing, Pappy? How's life? Thank you for saying hi. Oh, maybe. Well, now we're comparing apples and oranges. I have no idea. Sure. But you know, I think a more apt comparison is lessons is similar to like Infect, but not as narrow. Like Infect is even not like lessons is better than that. At least the cards on their own are pretty functional. But again, they're very under par, right? They're very subpar if you're just casting Anticipate, or if you're just casting 2 mana shock a creature, exile it, but 2 mana for 2 damage is not what you want to be doing in Standard, right? I mean, those are bad cards. You could just be playing strictly better versions of all of that. You're playing worse versions of all of this because ideally you get a critical mass of them and bam, now we're doing big, powerful stuff, right? Like, I'm just saying, there's a weakness here. People who are like, lessons, it's over, ban lessons, It's the best deck. It's like, dude, it put up a 46% win rate at the World Championships. I mean, the only version of Lessons that did well was specifically the Monument version. And again, I think that's because a lot of people aren't playing into the Flood Maws and stuff like that. But anyway, it'll be interesting to see how it develops. I don't think Lessons is the best deck in Standard, not close. I think it's the Monument deck that's the best deck. Does it have Lessons in it? Yes. But it's a Monument deck, let's not kid ourselves. It's winning every single game on the back of Monument. That's it, full stop. It's not the Lessons that are killing your opponent. But the other Lessons deck are trying to do it with Otters and stuff, right? Teamer Lessons, Blue-Red Lessons. So this is, Jean-Emmanuel is not playing Lessons, but of course, a lot of Lessons in his deck randomly. He's playing Boomerang Basics, of course, stuff like that. But he's playing the Looting deck, and Derek is playing actual Lessons. So let's see what happens. Yeah, like this is one card that Derek doesn't play in the Lessons deck, but the Blue-Red Prowess deck, I don't know, what do you call it? Prowess? He calls it, is it Looting? Whatever. Yeah. I feel like the Monument deck is the is it Looting deck, really, but whatever. They all call it different things. Hatchers is interesting too, Nano. I haven't seen Hatchers at this World Championship, but that's probably a good card in those decks. Yeah, Drake Hatcher, right? It was the kind of the mirror breaker, right? You've been playing Arc for around 6 hours? Nice. The value requirements? What? I don't even know what that is. Wait for Fate. You'll have to explain that, but... Calamitous. Oh, the Caves deck with all... Yeah, I mean, that was a limited thing, right? Good Times birthday is 1 week? Oh, shit. Commander Precon? Hell yeah. Dinosaur from Ixalan. Oh, you're just the young boy, 42. You're just the young, spry young man still. 42 is the new 32. Haven't you heard? Feels great. Love it, man. Happy pre-birthday, I guess. It's not for a week, but... Is it no Profts? Yeah. Can you imagine if Profts was still legal in Standard? This tournament would have been a fucking shit show. It would have been absolutely insane. I think you'd see 32 copies of Profts in the top 8, and it would be banned immediately after. It would just be so bad. I'm super glad they banned Profts before this Worlds. Tiger Seal, is it? Yeah, maybe that's the call. But yeah, FOMO, you know, they're doing the Prowess thing, I thought, but I guess it's not really Prowess, right? Because I thought, yeah, just looting because of FOMO? I don't even know. It's weird. You're not playing Artist Talent. I would say that other deck loots a lot harder, right? 1 million stash? Oh my god. For each skill point? I don't know. It gives you skill points? Whoa. A Whippersnapper. Yeah, there you go. The young Whippersnapper. Derek on 13 life. He shocked himself twice. Took a couple hits. Or took a hit from the Seal as well there, it looks like. JED is just such a good player. You know, he's doing well with this deck, whereas a lot of other people are not. It's kind of like his Gruul performance. Oh, there's the counter. Good call. Good call. Countering that. Box for 2. Now Grand can swing and loot. Not bad. Derek finds, ooh, basic, beautiful unhinged land there, yeah. Prowess, oh, Planisphere, thank you, yeah, that's right, that's the Prowess deck. So the looting deck, it's so weird, it's like these decks are so similar, so many similar cards, but these slight differences, like Jean-Emmanuel's deck is cool here. I don't know if it's the best version of Blue-Red, but it's definitely interesting. You know what really is tilting me? Like, the whole table is skewed. It looks like JED's cards are straight, but actually they're crooked. It's like the playmat is not aligned with the screen, and it's really annoying. Because now all of Derek's lands and permanents look like they're at an angle. It's the little things, Wizards. Production values, you know? Quality production, and an amateur hour production, but anyway. Bounce Seal draw. No draw. What am I saying? Only when you bounce your own. Okay, get that lesson in the yard so that my 2-mana shock actually kills something. Good. Oh, I guess he had another. No, he already had one more lesson, so it would have killed it no matter what, right? He had it. But trading 2 for 2. The Tiger Seal back in hand, trying to buy some tempo back to give himself some time to grind. I think Jean-Emmanuel is the aggro in this matchup, and I think they both know that, so Derek needs to build some board advantage, start drawing 3 cards, drawing 3 cards, drawing 3 cards, and bury JED and card advantage. And so that means surviving to the late game. I think we're gonna FOMO. Maybe see another FOMO here. Draw discard. He's got land, enchantment, sorcery in the yard. If he can put what are the other cards in his hand? If he FOMOs pre-combat and he puts he gets Delirium, it's a double 2 hits. So I think it's pretty easy FOMO here. See if you can hit it. I don't think he has it in hand, and that's why he's thinking, what are my odds of hitting Delirium here to get 4 damage in instead of 2? I think you go for it though, right? Oh, he's got another play. What is that? I didn't see that in his hand. Whenever you cast a blue spell, if he's a creature, he gets +1/+1 at the beginning of your end step. Untap him until end of your next turn. Oh, that guy. Wow, is that in the mate? No, this is post sideboard already. Oh, my bad. This is game 3. So that's a sideboard card? Hydroman. So he turns into an island and he untaps. So now he's not a creature, can't be targeted by removal. Very interesting. So good against Pyroclasm, good against stuff like that, right? A Braid, okay. FOMO goes down. Loot time. I don't know if... Oh, he has land in hand, so we're going to see a land hit the bin here, I think. Second Grand. Never mind. I guess he had 1 land? I don't know if he has 1 or 2. He's got to make a land drop this turn, so he's not going to discard land if he only has 1 left. I thought he had 2. Bounce draw, and then replay Grand, play Island? Oh, there's another Island, okay. I think he has 2 in hand now, I'm not sure. Okay, that guy turns back into a creature. Whenever you play a blue spell, he gets +1/+1 until end of turn. So we're going to see Tiger Seal come down, pump up the Water Man, Hydro Man. Hydro, homies. He's one of us. Nice. I've never seen that. What is it on Arena? Yeah, Wait for Fate said the same thing. Okay, Scoop. Yeah, I think I got it. Doing the draw thing, but your deck sucks because no profts. Well, your deck doesn't suck, but it's definitely worse. It would be great with profts. But yeah, that's funny. Land. Is that his last card? Ooh, draw a card. Nice. Okay. Redamage. And then Hydro untaps and turns into an island. Interesting. What did he top deck there? I wonder. But yeah, they're all like slight variations on the same thing. A lot of them run the same spells, but they run different threats, right? One deck runs Monument, one deck runs, FOMO and Tiger Seal. One deck runs Planisphere, but they're all playing the same support cards, right? A lot of the other spells in the deck are similar. But not always. Obviously, the Lessons decks are playing a bunch of lessons. The other decks are just playing, good cards. Boomerang Basics, the best lesson. And then a bunch of, cheap removal and other stuff. Stock Up. I think I saw Stock Up in JD's list at one point. Bellion. That's it. Bellion the Parched. Okay. The Parched? So one guy cares all about water. The other guy has no water in universe? What? Okay. Don't even ask. Bellion the Parched. Oh, wow. Just won't find it. Yeah, because it's not... MTG Bot just does IRL cards, right? Does he become a mountain? Layering. So does the Blood Moon layer happen on top of his layer? I think it does. So yeah, he would be a mountain. Because the... Oh, no. Island is not... No, he becomes... Does it say basic island? I have to read Hydro Man again. If it just says he turns into an island, then he would turn into a mountain. If he becomes a basic island, then Blood Moon wouldn't affect it. I don't know what the stupid... Here, let's look up Hydro Man. Is it a dash? I think there's a dash. Yeah. Becomes a land. Okay, so he would be a non-basic land, so Blood Moon would turn him into a mountain and he would make red. Yeah. Non-basic lands lose all other abilities and become basic mountains, right? So he's a non-basic land. He would turn into a mountain and tap for red. But yeah. But a good question, Wait for Fate, and this is why Magic's complicated. Layers are the most complicated thing in Magic. I don't even know. Like, I know the layers and the number of them, but I don't know where individual cards fall or why. You know, why is this on layer number 7 and this is on layer number 4? They almost seem like the same thing, but if one of them is coming from a creature versus an enchantment versus, like, I don't even know how they break it down. I haven't heard a breakdown of it. I'm sure there is an explanation, but I don't know that much. All I know is there's layers and they go on different, whatever's on a higher layer takes precedent over lower layers, basically. But without knowing where everything falls on each layer, like, I don't know. But Blood Moon, that's an easy one. That's just, he's non-basic, so he would be a mountain. But if he became a basic, then no, Blood Moon wouldn't touch him, right? Look at his face. He's so angry. Water is supposed to be adaptable and flow like water. Aggressive water guy? He's like, drink more water. Your pee is too yellow. What's wrong with you? He shows up in like a PSA, right? That was his job as a superhero. Okay, here's Nate Stoyer showing up. Tiger Seal gets tapped. JED with 1 card. One of them is an island. What's the other one? Needs to find a way to draw cards here. Oh, he top decked a spell. It's Storm Chaser's talent. Huge rip. Okay, or maybe he had it and he had just top decked a land, but he can bring back that Boomerang Basics, but can't do anything with it. He can't draw a card here. Oh, he has the island in hand. Of course he can. Yeah, okay, he has the island. So now he goes island, bounce Storm Chasers, draw a card, untap the seal, and trigger Nate. Ooh, the counter. Nice counter there. Very nice. Okay, and then he's got to swing with what he's got. Does this guy have Delirium? Untap seal. And that's it. Yeah, 2 attacks. Nice. JED gets game 3. Very close. Prowess deck looking good. Again, these lessons, some of them don't line up very well removal-wise with what JED's doing, right? I don't know. He's got a Braid and other ways to actually kill things for cheap, but Okay. Grand on 1. Good start. He mulled to 6. And I can't tell if JED mulled. They don't tell us on this replay, right? Yeah. I think this guy obviously mulled to 6, Derek, but I think JED had 7, right? Okay, trigger Grand, toss some lessons. Rank Basics, interesting. Spire Bluff Canal, best land in Standard, not close. It's always been an expensive land, even before this year. I'm glad they reprinted it. What is it from? What is it called? Cowboy set? It's from the Outlaws, right? Something like that. Anyway, let's see what happens here. Counter the Boomerang Basics. Who gets the Prowess trigger, of course, but Spell Pierce it. Love to see Spell Pierce. Boomerang Basics resolves. Draw a card. Ooh, and that's 2 triggers on Otter. Take 3. Yikes. Okay. Nice little Spell Pierce there early in the game. That's why Spell Pierce is the best counter you can have in a loaded ground tempo deck like this. It's letting you double and triple spell. Cheap is the name of the game. Discarding another lesson. Bad 2-mana lesson here, yeah. And he's got 3 lessons in the yard, so we could see him stock up for 2? Oh, non-creature lesson. Yeah, right. Grand making it cheaper as soon as there's 3 or more in the yard. Nice. Stock up for 2 feels fantastic. Okay. Gotta take a draw 3 here. I can't see. There's a Boomerang Basics. There's a draw 2. What's that other card? There's another blue spell he just kept. I don't know what it is. What's the one behind Boomerang there? There's another blue spell he just took off stock up. 1-drops? Boomerang Basics? Oh, it's just a Braid for 1. God, Grand is nuts. Once you have 3 spells in the yard, Grand just made 2 mana for free that turn. That's crazy. That's really good. God, she's so insane. It's not even the looting. It's just the 3 lessons in the yard making all your non-creature... Like, a lot of your spells are 1 mana, but all the ones that are 2 mana getting half off, like 50% cheaper on a 2 mana spell, is a huge discount. Huge. Damn. Okay, Derek off to a pretty good start here. 3 lessons in the yard means every Anticipate he finds is now Ancestral as well. I know he's got Boomerang Basics in his hand. Here comes Nate. Pass. No mana for JED. That's trouble. He's got a blocker at least. 3 toughness is solid. Notice almost every creature in JED's deck has 3 toughness, which is very good. Clearly making, you know, shocks and, burst lightning kind of cards bad, right? Paying 5 mana to kill a 2-drop or a 1-drop is not where you want to be if you're the Lessons deck. So you're hoping Combustion Technique's good enough, stuff like that. And then siding in things like a Braid, of course, to give you extra, like 2 mana removal to deal with. 2 mana cards. Interesting. So, Derek plays land and says go. Eddie Merc. Right, I forgot he's playing that card. He's the only one playing Eddie Merc, right? Eddie Merc comes in. Big tempo swing here. Not only does he get a big body, but he blanks the Duelist. JD said going to combat there, right, before he played anything. So this is post-combat, Duelist number 2. Oh, second Eddie Merc. Devastating. Whoa, this is going to be a huge swing. I think he only plays 2 in his deck. That was the card I couldn't tell. What was he holding? I'm like, he took some other card off stock up. That's almost certainly just GG here. JED falls to 5. I don't think he can finish him off. He has no, direct damage here, but yeah, bounce Eddie Merc, and then I tap your 2 guys next turn. Spell Pierce, yeah, you pay for it. JED's smart enough to know that, if Derek doesn't have another land drop, it doesn't matter if he bounces his Crab. As long as he pays for Spell Pierce, he won't be able to play Crab unless he's got an untapped land, right? I would pay for Spell Pierce because Boomerang Basics could draw you the untapped land, and then you could just play Crab still on the opponent's turn. You got to just pay for the Spell Pierce here. I don't know what he's thinking about, but because I don't know what his other 2 cards are, sadly. I think one of them is a draw spell, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. But, oh, JED drawing, discarding off, what? Can't remember what, does Nate let you do some kind of looting? Boomerang Basics and Spell Piercer on the stack. Okay, draw land? Oh, he drew a land. What a draw. Oh, it's coming to play tapped. Starting Town. What? I thought it was a multiversal passage. Oof. If that was a passage, he'd have Crab up right now. That is not great. Starting Town. Oh, no. Are they playing both? Passage and Town? They must be playing a mix of both. Huh. Punished. Interesting. So, oh, JD rips a land off the top. Fear, discarding. Oh, and there's Essence Scatter for 1 mana off Grand. Grand generating 3-4 mana already this game is crazy. And only taking 2 here is not enough. Double Storm Chasers. There you go. Okay, well, JD's got a board now. He knows the Crab is in Derek's hand, so 2 of his creatures are going to get tapped. I think Derek might not do this now. He's just probably going to attack for 5. If he's got a card draw spell, he'll draw immediately. I don't know what he just top decked, but we know one of his cards is Crab. I don't know how many cards he has in hand. 3, it's a red removal spell, Crab, and a draw spell. Ooh, that's interesting. I mean, I think, yeah, I'm going to do this almost no matter what here. Because I just want as much information as possible. He can always draw mid-combat with the other draw spell. He discards it instead, so I'm not sure what he found there. Go to blocks. We see a couple chumps here. Double block on Grand. Double block Grand seems pretty good. Chump with that. Whoa. Oh, so risky, JED. Oh no, that was disaster for JED. I thought he was gonna double block Grand with the 1-3 and then single block with a token on the 5-5. That way, if he kills one of your guys, you don't lose both your double blockers, right? Because it's not like he had prowess triggers he could generate there. Very risky block, but 2-2. Going to game number 5 here to decide this. Very interesting. This is it. Game 5. Really good match. JED on the play, so big advantage here in this tempo battle. Starting with Storm Chaser's talents, very strong. Both players starting with Storm Chasers. JED with the better land, of course. Slight advantage there, but the real advantage JED has is being on the play. So now he gets to go 2 mana, play 2 spells before the opponent can do anything. Next turn, play 3 spells. Like, all their spells are so cheap. It's going to be like multiple spells each turn. So the player who's able to just play more spells because they were on the play is obviously favored here. Hasn't played a land yet. Derek with the pen trick. Immediately, I don't know if you can see his hand there. He picks up his pen immediately as if to say, I'm, never blocking here. How much you attacking me for? JED's got another land, surely. No land. If he had a land, he would have played it pre-combat. Wow. Oh, no. Oh, he has Tiger Seal. I was going to say, because if he replays the Storm Chasers talent, you want to do that pre-combat. Instead of playing Storm Chasers again, he opts for Tiger Seal. Just does more damage, so that makes sense. Next turn, if he has Boomerang Basics, he can go Storm Chasers, bounce my Storm Chasers, untap the Seal, swing, and that's, making the Otter a 3-3 as well. So he's going for max damage on turn 3 here by playing Seal instead of Storm Chasers there, which is obviously correct. I like that. Draw. JED knows what's correct, of course. I don't have to say it, but I don't know all of their hand, right? I don't know what's in his hand. I had no idea he's got Tiger Seal, so I just assume he's playing the card that he played last turn, but has a better play there is nice. Okay, gets in for a little damage with the Otter. Okay, so we're going to see Storm Chaser into Boomerang Storm Chaser, I think. And then see if we can find a land here. I don't know if JED has a third land in hand yet, but if he doesn't, then he's going to look for one. He's going to do all this before combat to get those prowess triggers, of course. Oh, he has the land. Nice. Yeah, Boomerang the Storm Chasers. That untaps the Seal. And then you get to swing with, one Otter, one Seal, because the other one's summoning sick. But does he have another spell here? If he has a spell to bounce Derek's Otter that's untapped, you could, but you just don't have to. Derek's Otter's a 1-1, and it's not getting any bigger because Derek's tapped out. So you've got an easy swing for 6 here, but he's going to go for another spell. So now Derek very priced into blocking that Otter, I think. Yeah, 1/4/4 Otter, 1/3/3 Seal. Derek could just take 7, but that's a big chunk. I think I would just chump here and hope I find like a Pyroclasm to start cleaning up these Otters, or like Derek's got different sideboard cards than JED, right? I think Derek's playing is JED the one with Pyroclasm? I can't remember. Maybe you get to untap and sweep here, but can you take 7 here? Derek's in the tank right now. Is going, should I take 7 or should I chump this Otter? I would chump the Otter, I think, at this point. You're on the draw. You are the control deck. You need to set up. You have the late game. Just try and control the board, and give your... Oh, he takes 7. Damn. Goes to 11. Okay, interesting choice. That was a pivotal moment there. Because that might, in 4 turns, that might be, the decider. The life totals being that low. Okay, 1 damage to everything. So he has the sweeper. That's huge. Okay, so if he has that, that makes more sense. Swings for 4. And then passes the turn with no land. Oh, no. Derek, the first one to miss land drops here on turn 3. And now JED's turn 4. Good block. If he blocks, he trades because his Seal has a damage on it. Even though those Otters are only 2/2s, they'll still trade. Opts not to trade. I agree. Take the damage. Seal gets tapped on untap step. Draw. Oh, he does have a land. Okay, sorry. I thought he was passing the turn there. He was just still in combat. Nice. So he has the tapped land here. Okay, so not falling behind. Derek still in this game. Anybody's game right now. You don't know what they have in their hand, right? So draw for JED off the Warped Riddler. That untaps the Seal. And he needs to make a land drop. He also needs to play something to affect the board. Either another creature or have a removal spell, have something here. But having the seal on attacks and blocks is pretty good in these small creature mirrors, right? That seal is just making things awkward for Derek every time he goes to attack. Another one. Woo. 2 Riddlers in Warpland. Okay. And he's on 4 mana, which means next turn he can just start hardcasting Riddlers. A Riddler's a tough one for the other deck to beat. They have to spend 5 mana to kill the Riddler and kick one of their, you know, expensive shocks. Unless they have like a whole bunch of lessons in the yard, they need, you know, what? I don't know, 4 lessons in the yard. He's nowhere near killing a Riddler next turn is what I'm trying to say. Okay, kill the seal. Ooh, and there's Wisdom Draw 3. That is the kind of thing he needed to get back in this game. Nice. Swing for 6. JED's in trouble. He can slam a Riddler here, but any bounce spell and he basically loses the game. So he can't just tap out here. He's going to have to play multiple things, starting with kill your creatures. Like if he has Pyroclasm, that's how it starts. Something like that. Interesting. 7 to 8 here. Close game. The life total is very close here. So JED's trying to think of, you know, first of all, how can I kill my opponent in a couple turns with what I have? No. Am I the one who's now the control deck? I have to turtle up? I think so, right? I've got to start, like, you can't just tap out for a threat here. You've got to be playing, oh, what? Okay. He's dead. Yeah, he just scoops instantly as soon as the guy shows him the removal. He's just dead to 1 removal spell? I guess his hand was really bad. Ooh, JD. You're out. Damn. Okay, GG's. Holy shit. He's just like, I can't believe I just won that. That was a tight match. JD had no action on the end there. Oh, the only play is Riddler? He knew that was a doomed play. Like, as soon as... Like, they both did, right? He played the Riddler, he tapped out, and as soon as he passed, the other guy just showed him, just, like, dumped a bunch of cards on the table, and JD immediately stuck out the hand and was like, yep, okay. You know what I mean? Like, no action, having to tap out for Riddler, that's a death sentence in, like what are the odds the other guy has 4 lands in hand or whatever? You know, but I guess he had no other play. Wild stuff.
You've just made your way through. My goodness me. How did you?
I'll be right back.
Do it? 5-game battle. Was there a card that perhaps made a bit of a difference for you somewhere along the line?
Yeah, I last minute put in the 2 Eddie Merc crabs into my list, mostly for the blue-red matchups, and man, did it show off when it mattered.
Yeah, paid dividends in that match there. But we turn our attention now to the semi-finals. How are you feeling going into the semis, making it to the top 4? Already an achievement. Do you think you can go even further?
I do. I know that I'm going to be playing either Seth or Ken, who I lost win-and-ins against yesterday, as everyone saw. Both matchups seem tough, but they're very winnable. Interesting dynamics with both.
All right, Derek. Well, we'll let you go and prepare for the semis. Congratulations, mate, and best of luck.
Thank you.
More quarterfinal magic after this. Don't go anywhere.
All right. Arne versus Sean? Sure. So what is that? Teamer? Poor Arne. Arne is probably the weakest. That's why, well, not skill-wise, but they ranked him last in terms of likeliness to win when they were projecting who would win the whole thing. And it's because he's on Teamer Otters. His whole team crashed and burned with that deck. He was the only one to do well randomly. So it probably just ran well in the Swiss, and now he's a big underdog in the top 8. We'll see if he can do it. Derek Davis said the crabs were... I heard that. I can hear everything even though I'm not here. So I was listening to it. He said he added them at the last minute and they were incredible. And they won him a bunch of games against Izzet. Yeah, they looked very good. I totally forgot he had them in his deck. So that's the kind of weird little flourish that, you know, makes the difference in a tournament like this. But, you know, going forward, I don't know if people are going to adopt. I think for this tournament it was pretty good. In his deck it's been good for him. But that is a cool trophy. I like that. The Black Lotus on top. Looks kind of sweet. Yeah, last second edition. Very interesting. Because that's a risky move, right? I know that feeling. Day before, you're in the hotel room or you're wherever and you're trying to like figure out, okay, should I play this sideboard or that sideboard card? Like, or this main deck, should it be in the sideboard, the main deck? Maybe I should main deck it. I'm expecting a lot of Izzet. you know, and then he does it, and it's like super good. Yeah. Anyway, it's interesting, and then it ends up panning out for him, which is really good. Um, 20 seconds till the next round. It'll be interesting to see if Arne can continue to get lucky with Teamer. Teamer, yeah. You look at the win rates. I posted all the win rates on Discord. If you can see the breakdown, I can show you here if you like. You know, this is the metagame breakdown. And Teamer Otters, you know, the largest number of decks played, 20 people on Otters. If you separate out Monument from the regular Lessons deck, which I think you should, Otters was the most played deck. 44% win rate, despite 20 players playing it. That's abysmal. Bant Airbending, you know, the next just got wrecked. I actually predicted that. I said earlier, I don't think Bant is going to have a great tournament, but is it Lessons Monument? Nobody predicted. 62% with 14. That is the best deck in the format, in the tournament. Sultai Reanimator, maybe the next best one. One person. These kind of results you can't really take seriously, right? Also, you know what's crazy? Look at how many people are watching this. 6,990. That's not very many. I think some people might think that's a lot. That's a third of what Pro Tours used to get on Twitch. Pro Tours used to get like 15K, 18K viewers on Twitch. I think this is, again, a byproduct of them not focusing on Standard and Magic becoming a more casual-focused game. It's just another symptom of that. I think it's impossible to deny when you look at that kind of stuff. Viewership is way down for this World Championship. Or, I don't know. They seem to do a better job marketing it these days, but the numbers are still bad. I don't understand. This is the top 8. In yesterday's tournament, there was about 5,000 people watching. Now we're up to 7,000 for the top 8, but I swear it used to be like 14, 15K for every Pro Tour. And that was when they didn't even, like, you wouldn't even see a promotion for it on Arena, even though the Pro Tour was that weekend. Like, I wouldn't even notice. And people would be like, oh, there's a Worlds is this weekend. You're like, what? Holy shit. At least this time they're advertising it, but still pretty low. Maybe that's it, Hamo Goblin. Could be. I mean, you look at those Star City Games showdowns and stuff, like, they went from 1,400 players to 500 players during VV. You're right, it's a VV disaster. Maybe the after effects still happening, the aftershocks. Cheering for Arne Torf, he's the underdog, so yeah, let's cheer for the underdog here. He's going to have a tough time. Oh, are they both on Teamer Otters? They're both on Teamer Otters. It's a mirror. Okay, well, I thought Arne would be playing against... interesting. It's a mirror match, okay. Gonna be tough. Mirrors are tricky. They're both looking at each other's deck lists. This guy was player of the year almost. Came in second place, right, to Ken? Arne picks up his cards the way I do. When I take my opening hand, I put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on the table. Then I take the first 4, look at them. Then I take the next 3, add those, and go, okay, those 2 halves together make a whole. I can keep this. Negate in the... Oh, this is game 3. Arnie's down 2 games. Holy shit. I was going to say negate in the main deck, and then I had to glance over and go, oh, yeah, right. Because nobody's playing negate in the main deck. Unless you're a noob on the arena ladder. I don't know. White bordered basics, Arnie. Come on, buddy. Class it up a little bit. You know what I mean? You're going out tonight. Put on a fucking jacket. You know what I'm saying? Going out for a night on the town. It's the Pro Tour. Get some basic. Get some real basics, bro. You got money. You got money. Shut up. You got money now. You top 8 in the tournament, big Pro Tour, okay? Upgrade those basics. No, I'm just joking. I'm sure they have some meaning for him or whatever, but ugly ass core set white border basics, not for me. Why do I hate them? Because they're from my childhood. I remember, you know, when I first got into Magic, Unlimited was the set, and it was basically sold out everywhere. I got a couple unlimited cards, but I didn't actually start buying a lot of Magic cards until Revised came out shortly after. And Revised was, white bordered like Unlimited. But all my friends and the people I would see at the library and at the university and the places where Magic players congregated to play Magic, a lot of them had black bordered cards. And the black bordered cards look so much cooler. All the Legends cards and Arabian Nights cards and the beta cards. And even back then, there was like an aura of mystique around those cards, even then. And so for me, even as a child, I knew white border is inferior. Black border is the best. And then they, made, I don't know, what others? Oh no, all the subsets were always black border. It was only the core sets that would be white bordered after Unlimited. But then they switched back to black border for core sets in what, M10 or something? I don't even remember. Because I don't know. I found it weird to play black bordered and white bordered cards next to each other. The black border just gives more emphasis to the art on the card and stuff. The white border is almost too distracting and bright and loud. You know what I mean? I don't like it, but yeah, negate main, but no, it's not in the main. This is game 3. The white border cards would have, yes, there you go. It looks like shit. Thank you. White border starts to look ugly as shit. Haven't you ever driven a white car? You drive it one day, it looks like there's dirt all over. You got to wash it every day for it to look clean. Black border, so for me, it's since I started playing, black border cards were always like up here, white border down here. And it's always just been like that. So I don't like white bordered basics. There are reasons to play them. I think it's a totally legitimate, valid argument to play them in a deck where you're doing a lot of fetching and you need to fetch quickly because you're fetching. And in a tournament, if anybody's ever played fetch lands in a big tournament, you got to play quickly when you're playing a deck with a bunch of fetches. So fetching out your, let's say you're playing the Yorion Money Pile deck in Modern, and you only play 4 basics or 3 basics, but you need to be able to fetch them out of your 80 card deck very quickly. Okay, white border basics. That is a good argument. That makes sense. There's a legitimate, logistical, logical reason to play white bordered lands there, and I can get behind that. That makes sense. Think about it in that situation, right? 80 card deck. I'm not making this up. This was like a real time in Modern, right? People were playing Yorion decks before it got banned. The Money Pile deck. You were fetch landing, and those games took forever. It was a control deck, and the mirrors took forever. Being able to quickly fetch a basic because it's white bordered out of your 80 card deck, that's a valid reason. I think it's so much easier to, okay, there it is, find it in a pile of cards. But for aesthetic reasons, there is no defense. They are uglier, full stop. I'm sorry. For me, it's obviously, when we talk about ugly or pretty cards, it's totally subjective. So for me, it's a subjective thing. I just don't like the way they look. I could see an argument for them in specific cases like the one I outlined, but for the most part, I think they're just ugly. They just are visually like, ugh, compared to all the other lands you're playing. I don't know. Anyway, let's focus on this game. These teamer decks are so hilarious to me because are they not combo decks anymore? I think some of them are just straight up teamer prowess. They're not actually, like when I see Enduring Vitality, I think they must be trying to combo still, right? With Flood Maw guy or Flood Caller, whatever he's called. 4 mana. Bring back negate. Then your opponent knows you've got negate in hand. It loses a lot of its value, but maybe it's still good enough here. Oh, yeah, he's going to bring back... Yeah, he's going to go for it. Okay. Oh, okay. That makes sense, Staza. Kind of a controlling deck with, yeah, combo finish. Is Arne playing like a foil core set negate? It looked almost foil in his graveyard. I hope he's not playing foils with non-foils. Too bad Japanese foil, like, money bag deck didn't make the top 8. That's where you really get to bling it out and go like, look at this! That guy had all Expedition Shocks and like the whole deck was foil. That was crazy. They were all alt art versions too. All of his Flood Callers, he was playing Teamer, right? Every Flood Caller and a bunch of them were like the special art, showcase art, and foil. Just like, whoa. Or Thunder Trap or whatever. Ooh, Sack Vitality. I like that. Torch is very sweet because when they go to torch your vitality to exile it, or, you know, whatever their exile effect is, you can always torch sack your own thing. And then, you know, not only does it stick around, you get to trade it for something. So it almost feels like a nice little 2-for-1. That's why torch is just so much better than any of these lessons and stuff, right? Like, this is the best removal in standard for a red deck. But, you know, yeah, you've got to make concessions when you're trying to do synergy things, right? Interesting. But yeah, Temur got ranched at the Pro Tour, or the Worlds here, it looks like. Oh, I see that old school stomping ground. Nice. That's like an OG Ravnica stomping ground. Breeding pools from Return to Ravnica. Sean playing the unstable basics. An excellent choice. Sean knows what's up. Not the best, but, you know, very close. In the upper echelons of basics, for sure. These are the I'm talking about the important things here, chat, okay? Oh, there we go, yeah. Enchantment. Thank you, Watsy Teen. That is... Oh, that's a Ghost Vacuum. I know from that Japanese player's foil version of that weird art. Is that Duskmourn? There was some Duskmourn series of cards that did some weird thing. It looks almost like the old school time-shifted cards or whatever from Time Spiral. Ravnica Allegiance? Okay, yeah. Sorry, I meant that block. You're right. I don't remember which set it was because they released in multiple sets in that block. The Return to Ravnica block. That's when I got all my shocks. Before that, Hallowed Fountain and like all of them. You know, Watery Grave. All the shocks were so expensive. They were like $30. Steam Vents was like $30 at one point, and then finally they went back to Ravnica and they reprinted. I remember I was playing Sphinx's Revelation and all that stuff back then. And everybody just went, oh god, thank you. Yes. But not as big of an impact as Cons. I remember when Cons got spoiled and they said they're reprinting the Onslaught fetches, people were just like, what? I had just traded for a Flooded Strand, like not in great condition, like a beat up, you know, OG Onslaught Flooded Strand. And then like 3 weeks later, the announcement that they were going to get reprinted in an upcoming set was like, what? No. Ugh. But and then fetches, even after Tarkir, a few years later, fetches are worth $100 each. That's when I traded all my Tarns and Misties away. So crazy how the prices rise and fall in Magic. It's bizarre. Yeah, you know, back in the day, you could say the shocks. Yeah, they all came out in the Ravnica block, Return to Ravnica block. You know, that's where they're from. Now we can't say that anymore because the shocks come out 4 sets later or whatever, 3 sets later, and it's like, oh, so which one? This shock is from that set, and this shock's from this other set 3 sets later. Like, they're not at the same block. Like, it's so weird now keeping track of what gets printed where. But okay, double vitality. Arnie with the Badger Mole. Ghost Vacuum keeping the lessons in check, although I'm not sure how much... Like, this deck's not a lessons deck, right? It doesn't really matter. Ghost Vacuum is a weird sideboard card here. What are you actually doing with it? Like, I don't even think this deck really operates out of there. Is it just because of the buyback on Storm Chaser's talent? Like, that's why you're playing Ghost Vacuum? That is a really narrow use case, but maybe? Return. Oh, soon. Hey, Mo. I mean, hey, we already went back to Ravnica, like, last year. No? You don't remember? I remember. We were in Ravnica last year, solving a murder mystery. Remember that? Pepperidge Farm remembers. Okay? We went back to Ravnica for murders at Karlov Manor.
Pardon me, Mr. Perfect!
Okay? So we were just there. It's easy to miss because they had the hats. Remember, the hats, they throw it all off. I don't know. I've never seen hats in Ravnica until that set, but apparently everybody wears them. But I know what you're saying, Hemogoblin. Yes, we didn't go back to Ravnica. We did some weird part of Ravnica. I don't even know. Very weird set. But yeah. Return to the remaster of Return to Ravnica Remastered. Yes, Daza, something like that. And colon the reckoning, or like there's got to be a colon in there and then another like 2 or 3 words. Okay, so Arne looking pretty good here. Badgermal's starting to do some stuff. Oh, and there's Totentans, but he doesn't have a Flood Caller. He needs Flood Caller to go off here. Missing one key piece of the combo, but you got a Rat Swarm now here. He's made a Rat King over there. Big ball of rats. Oh yeah, big ball, 9. That's a 9 rat ball. You guys know what a Rat King is? It's fucking terrifying. Go look it up. Arne forming a Rat King in his hands here. Oh, he's breaking off chunks. Rat King spews a couple rats off. Deciding, this is mid-combat? He's gonna go to blocks. No? Oh, tap. They come in tapped? What is happening? What am I missing? Why are they coming in tapped? Unless he floated mana or something, but he doesn't. Does it put them in tapped? No. What am I missing? What's putting them in tapped? What's causing them to come in tapped here? I'm missing something. There's no authority of the consoles or anything, obviously, so I don't know what's going on. No Kismet effect. I thought he may have been, like, just shortcutting and putting them in tap to say, I'm going to make 6 mana here. Oh. Okay, Judge is involved.
You want to do it like that? That's fine.
Yeah, this was you technically missed the untap trigger because if you surveil, the spell has resolved.
Right, sure.
Oh, he missed the trigger.
Yep, just making sure.
Oh,
You know, this
he
is
missed the
competitive
untap
IRL.
trigger.
That means, hey, you missed something. It's usually left to your opponent. Do you want this to happen? Most of the time, that is a no type thing.
IRL and REL.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what happens in real tournaments, for those of you not aware. Oh, he's attacking. Oh, he shortcutted the attack. Sorry, I'm not listening, so I thought it was the other guy's turn. I thought Arne was, or I don't know, that's a sorcery though. Yeah, I don't know what was happening. He was just putting them into play tap to show that he was attacking with all of them, right? Okay, that makes sense then. The other guy missed the trigger to untap his creatures, and when you miss a trigger, like Corey said there, it goes to your opponent, and your opponent can decide whether or not to let you have that trigger back, let you do a take back. Which, of course, at competitive level, no opponent's ever going to let you take back a trigger that is beneficial for you, right? So, Watsy, hire this person. There you go. Interesting. You know, I notice the little things about the way people handle cards. That was a very interesting way to put cards in his hand. He puts a card in his hand, then he puts it under. That is so weird. Most players do not do that. They draw a card, then they draw another card, and it goes on top, then on top, then on top. He put it under. I don't know if I've ever seen that. That is very... And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying it's different. I noticed that immediately when he did that. I don't think... Watch every other player in this tournament. None of them are going to do that. Whenever I'm drawing revealed cards... Was he revealing there? Whenever I'm drawing revealed cards, I'm putting them one on top of each other. On the table, usually. Huh. I don't think you reveal. I think you just reveal. It's hard to tell with the camera. Like, we can see what he's, like, finding, but I don't know if he's tilting it up low enough to show Arnie there. I think we're just seeing it. He's not revealing it. Because you're not supposed to reveal all the cards, right? But... that just looked weird, the way he put those cards in that pile. That was strange. Unorthodox, I should say. Nothing wrong with it, but... 2 combo decks that can just kill out of nowhere. You know, even though Sean's on 7 life, he could win the game easily. So Arnie's really like, fuck, and what is he capable of here? He's got Vitality, he's got the Flood Caller. Like, if he finds an X spell, if he finds the Rat spell, you know, he could win the game here. Has he got Bushwhack on the stack here? I think he's got Bushwhack on the stack, right? Arnie's deciding whether or not to let him have it. triggers. So he untaps. This is with Bushwhack on the stack. Otherwise, I don't know what Bushwhack's doing over there. Oh, no, he played... Oh, he played that. What is Bushwhack doing face up over there? Here comes the judge. Okay, I like that. They have a little spells thing to show. This is the storm count. Why is Bushwhack face up? Is Sean just doing Arne a favor and leaving? But they don't have anything that would look at the other person's hand. He might have found Bushwhack off a Thundertrap trainer and he's just being polite and leaving it face up. Could be. Could be still in his hand. But his hand is face down. I think there's multiple things on the stack, but he just resolved the talent. Okay, he's going to float mana or something. Interesting. A lot of math here. A lot of calculating. Not just what I can do, but also what can my opponent do here? How much mana do they have? Like, that's what he's doing here right now, right? Counting mana, counting spells, counting how many cards do you have in your hand? Like, all these factors combined, mix it in a sauce, and out comes, like, probability chance of my opponent killing me the next turn. But also, you have to do this for your own side of the board and go, okay, well, how much do I have? Can I kill them here? If I can't, can they kill me? Now I got to do their math for them. Or not for them, but, you know, I got to do their math even though they're not me, just to see if I die. This is 2 mana floating, like I said. He's going to float 2 here. Every spell he plays is going to untap and float more. He could float more mana here, right? Or those guys are summoning sick. Maybe not. The Thundertrap copy, the Thundertrap trader number 2, and the Otter token are summoning sick. I think that's what's going on here. Now he's going back to the Bushwhack. He's got 1 mana up and 2 floating. Bushwhack time? It must have been in his hand. He just revealed it and left it sitting there, right? Yep. Bushwhack trigger. That nets you a mana because you untap these 2. So use that green. You got to take the green away, but then you untap these guys and you can basically get 2 more mana here. So he's up 1 mana now. Arne. 7, 12.
Wait, so you've cast this right? So we had 2 right now. So this would be a 5.
Use the floating green.
Yeah, get that out of there. That's right. Use that. So he's got 1 floating, 1 mana up.
With the flood caller, exactly.
Because it's pumping all the teams, right?
No.
So it should be.
It's a 3/4, yeah.
Yeah, it should be a 3/4 and a 4/4.
Yeah, they both get +2, +2.
Should be 10 damage coming in right now.
1 floating, he's untapping, so that gives you another 4 mana.
God, you can hear him doing it. He's untapping, it gives you another 4 + 5. Like, doing the math is so fucking complicated.
All summoning sick?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, those guys are summoning sick. They're not making mana. I mean, you don't need to say blue. The dice is blue. The die is blue. Okay, so here's the Bushwhack. He's going to go find, what is it, land or creature? Can he find a creature here? No, not creature. It's land or fight spell. Yeah, what am I thinking? So he's going to get a land. Okay, has he made a land drop yet? He's got 1 blue floating, 1 mana up, and 1 land in his hand now. He can play that, +2 mana. He can actually activate Stormchaser's talent, bring back Torch? Maybe just... Oh, so he hasn't played a land. So now he's going to tap 2. I think you're going to see Stormchaser talent level up, but what is in his yard? He's got Stock Up, Bushwhack, and Torch, and like I think 2 torches. I don't know what that card under the Thundertrap is. Graveyard's a fucking mess over there. Sloppy. Yep, tap 2. I think you're going to see level up Stormchaser here, but I don't... Oh, the last card is his... Okay, he has a Pyroclasm in hand. Negate. Arnie's been patiently waiting for this. Negate the Pyroclasm. But is it lethal? That's another 2 triggers. So now his creatures are 4 and 5 power. Yup. Buy back the 1 mana spell, but he doesn't have green. So what is he? He gets back the red spell? Oh, this isn't summoning sick. Oh. Trigger, and that's lethal. No? No, that's not lethal. What am I saying? Pyroclasm comes back. Arnie tapped out now. Loses all of his rats. Land comes back into play. Loses Badger. Loses Otter. And this guy's swinging for 11 damage. Yeah, putting Arne to 7. Jeez. Arne no cards in hand? Yeesh. Arne's in deep shit. This is, if he loses this, he's out. Yeah, Arne goes to 7. Okay. Oof. Oh, the land off the top. No. Arne. The land off the top is GG, I think, here. Unfortunate. It's unfortunate. Yeah, he's going to scoop here. Too bad, Arne, but he was an underdog. Okay. Classic top ticket land with no cards. Yep. How you doing, Mike? Did you watch the whole tournament? I know you were in my channel for a little bit, but yesterday or whatever. But did you watch most of it? Man, the match with Ken was crazy. Ken Yukihiro or whatever. That was insane. Watching probably the #1 seed to win the whole thing die in the quarterfinals. Oof. The Reanimator deck was the heavy favorite to win this whole top 8. After he's the only one in the top 8 that has no bad matchups. All of the matchups across the board are good. The Sultai Reanimator deck is favored against basically all of these Izzet decks and Teamer decks, except Monument. I think that might be the only match that's even close, but I wouldn't even call that a good match for Monument. But Seth just, Ken drew shit, deck shat itself. He got mana screwed one game, and that was it. 3-0, boom, done. Crazy. But that's Magic, baby. It's why you don't, there's so many factors that go into being a successful Magic player. A lot of it doesn't have anything to do with skill. There are probably world-class Magic players that could easily, win a world championship like this if they were motivated enough, if they had the team, if they had the finances, if they had the luxury of playing Magic full-time. So many factors go into it, right? It's not just... Like, when we say the world champion's the best player in the world, I mean, they're the best player in the world among the known players, right? There's no other... Like, there could be players out there who just would be better if they had the time and effort and whatever, the will to do it, but... Yeah. Like John Finkel. I would love to see John Finkel come back and have the fire again, Like, I wonder how he would do. I think it's pretty funny, but... Alright, and that's it. Yeah, Arnie's done. He decides to stock up one more turn, but... You can't complain, man. Top 8, another top 8. He's had a couple recently. He's got a very good record at the Pro Tour over the last couple of years. So Arne, definitely one of the top players in the world, I think now. Like, I want to say top 15, probably. I would put him in maybe the top 15, top 20. Or if it's rigged. Yeah, I mean, luck exists, right? And it's funny, like Reed Duke went 7-7, Gabe Nassif 8-7. Some of those guys haven't top. Well, Reed Duke's probably done better. Gabe Nassif hasn't like top 8'd a Pro Tour in a long time, despite playing all the time, being a Hall of Fame pro. Like, everybody knows he's a great player. It's just, this is how it goes. Look at Nate Stoyer. Where the hell is he? He wasn't even qualified for this Pro Tour. Meanwhile, he's one of the best Magic players out there. Like, he just crushed 2 big legacy tournaments back to back. 2 separate tournaments in a row in the same weekend. He went undefeated in the entire tournament both times with Reanimator, Dimir Reanimator, Nate Stoyer, but just fell off the train hard. Can't get back on the Pro Tour. Maybe he qualifies, then he burns out again. Now he has to go grind RCQs again. Sorry, I should listen to this guy.
The play.
I like hearing.
You're essentially the best Team of Otters player in the room, but the unfortunate thing now is you've got some pretty tricky matchups ahead. Are you feeling confident about these matchups? How do you think you go in the semis and potentially beyond?
I think I will try my best and do the best that I can.
All right, well, that's all we can ask of you, Sean. Congratulations on getting all the way to the semifinals, and best of luck for the rest of the top 8.
Thank you.
Good luck, man.
One
Hopefully he
more
does
player
it.
to join the
All right. One more person goes 0-3 in limited day one. Yeah, and you know, you can't say that he's a bad limited player. Like he's good at limited. He's not an only, like, doesn't play limited only, but he has the benefit of an excellent testing team full of limited experts, you know. It's just that's how it goes. I think limited is really where we see the best players in the world rise to the top. It's limited that determines who is the best player, not constructed. Limited is very difficult, and you look at all the listen to those team captains at the beginning of today. Reed Duke and Simon Nielsen, both of them captains of two separate super stacked teams. Both of them said their win rate in limited across the weekend was 50-50. Despite testing and coming up with all our limited experts are working on it and blah. The team, you know, records were still around 50% win rate in limited. That's like, that to me says that is where you can cut your teeth and become a world champion. Like, it's like putting. Drive for show, putt for dough. That's a common phrase in golf. It basically means the drives are very impressive. When people see somebody drive 300 yards, it's like, whoa, nice draw. Holy shit, this guy's good at golf. Nah, you're just looking at the wrong body. You're looking at the wrong part of their body of work here. The putting is where the real golf champs live, you know, not the drive. Drives are great, but drives are nice for showing off. Putting is where you make the money. You know what I mean? Drive for show, putt for dough. Standard or even constructed for show, limited for dough. That's really the phrase that I think encapsulates a lot of these big. This tournament in particular, because there's 2 less constructed rounds than there is in a pro tour, right? This is, it's 6 rounds of limited, 7 rounds of constructed. Is it 7 or 8? I thought it was 9 in a pro tour. 9 rounds of constructed, 6 of limited. But in this, it's 7 rounds, right? Am I crazy? Somebody verify that, please, for me. I'm pretty sure that's what it broke down to. But Hashiro, what's up? The world champion, you know. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate you. How's life? How's the weekend? Just can't do limited. Totally fine. I get it. But I think if we're talking about the best players in the world, they have to be able to play limited well. I think it's not enough to just play constructed. I think you have to be able to be a good limited player. That is the format that really tests your full wide range of skills in Magic. You know what I mean? I don't know what kind of analogy to make here. It would be like saying somebody's the best basketball player in the world because they won the slam dunk competition or something. I don't know what to like compare it to. Maybe that's a bad analogy. You know what I mean? I feel like limited is testing aspects of your Magic abilities that constructed can't even begin to approach, and therefore it's arguably the most important aspect of crowning a pro or crowning a world champ or pro tour champ, whatever. Like, these are the best players in the world, not because they can win at constructed, because they can win at limited, and they also win at constructed. I think constructed's the easier thing to win at. I mean, again, just look at the win rates of these teams. They're all around 50%. One guy from this team made top 8. One guy from that team made top 8, you know, whatever. But yeah, it's mostly off those limited records, right? It's interesting, but limited tests your fundamentals. It encompasses deck building, you know, card evaluation, all this stuff on the fly. Like, you can't constructed, it's locked in before you even sit down against your first opponent, right? You have to register your deck. If you just, you know, submitted a poor deck list, you didn't predict the meta properly, blah, 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 you could lose that tournament. That's not a statement of your skill. Draft is a much more accurate statement of skill because you can't prepare. You can prepare for the limited format, but you don't know what you're going to open. You don't know what the people around you are going to open in that pack. You got to do it on the fly. You know what I mean? It's the difference between a battle royale versus it's the difference between PUBG and Valorant or Counter-Strike, where Counter-Strike, Valorant, the maps never change, the characters never change, the guns they use don't change. So you can memorize the strategies and things because it's like chess. But limited has that randomness variable that forces you to evaluate on the fly. Now, it cuts both ways. Sometimes the best player just opens shitty packs and their draft deck suffers, but the players who do well at draft, like Ben Stark, Jason Yee, you know, some of the players that just 3-0 draft all the time at the Pro Tour, they're not just the people opening the best packs. They are clearly just better limited players than the other players in the room, and that counts for something. That's huge. Like, because you have to be able to do it like without knowing what's going to happen and forcing players to be good in those spots where they have to just on the fly kind of adjust and switch their draft. Like Ben Stark and some of these players are the best limited players in the room, and it's not because they open really well. You know what I mean? That is harder to like do, I think, than being good at Constructed. Constructed has so many more variables that have nothing to do with your skill, is what I want to say. I feel the packs are not as important as like, you know, team testing, playing, predicting the metagame, whatever. Like Simon was saying, they missed a lot of stuff in their testing. So their team deck for Constructed was just not great. Now, it doesn't mean the players on their team aren't good. Just they picked the wrong deck. Like, that's a weird thing to base who the best players in the world are off of, you know, off of their deck selection. It's part of it, but I don't know. Constructed is more heavily weighted by that, where Limited is weighted by pure skill in the moment. You have to be able to pivot when that color gets cut at the end of pack 1, and you're like, okay, like the best players are the best players because they can do that, and that's a skill that I think is more important almost than which deck you chose. That's how I see it. I know that's just one perspective. I'm sure there are other ways to look at that, but it's itchy. But yeah, you can't stand playing Limited. That's totally fine, but that's a subjective thing, right? That shouldn't matter when we're determining who the best player is. I'm sure there are players who don't like Limited, and they're like, God, what happens if I qualify for the Pro Tour? I'm screwed. I hate Limited. I don't want to play Limited. Well, then, yeah, you're never going to be a world-class player. Like, that's all. And most players are fine with that. But if you're trying to be a pro, you got to get good at Limited because it is super skill-intensive. And if we're trying to determine who the most skilled players in the world are, who the world champion is, we got to go with the skill-intensive formats. So it's been draft, you know, an integral part of that for a long time now. I'm glad they don't do sealed. What I can't stand is sealed. When you say limited, I mean, I can agree with you halfway. Sealed fucking sucks. At this point, sealed is so bad because of the play boosters and everything else. They should actually not have sealed RCQs, but for logistics reasons, they can't just have sealed, or they can't have draft RCQs. It would just take forever. It would be impossible. So, there's no solution, no right answer to limited RCQs. I really despise that they're sealed now. Even though it's worked up until now, I think the game has changed so much that now they're total crapshoots. It's not cool. But draft at the Pro Tour, oh, I love it. I love to see it. It's very skill intensive. You can still draft shitty, you know, get shitty cards and whatever, but I think the best players are still good enough to get around that for the most part. But anyway, there's still all the variants involved of Magic, and just, you know, you can still get mana screwed even with a great deck in Limited, right? So still, that kind of stuff still happens, but I think it's just a big part of the game that, yeah. Well, you're going to see a draft-only kind of PT next year, right? They're going to have their very first one. It's basically a draft PT, a limited PT. They already announced this, right? What is it called? Magic World Limited Championships or something? But, yeah. Sealed is garbage. Fully agree, SSA. And yeah, this is why when Mike says limited, I mean, let's be clear here. We're talking about draft. Draft should be a part of the Pro Tour. It is the most skill-intensive way to play Magic, and that's what we should use when we're determining who the most skilled players in the world are, right? Has to be part of it. But sealed? Fucking never, ever. Get that? That is the furthest thing from skill, because now it's such a random crapshoot. I could open 12 rares in a sealed pool. That was never possible before, you know? There's less, like, you know, the top end powerful stuff is skewed more. Like, the uncommons are buffed, the commons are buffed because they have to make up for one less card in every pack to fuel your decks, right? So the other cards have to get better as a result, and now you're seeing, you know, a lot of uncommon. Like, it just makes the game more swingy. Uncommons and rares and bombs and whatever being better in limited just makes it less skill intensive, especially sealed. Sealed is a shit show, but draft is absolutely, I think, the most important indicator of who the best players in the room are. If you go 0-3 at draft, yeah, you got a big hole in your game, you know? I don't know, you got to do better. And it's hard. I'm not saying, like, this environment, everybody's a great drafter at the table. Tough. But I think that's what separates the best players in the world. Like Javier Dominguez and, you know, some of these guys who've got so many top 8s and everything. Being able to crush limited and constructed consistently is like, just, yeah, that is one of the best players in the world right there, you know? You got to have the both abilities, because I think constructed is too, it's even more kind of, I don't know. Again, I feel like the factors are weighted differently. Constructed, there's things that almost like don't speak to your skill as a player, things like deck selection and all that, that are part of Constructed that don't really have an effect in Limited. Like just being able to do it on the fly is such an important skill. Whereas, you know, you could just show up and be like, hey, what's the best deck, guys? Here's a list. Okay, I'll just practice this one deck and done. My team did the work for me, and, you know, or maybe we picked the wrong deck and we lose just because of that. We could have played a different deck. Like, maybe the world champ is sitting right here, but we just all said we should play this deck instead, and we made a bad choice or whatever. There's skill involved in that kind of stuff, like predicting which sideboard cards to play and what the metagame's going to look like. But that's the kind of skill that I feel like is less important when compared with the skill of, like, card evaluation. You know, the best Magic player in the world should be able to evaluate cards better than almost everybody else. Whether it's with deck construction, but also in the moment, in Limited. That's where card evaluation is key. It's those kind of things that I think mean more. They're weighted more heavily for me than, like, what deck should I play in Modern or whatever. Like, people aren't testing the entire Modern format. They're working off of other people's work and whatever. So it just feels weird to me. And again, this is why Wizards agrees, and I think most people agree. No pros are complaining about Limited in the Pro Tour, because they all understand that, yeah, you should be well-rounded to be a world champion. And you just can't be well-rounded if you don't play Limited. But anyway, I think everybody likes playing different ways. Some people don't want to play 60 cards at all. They just want to play Commander. Fuck Limited and Constructed, you know? Yeah, that's totally fine too. But, you know, we're never going to base World Championship off of that. Or, you know, when we talk about the best players in the world, Commander's not a word that even enters the conversation. Uh-oh. Getting some delay here. Let's watch Twitch chat explode here. Uh-oh. Oh, we're back. Well, EDH is just not Magic. Yeah, sanctioned competitive formats are real formats. They're real Magic. Anything that's not a sanctioned competitive format is not real Magic, right? They don't play by the same rules that the game is built on. So it gets really weird. I mean, CEDH is an absolute shit show. I again, there's so many. Oh, the broadcast just went down. Uh-oh, I'm still live. This is not on my. Everybody F in the chat. F. F's in the chat. Oh, I can't. There. F's in the chat. Oh, God. Yeah, as I say, you don't have to. You're preaching to the choir. I already know. Just look up the win rates for the fourth seat in EDH compared to all the other seats. It's just, you know, anyway, it's cool that people are evolving those formats. It's cool that people put time and effort into making them better and stuff, and they get more interesting or whatever, but don't ever confuse that with real Magic. Like, that's not the game of Magic that you're playing. You're playing some bizarre variant of the game, right? Well, viewership was up to 9,700 until the stream crashed. That was better than earlier. The quarterfinals was only about 7K, right? We're back, baby. I can only set the source to 1080p. That's crazy. You think the I'm streaming at 2K. You think the official Magic channel would have the ability to stream at 2K? They don't. Somebody just doesn't know that it's possible over at WotC. They just haven't even thought about asking Twitch. You just have to apply to the program and they let you stream in 2K. Weird shit. Anyway, okay, so what's happening right now? So Akira is not, is playing the Monument version. Damn. Oh, so there was a Japanese player that played it. I did not realize that. I thought it was only Sam and, who was the other guy? There was one other dude on his team, but this is another team playing that deck. Interesting. The Monument Mirror. Uh-oh, Sam's in trouble here. You're playing tight, tapping the card to show trigger. 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 Gotta use the body language. Yep, keep that graveyard visible. Keep those lands visible. Sam picks up an island. Or I don't know if he had that. This is, 2-1 already in Akira's favor. So 2 treasure up there. If you go, you can't really go for the 1 damage to everything because the odds of them having a prowess spell. I mean, I don't know how many cards are in the other guy's hand, but I assume there's a few. You can't risk them prowessing out here. Sam at 7. When you can politic your way out of... Oh, I know, dude. Oh, I mean, come on. Did you see that 11-hour-long game? It's not see, but did you read about it, hear about it somewhere? I was reading about what happened. Absolute shit show. I didn't believe it when I first read it. I thought this is some troll. And then I went kind of deeper to see where, you know, how fake it was or whatever. Somebody calling it fake. And then they just were like, no, look, the video was up, but the VOD is so long that it got taken down. But like people there, eyewitness accounts and everything, just like, yeah, 11 hours. It only ended because one dude had to get on a plane. And it was just one guy litigating his case for like 9 hours. They were litigating, I don't know, priority and who should get whatever. I mean, again, the reason that happens is because the game is not designed to be played in that way. You're not playing real Magic. That's why you have all this bullshit, and it's such a ridiculous, like, the tournament organizers or the judge should have absolutely just been like, look, dude, but you can't, because you can't be seen as having, I'm you know, picking somebody over somebody else, right? I'm favoring this guy. Gotta let him litigate his case for 9 hours. What? It's just ridiculous. It's a meme because it's a meme format. It's not a real format. It's not real Magic. It's Dan. It's BattleBox. Doesn't matter if they don't print official BattleBox sets. Just because they have official Commander sets doesn't make Commander a real format, even if it's competitive cards. Competitive, like, it's not. You can't be competitive with 4 players on politics. What are we playing? Game of Thrones, you know? You know what? You heard about the next day, me too. You know what would be really cool? I just laughingly joked that CEDH is like Game of Thrones. But you know what would be really cool? If they did a collaboration. Oh man, Sam goes down. So close. He's never won a Pro Tour. Another top 8 though. He's going to be in the Hall of Fame. At some point. A cool crossover with Game of Thrones would be like a CEDH Game of Thrones crossover where you get like influence points, and that way when you're litigating an argument, however much influence you have carries more weight. Like if I say, hey, I should be able to respond next, not you, the other person says, no, I should. And I go, well, I have 3 influence points, you have 1, so I win this argument. Like imagine if they introduced the mechanic like that. That would be interesting. Let's listen to what they say here.
How are you feeling about the upcoming semi-final?
はい、クォーターファイナル、勝利ということでトップ8からトップ4に入りましたが、どうですか、世界トップクラスのプレイヤーと対戦をしていて、さらに今トップ4まで勝ち上がりましたが、どういう気分ですか？
これが初めての世界選手権なんですけど、今まで配信とか動画の中でしか見たことないプレイヤーと対戦できることはもうすごい、テンション上がりますし、
I know Sugoi.
面白いゲームがで
I
き
know
たら
that
なと思い
word.
ます。
Yes, it's my first time at Worlds, so, but I've been excited to be here in a sense. Like I'm playing against so many of people that I've only seen in streams or videos, so I'm so happy just to be here and playing against them. But you know, I've been playing great, and I've come this far. Very, very happy to have played so far.
Well, Akira, best of luck in the semi-finals, and congratulations on making it all the way to the top 4.
はい。
Top 4.
では次も、
Cool. Yeah, he knew. Oh, he did? Oh, I didn't know he was an artist and stuff. But it was clear that he was just dragging it out so that it would be a draw, right? He wanted it to draw, and instead he dragged it out to the point where it had to become a draw, right? Which is what happened. They ended up drawing the game in the finals of this tournament. That's how stupid CEDH is. But, Yeah, just the whole shit show. I mean, there's a lot of shady shit that goes on in Magic that goes whoosh right over most players' heads. Like, most players don't even know it's going on. Did you guys read about the vintage tournament that I think it was Ultimate Guard put on? And you could qualify through Magic Online Vintage Cube events. LSV had a couple videos at the time. He was trying to qualify for it. What's his face? His buddy was trying to qualify for it. I can't remember his name now. Who guests on his stream sometimes. And it turned out a family of Magic players scammed the whole thing to get, you know, Beta Power 9 or whatever. They won like a Beta Black Lotus or something, like the top prize. Or no, they were doing a Beta draft with Beta packs in the top 8. They said, the people who qualify for this Beta draft, you have to qualify through Vintage Cube events on Magic Online. Like whoever got the most trophies. And this family of gamers basically gamed it. Like 2 brothers and their dad, they like used their dad's account. They would try and queue up together in Vintage Cube drafts, pass good cards to each other, basically rigging the game, rigging the draft. And then 2 of these related family members ended up in the top 8 of the beta draft. And of course, they're helping each other. And the whole thing just fucking stank of cheating, of manipulation. It was such a bad look. I mean, this has happened many times, Goblin. You're right. But this was a really exclusive, like, a beta draft does not happen all the time. But it's draft rigging on Moto, and then in real life, they go there and show up, and they're like, you know, what a shit show. Absolute shit show. But I think a lot of players don't even know this happens. They just don't even think about Magic at that level. They don't care, right? Who cares? Many of them are casual players. Who gives a shit? They don't care about what's happening in Vintage Cube beta drafts. I just go to my shop every week and play with the same 4 people. We play Commander. I just care about what they're playing, you know. That's it. But it is interesting. I think, you know, it shows how crazy this game gets. Like, when people do shit like that, draft rigging, like all this kind of stuff. When the prizes are there, when the incentive is there, people are going to try and cheat. They're going to try and give themselves an unfair advantage. I mean, look at the Olympics. They're constantly cracking down on this kind of shit. Look at pro cycling with the Lance Armstrong stuff. And like, when all that kind of came to light and it was like, oh, he got in trouble for doping, but literally everybody's, oh, they've always been doping for how long? Oh my God. And we just thought, you know, Mark McGuire was good at hitting home runs and Canseco and stuff, or like, you know, it's such a shit show. It's like, once it all comes out, it's like, oh, we're just really stupid and naive. Most people did not realize this was going on in this sport they profess to love. And my favorite athlete is so-and-so. And they have no idea this guy's been cheating or doping or whatever his whole career. It's crazy. It's all over the place, right? It's anytime there's a big incentive, big money on the line, whatever. Oh yeah, well that's wild. There can't have been that many, but break-ins and stuff, murdered is wild. There hasn't been that many of those, I imagine. But maybe there's definitely been tons of break-ins. I mean, the shop that I'm involved with, you know, I own a portion of a shop down in the States, and we've been broken into 3 times. There's been crazy shit. One guy, must have been an inside job. He knew exactly which window in the front wasn't alarmed, and snuck in through this tiny little like window underneath. It's crazy. But Diego Maradona, well, okay, coke is a different thing. Extra humor. I think coke is not the same as steroids. It's not a performance enhancing drug. Does it make you like get a ton of energy and have like, you know, whatever? Maybe, but like but coke is like, literally everybody was doing coke in the 80s and 90s. You know, it's funny. I got banned for a month on Twitch a few years ago after my first year of streaming. And I got banned because I showed a documentary during our huge, like, 92-hour celebration stream. That apparently the video is not viewable in the US, but also it had pictures of a dead body, apparently. But in that documentary, it's called Cocaine Cowboys. It's a really good documentary. It came out in 2006, I think. It's about the drug trade in Miami, and there are like eyewitness, like people who sold drugs to like NFL teams. They're like Super Bowl, whatever the number was in like 1988 was in Miami, and the entire defensive line had a huge coke-fueled like hookers and the whole crazy party in the hotel the night before the Super Bowl. Those guys, so many of them who play, and they won the next day. Another crash. So many of the guys who were playing football, so many stars and stuff were high. Everybody was high on coke in the 80s and 90s. Like literally fucking everybody. Everybody who had any money at all. Like every athlete, every celebrity. Yikes. Yikes. And oh, we're back. Okay. But anyway. RCQ Scoopgate. What is that? People scooping to each other in tournaments? Yeah, that's kind of shady. It happens all the time though. Again, it's within the rules, so it's not cheating, but it's, you know, I think rigging drafts is straight up cheating. But I think scooping to friends is not cheating. It's just the rules. Should it be cheating? Yeah, I could see that. I could see an argument if we want to debate whether or not that should be cheating. I could see it, but yeah. Want to test for Ritalin on the PT? Yeah, can you imagine? Well, Ritalin isn't, again, like performance enhancing drug. Like, what do you call it? Yeah, in other sports, it's obviously steroids and stuff like that. But in Magic, like, there is no drug. Oh my God, it's shit in the bed over here. Everybody's FFs in the chat, laughing my ass off here. Let's see. Oh, we're back. Oh boy, this is the top 4 of worlds here. But you mean, yeah, steroids are different. Right. It's tournament fraud. Yeah, I think there's gray areas that are gray areas because of the way the rules are written, because of whatever. And then there are strictly like, this is clearly beyond the red line and is illegal. This is cheating. Like, you know, it's the same as the time thing we were talking about before. It's not a scumbag move to not play as quickly as you can because you are up a game in a top 8, you know, of whatever. There's Game Deceive. This is from last year, I guess, right? But it is shitty to literally like draw extra cards when you know you shouldn't, or play an extra land when you know you should, or you've already played your land, or delay the game to the point where a judge says you're getting a penalty for delay of game. Like, that's cheating. You're getting to the point where, yeah, like I said, Tomohiro Saito got banned for that for 18 months. Big ban for that delay of game. I couldn't believe that. I don't think that's ever happened since. We've never seen a ban for delay of game like that ever since then. Crazy. ESPN2 quality, yeah. Route 3 podcast, one of the dudes got his buddy scooped him. He only played 2 matches, but he went on Twitter and Fireviews got dunked on. Okay, that's a lot of words with no punctuation. So I don't know who Crew 3 podcast is, but some rando got his buddy to scoop to him in an RCQ, but 2 matches? How many people were in this RCQ? 8 people or something? I mean, that already sounds like a whole kind of shit show, but Fire Shoes got dunked on for what reason? Why? I don't understand why Fire Shoes. Why is Fire Shoes getting dunked on? You missed that part. 32 players, okay. So did Fire Shoes defend this guy, or what did Fire Shoes have to do with it? Why is he getting dunked on? Or Fire Shoes didn't understand why the other guy who got his buddy to scoop to him was getting dunked on? I mean, yeah, Fire Shoes is right. It's not illegal. You don't dunk on people for doing that. Until they change, should Wizards change the rule, you know? Don't complain to me. You know, it's like a lot of things. Like, the law is the law, the rules are the rules. If you don't like it, don't complain to me. Complain to the fucking, you know, city or whatever. If, you know, like that kind of thing. I think that's what it is. If people shit on somebody for my buddy scooped to me, then you're getting it wrong. It's not that guy. Crew 3 podcast didn't do anything wrong. That's magic. You're allowed to do that. Math throws it out. He reposted and people shat on him for reposting it. Dear God. Twitter sounds like such a shithole. I don't know why anybody's on Twitter anymore. Anyway, okay, I see. He got 5 people to scoop to him. Okay, that's different. That's not what you said. You said one of his buddies scooped to him after he played 2 matches. Oh, you spelled buddies wrong. I think that's what you're trying. That's where you missed it. So you mean buddies plural? B-U-D-D-I-E-S buddies? Ah, that's a totally different meaning of that sentence then. I see. I thought you just mistyped his buddy. He got his buddy to scoop to him. Oh, you're saying many buddies. Without playing any games? They didn't play any games? then okay. So again, the problem here isn't the player who got his buddies to scoop to him. It's the shop. The shop should not allow that. Obviously he did this at a shop where he knows the owner. So let's pretend you're in that tournament. What do? Let's say you're in the tournament and you play round 1 against somebody else, you know, or maybe you play against this guy and he beats you. And then you see him go friend scoop the next like 4 rounds in a row. I would immediately go to the shop and be like, this guy's friends are all like, they entered a 32 player tournament and they're all scooping their buddy in. You know, if I'm the shop owner, I would be like, oh, you can't do this kind of thing or whatever. I would make some house rule against it. Or I would, if the shop owner told me, yeah, well, too bad, he's allowed to do that. So, and the shop owner's kind of covering his ass, I would immediately report that shop to Wizards and they would get in big shit. But yeah, how is he avoiding playing anybody into the, like, I can see how his friends could scoop him into the top 4 or whatever, but he still is going to have to play against somebody else with 32 players, right? There's no guarantee that he's going to play against his friends every round. That's why, again, there's details here. This is why stories like this, it's better to like post a link to the whole essay or something. And if it's on Twitter, I won't look at it. But, you know, otherwise I have a lot of questions how this kind of thing happens. That's not a big issue in Magic. Nobody's doing that. If somebody did that, it's because the shop's in on it and they should be reported and somebody should report them, whoever goes to that shop. Or the shop owner's an idiot and he allows this to happen because he's just a moron. I don't know. Usually it's because the shop owner's friends with the guy who's doing the shady shit, right? Report shops like that. Report any shop. Report a shop. If you go to the shop owner and you say, hey, somebody just told another person to like go fuck themselves over there when they lost the game. They're acting really salty. If the store owner goes, oh yeah, that's just Joe Blow. He's just like that. Just ignore him. He'll cool off. Okay. I would immediately report that shop to Wizards. As you should. Wizards will follow up on stuff like that. Get evidence, get recording, get some other people's names and addresses and say, look, there was a bunch of other people there. Here are their emails. You can confirm with them. They saw this person, you know, physically threaten another player. Like I talked to the shop owner. They said, don't worry about it. Fuck that. The shop owner's a dirtbag who allows shit like that in his shop. Report shops like that. You know what I mean? But it gets complicated, right? What if it's the only shop in your town? You're going to report them, get them in trouble, make them lose their WPN status or whatever, and you're just making the experience now worse for everybody who goes to that shop? Okay, that's one side of the coin. The other side of the coin is obviously the shop owner's a dirtbag and he's allowing all kinds of shitty, you know, things to happen in his shop. So what is really worse for the community? You know, like for me, it's a simple report. That's it. So if that actually happened, the way that you're describing it, SSA, then either the shop owner is a shitty shop owner or the people in the shop aren't reporting it. Something, you know, that kind of thing would never happen in any shop I've ever been to, full stop. You know, people like me or myself, if I see that happen, I would immediately report it to the store owner and be like, this is clearly collusion. And if the store owner turns a blind eye to it, well, now I report it to WPN. That's it. That's what you do in that situation. So I don't know if there's evidence of this. Like the fact that this person posted on Twitter or somebody got this on Twitter means that person is in, like, what are they doing? Did they say something about defending it? Did they say, no, these aren't my friends? Or because the records are there, right? You can see that they got scooped to. Like, is the shop covering for them or what's happening there? Because that's, yeah, that never happens anywhere. If that happens, it's because shop owners are allowing shitty things to happen. Shouldn't happen. That kind of stuff, unfortunately, happens all the time. There are shop owners who make their own house rules for tournaments or for prizes, and it's straight up, you have to give out the promos. This is a store championship. No, the store is hoarding them or whatever. Oh, we've reported shops for that. We've reported shops for having multiple FNMs. In Korea, I would go to FNM 3 times a week and win FNM promos. That is not supposed to happen. But all the shops kind of had a little hush-hush deal where they would do this because they just wanted to get players in the door. And the players, of course, aren't going to complain because we want more promos. You know, but there's shops that would hoard promos and not give them out when they should. Like there's so many reasons to report a shop. Scooping into the tournament's an easy one to just go, this is bullshit. It's very obvious what's happening here. Are you going to do anything about it or do I have to report you? That's it. That's what it comes down to, right? Okay, here we go. Game 1 of the semifinals. Is it Lessons versus Temur Otters? I think the Lessons deck has the advantage. He's playing the Monument deck, so the fact that they're still calling it Lessons means, you know, yeah, that Wizards, even at over there, they're so behind the 8 ball. Is it Monument? Everybody's been separating them now into a separate archetype. Except Wizards. Yeah, and that goes for judge calls. That goes for, Magic is a social game. So if people are, like, there's strict rules against that. You cannot curse at someone in a game of Magic. A judge will disqualify you for verbal abuse if you keep swearing at people in a tournament. Like, it's against the rules to be a dipshit. So when people are dipshits, don't feel bad about reporting them. They are literally breaking the rules of the game. The social contract of the game. You know what I mean? And it's not just social contract. It's literally in the rules. You can't curse out another player. That is a line. That's a step too far. They will ban you for that. They banned some guy for showing his ass crack. They banned a guy from Magic for a year and a half for taking pictures of other people at a tournament. There's things that you can't do. Wizards will crack down on you. If your shop allows toxicity and shitty things, report the shop. Report the shop. They will do something about it. Don't just be like, oh, nothing will happen probably. Then you're part of the problem. Like, shops who are shady need to get called out, but there's so many shady ones. That whole situation with the scooping sounds like just a shady shop, or a shop that the owner's an idiot and doesn't, think it's a big deal or whatever. I don't know how that's even possible. It reeks of just collusion with the shop too. All right, maybe there's some kickback behind the scene that we don't know about. Who knows, right? Okay, John goes to 16 here. Artist talent already going. That's very scary. And again, blue-red not really a way to deal with an enchantment here. So monument and artist talent being non-creature permanents make it very tough for the other Izzet decks to really interact profitably with them, right? It's just Into the Flood Maw that you need, and none of these decks are playing many anymore. Going to a GP once, they gave everyone that showed up 2 promo Batterskulls. 2, wow. They sent over, wow, really? I was going to say, usually you don't get 2 copies. But, yeah. Okay. What has he got here? This is going to be a big turn. Sean is tapped out, but has a Ral in play. It's pretty good. What happened to the lighting? Wow, what happened to the lighting? What is happening? The contrast... Oh, he looked up. It's the lighting in the studio where they're playing. It's turning red. Look at the I mean, that guy's got dyed red hair, but you can see it's the lighting in the background. Oh my god, I can barely see what's on the table. Nice one, Wizards. Oh my god, what is happening? Somebody just slowly started turning up a heat lamp right above the table. You guys cold? Just cranked it up all the way, oversaturated the view there. Wow. Wow. Okay. Wow. Quality. This is the best part of watching these tournaments, is watching the blunders in production. It's hilarious. Shoot you. Prowess triggers trigger artistic talent or artist talent. Oh yeah. Val gonna take a bunch of damage. She's dead. 5 damage each. Monument looking good. It's just artist talent. Yeah, he just scoops. Oof. Tough matchup. That was game 1. Magic event quality is better on ESPN 2? Yeah, maybe. The problem with Magic, it's a really shitty spectator sport, right? It's not a good game to watch. For us, it's people are like, what do you mean? I love watching that. Yeah, you're missing my point. I love watching Magic, but it's not an easy thing to watch unless you're an entrenched Magic player. Step outside of your own bubble for a second and think about what it's like for the people who aren't as entrenched in this game as you. They can't watch this. Look at other games. Look at poker. Everybody can follow what's going on in poker because most people know what playing cards are and the values. Chess. Most people can watch a game of chess and understand who's winning, because it's 2 sides, same pieces, who has more pieces, chess can be complicated. Sometimes it looks like somebody's winning and they're not. Like, it's much easier to kind of see and follow, even for somebody who doesn't know the rules, than Magic. Magic is very obtuse. The cards have a ton of words on them, the interactions, none of it is visualized, like when people are doing things with their cards. So watching it is almost, it's impossible to know what's going on unless you have a deep understanding of the game. Even with the names on the side, even with the odd card showing up, every card is so wordy and does so many things. You just can't watch this game if you're not super entrenched in this game, like full stop. It's just a really terrible spectator sport. PUBG, esports, like even League of Legends, there's a lot going on, but you can kind of follow, like you can tell who's winning. PUBG, pretty easy. Like shooters are pretty easy. Everybody understands you know what the objectives are here. But this game, like it's, you know, and especially when the decks get really complicated, right? Dredge decks and combo decks and stuff. If you don't know everything that's happening, you're just like, what is going on? I mean, hell, even for a Commander player watching this might be like, I don't play with any of these cards. So what does that card do? Oh, and that works with that because why? Oh, and it gets a trigger, and then like it's even hard to follow unless someone explains it to you, unless you're like invested in this specific format, I would even say, not just a Magic, you know, somebody who knows how to play Magic. I think my brother would be watching this. He knows how to play Magic, like he knows the rules of the game, but he would have no idea what's going on in every one of these matchups. Like that makes it a really poor spectator experience, right? The table was adjusted. That's right. But it still looks crooked to me. Like the line in the middle is still slightly off, but whatever. That's being pedantic. I'm being a little picky here, maybe saying that. But StarCraft 2, sure, stuff like that. Likely switch to TPP? Really? Why is that? I would be very surprised if that happened. You mean the competitive scene? I mean, I know TPP is big over in Asia or whatever. Maybe that's what you're saying, that they only, you know, because Asia cares mostly about TPP, they're just going to go all the way TPP now. That would be really too bad because FPP that's the real, you know, skill format, right? But maybe that would suck. There's a new PUBG or Krafton based on PUBG extraction shooter coming out. I'm signed up for the closed beta. I think in a few days it'll actually start, December 13th. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah, because of the Asian player base. Could be. Yeah, maybe. I think TPP still is just, you know, the shittiest way to determine who the best players are. It's way worse than FPP, but anyway, a lot of players, you know, motion sickness and stuff. They can't play FPP, so it's okay. What do? That was a lot of my Asian friends. In Korea, when I was there, like you could never find a first player server. We had to connect to usually Oceania server or some other place. And but in Korea, Japan, China, nobody wanted to play FPP, and most of my friends would say it's because it made them motion sick. I don't know. My wife can't play first-person shooters. She gets motion sick after a while. Forget about VR and stuff. She just was like, after 15 minutes, she can't. I can play VR for hours and not feel... I feel weird when I play VR for a long time and I take it off and I go, oh, like, it feels weird being in the real world a little bit. But it wears off quickly, but I'm not like nauseous. Some people just get nauseous after like 15 minutes of VR, you know? That's why VR has never taken off, despite the 90s hyping it to the moon. I love F1, but I don't understand the rules. But I mean, it's a race, right, Jub? You still understand what's going on in a race. Everybody does. All these cars are trying to be the first to cross the finish line. You know that, right? So that's all you need to know. Whoever crosses first. You don't understand how the pit stops work. That doesn't matter. You know what all these people are trying to do, and you know that when they're passing each other, that's a good thing, and when they fall behind, that's a bad thing, right? Like, it's not... Magic, nothing is this obtuse. There's very few games that people watch. That's why this is never... You're never going to see Magic blow up and be something big like an esport, because it's too obtuse. It's why their whole push to be an esport was so silly, and everybody who knows anything about this game laughed when they announced that. Remember back in COVID, they were like really pushing to make Magic an esport officially. Like they said, we're gonna make it, it's gonna be an esport now, and blah blah blah. And that's when they tried to make that Mythic League and have like a team of pro players like FaZe or Sonic or whoever, you know, these pro FPS teams and stuff. Cloud9. They wanted to have an esport thing, and it's like, Magic sucks for that. You can't have that. It's too obtuse. Never. It will never have mass-wide appeal. Too hard to get into. Way too many rules. Way too complicated. Nobody can follow this shit. Nobody. Unless you're like really, really well-versed at the game, right? Not like a shooter. Not like F1. Not like any of these other things. Not even like chess. Okay. Monument down. It's the death knell. John looking at double Ral going, these don't matter. I'm dead. Good side playing that have the head bob. Oh yeah, and you can turn that down. If you do feel yourself getting sick while playing an FPS game, there are things you can do. For those who don't know, I know a lot about this stuff. I play a lot of FPS games in general. One of the things is what Jub mentioned, the head bob. Turn off if you can. Many games don't have the option to do this, but if you can turn off head bob in a game, that'll decrease your motion sickness. Also, FOV. A lot of players don't realize that the field of view in the game can be altered, right? And different fields of view will make you feel more motion sick. Experiment with the field of view and the head bob, things like that, and you can reduce your motion sickness. Fun fact. Maybe it won't work for you. It's hard. It's trial and error. Like, I can't tell you exactly how to set it because it's different for everybody. It's like being colorblind. There's many different ways of being colorblind. There's a lot of good games have different settings for that now, which is fantastic. But, you listen to Jeff Gerstmann. Oh, the double power-up. Whoa. Double power-up artist talent. Okay. Haps out. What a turn. That is bizarre. Does he just have 2 lands in hand? Maybe he's getting flooded here? He needs another spell to keep the artist talent going, right? No other plays. Just, wow. Okay, Sean is now, like, confused but happy, going, holy shit, my opponent's got all lands in their hand. Okay. Can I steal this? 13 life? Torch goes to the yard? Or what did he just do? He looted away Torch. Oh, did he minus Ral? Maybe he just drew some cards to discard to? There's Vitality. Now he's got some mana to work with. And there's the mana symbols. Or the mana symbol. The mana counters. That's cool. I like those. 3D print a couple of those. That seems good. That works. I just use colored dye. I have a D12 that's red and a D12 that's blue that I used to use for storm count. For mana in the storm deck. And then there's another 20-sided dice I use for storm count. Depth of field, yeah, another one. Yep. Motion blur, turn off motion blur. That gets a lot of people. So if you're ever feeling kind of nauseous in a game, experiment with that kind of stuff and it'll feel better. Or hopefully it feels better. But yeah, listening to Jeff Gerstmann say, some games are just unplayable, like Assassin's Creed Shadows. He's like, when the enemy's doing an unblockable attack, it glows red, or whatever people call red, and when they're not doing it, it's some other color. But for me, I can't tell the difference. It looks the same color every time, so I can't tell if enemies are doing unblockable attacks on me or not. And I hear that, and I'm like, oh my god. I'm lucky. I think I see colors the way most other people do, but everybody sees colors slightly differently, or not everybody, but way more people than I thought. It's very weird. It makes me wonder if people see the world literally the same way I do. Maybe there's got to be a lot of people who do, but there's a lot of people who don't. It's interesting to me. It's only something that we've kind of been aware of recently. Waking up almost to the fact that people are all different. Oh wait, that's too close to woke, right? Darn, can't say that anymore. Apparently it means something bad. But it's exactly that kind of stuff, right? Being aware that people are different and we're not all the same, and trying to accommodate people who are different than you, Put a handicapped ramp in your buildings. Make it a law, because none of these scumbag developers are ever going to do it if you don't make them. I moved to Asia, like in South Korea, biggest city in South Korea, Seoul, and there's no handicapped ramps anywhere. They don't have laws for stuff like that. It's, again, societies to me are based on how you treat your most vulnerable people. And in other countries, like look at China, look at a lot of places, they authoritarian countries, the way they treat the most vulnerable, they don't give a shit. They want to keep people vulnerable, if anything. Doing monument things now. Now he's got the gas flowing. Now I don't know if Sean can win this game. Where's his monument thing? Usually they gave him a card to put over the monument to show which mode he's activated. He just made a treasure there, so we can still draw a card and make Sean lose 3. Blurry backgrounds can be distracting, sure. Makes them look like they aren't even there? Oh, I never saw that before, Jub. In a movie or a TV show? The only weird shit I see is when people don't turn off motion tracking. If you don't turn off motion tracking on your TV, it's got a lot of TVs have this by default where they, you know, when you watch a show and it looks like they're recording it with a hand cam, like it looks like a reality TV show, but it's not. It's like a, you know, a produced show. It's the motion tracking on your TV you've got to disable. It drives me crazy. I don't know, maybe just because I grew up, you know, watching TV with no motion tracking, but you get used to it after a while, but I like turning it off. I don't want to see it like that. But anyway. But the CGI thing, I've never seen that before, where it looks like they shouldn't even be in the shot, like they're clearly added in post. Wow. I don't know, depth of field. I don't think I've ever messed with or not. Is depth of field? Yeah, depth of field on a TV before, but I've never messed with that. By default, that kind of stuff is normal on most TVs, but motion tracking is turned on most TVs, which is not normal. To me, it's weird. It makes everything look weird. But I've never seen that. Crazy. Casting more spells, making more mana, drawing more cards. Oh, he's already made mana. Gonna draw a card off Monument. Kill your stuff. Or kill a guy anyway. Cashing in Ral for the cards. Tossing Trainer Vitality. Forge Otter triggers. Is that song? X is 5? Oh, that's a scoop. Got him. Okay. Yeah, they all have haste. 1/1. Okay. It's something the makers do not have a setting on the TV? You mean there's no setting to change it? Depth of field? I don't know. Wow. I don't think I've ever seen a TV do that, so I don't know what kind of TV does that, but that sounds insane. Maybe I'm not understanding. Yeah, games you can control depth of field, but you're saying on a TV it's a default setting that makes all the actors look like the backgrounds are blurry and CGI? Like, that just sounds like a garbage TV. What kind of shitty Temu TV did you get that you saw that? If it's set like that, yeah. Because I was gonna say depth of field's not a setting on a TV, so you're saying by default it's like that? That sounds like a fucked up TV. On what TV? What do you like? What TV are you seeing that? Like you're saying you can see the CG or the background's blurry? Sounds like you need a new TV or your TV's garbo or something. That's weird. I don't know what to say. I've never seen that, so maybe I just buy good TVs, or I don't know what you're saying here. That sounds weird, right? I don't know. What TV does that? I've never seen a TV do that. Ral. Okay. Or maybe I'm not understanding what you're describing. I don't know. Something doesn't add up for me there, but how they make them now. But I watch a lot of TV shows and movies, and I'm not seeing blurry backgrounds or CGI parts standing out or any of what you're describing. I'm not sure what you're saying. I don't notice any of that. So that's why I'm asking. I feel like is this specific to a TV brand, or like shitty TVs do this, or because I don't notice that ever. Interesting. Still 1 mana floating here. Passes the turn. Okay. Saving his mana. Ral in play now for Akira. Both of them siding in Ral's, it looks like. That's interesting, Jub, but never experienced it. Draw 3. Oof. Ral goes up. There's talent. Oh boy. Is that a foil land? Oh boy, that's amateur hour. He's playing some foils and mostly non-foils. I don't think that's a good idea. Never ever do that as a rule of thumb in Magic for any of you players out there who want to play competitively. Never mix foils and non-foils in a tournament. You may just lose a game, a match, or the whole tournament because of it. And don't pretend like your foils are all perfect and look exactly like all the other cards. It's just a straight up risk. When I was borrowing a deck, I specifically tried to ask no foils, but it was hard because, you know, I'm borrowing from people and I've just kind of got to play whatever they have. So I had a few foils in my regional championship deck and I was legit worried about it. All my Omnisciences were foil. And because they were judge promos. And they were super nice, but I was like, you know, I'm a little worried about this. So MTG had the idea where he basically said, go talk to the tournament organizer before the tournament and ask him to check your deck and give you a deck check and tell you if it's okay. So I did. I felt bad because the judges are super busy, and I was like, this is so dumb. I don't want to do this, but, like, did you check my deck? And he's like, okay, just give me 1 minute. And, you know, he does something. And then he looks at it, and he's like, and he does, like, a couple of things, and he goes, yeah, it should be fine. And I'm like, okay. And I had no problems. Nobody judge called me on it, but people would be very well within their rights to judge call me on that. So I, you know, don't ever do it. Trust me. Comparing a Lawrence of Arabia, how clear the background was. Oh, interesting. There's a lot of things I don't know. Yeah, there's still so many questions I have there. Like, what quality was the Lawrence of Arabia? Was it a Blu-ray? Was it like a super high quality version, a remastered version? Was it one of the old original like versions from TV? Was it, you know, and what TV were they watching it on? And what, you know, settings did they have enabled? And on and on and on. You know, like I need so much more information. Anyway, I'll take your word for it. I've never seen it. I don't know what the fuck that is. Is that only with specific old media? Is that with everything? Like, is it only from movies produced before 1980? You know, like, or whatever? Like, all these things come into question when you say that kind of example. Like, it doesn't really mean anything yet. Like, it's like most things. It's complex, and I'm sure there's a lot of factors. I don't think TVs are just showing the latest TV shows and movies that look blurry in the background. What? I've never seen that. Is it something specific to really old media? Like, you know, there's so many factors that, like, yeah, we can't oversimplify and just be like, there's TVs that do this. What? No. Only with specific things, maybe, or in this specific situation or whatever. Like, okay, then that's a different thing. Who cares? That's not a thing. I've never seen it. It's interesting, but you've seen it in real, like, you've seen movies that are older or something that do this. That's interesting, but check your sleeves, Hamo. Yep. Yeah, those kind of things you should do if you're serious about, you know, tournament Magic, because they will matter at some point. Not all the time. Maybe you play 2-3 tournaments and it never comes up. And then boom, your opponent goes, you know what? Judge, can I get a deck check here on this guy's sleeves? Like, suddenly you play against somebody who's good enough at Magic that they're paying attention to everything and they're not afraid to weaponize, you know, a judge call. If they not weaponize, that sounds negative, but, you know, they'll be very aggressive with calling a judge over if they see any whiff of something that they can pounce on. Don't give them anything to pounce on. You know, when I see my opponent's deck playing all foils and I notice it's only the combo cards that are foiled, I might actually call a judge over and just go, can I get a deck check on this guy? Because, like, the only foils in his deck are combo cards. Sorry, opponent, I'm not trying to imply anything, but, like, you understand why I have to do that, right? You chose to play those foils, surely you know. You know, and if the opponent wants to get salty over it or whatever, then, move, boy, that's even more incriminating. I just shut my mouth and go, okay, judge, do your thing. I don't feel bad at all calling a judge for something like that. And if I'm the one that gets judge called, I'm not going to go, come on, man, what are you calling me, a cheater? Blah, blah, blah. I'm going to go, yeah, okay, you're right. Okay, judge. And then I've just got to hope that I was right about these foils not standing out too much. And it's in a judge's hands. Just a random person at an event who knows a lot about Magic. They could rule either way. You know, what if the judge goes, yeah, you know what? Look at this. Look at this. And then they'll go to another judge and they'll ask them and they'll come back and go, we're going to issue you a game loss here because of a marked deck, You're going to have to, you know, switch these out for other cards or proxy them or whatever. And that's game 2 of your match. And there you go. You lost the match because you got a game loss. And now you're out of the top 8. And there goes your tournament because you played foils in your deck. Like, that's how that happens, right? Just don't do it unless you're the Japanese guy with all the bling bling and you can foil the entire deck. Then there's no ambiguity. But if you're not foiling your whole deck, do not play foils. I don't give a shit how special that full art foil, whatever the hell promo garbo that you have in your, your grandma gave to you, and when she passed away, you used her inheritance to invest in a set of foil VVs, and you just have to play them because they're, your pride and joy. Don't. Borrow some VVs from your buddies. Trade them for your foil ones. Just, hold these for collateral. Let me borrow your normal ones for this tournament. Don't have to show off. This guy's playing a couple lands that are foil. That's not a big deal, but still weird. Like, just don't do it. If even one of those is warped, and many of these lands are warped, the foils in Magic are qualities all over the place. You're just taking a huge risk, right? Anyway, let's move on. But this guy's in the Pro Tour top 8. What do you know? He's smarter than you. He's fine. Yeah, this time. You're gonna drive drunk too because you got away with it once? Dirtbags. Anyway, my biggest takeaway from it cemented why I don't like depth of field. Interesting, yeah. I've never even had it come up. In gaming. Well, I often mess with I increase my FOV, but that's field of view. Depth of field is something else. You don't really mess with that too much. Like, FOV is literally just what you can see, your field of view, right? But foil only the lands, yeah, don't do that either. That's a little sus. But anyway. And watch for that when you're playing. Even though you're playing with no foils, watch for things like that from your opponent. Look at when you're shuffling their deck, look at their deck, and just the first couple shuffles, I look to see the sleeve condition. And then I look away and I shuffle without looking. But when I first shuffle a deck or look at a deck, I definitely look at it. I look at the sleeves. People who don't, cheaters are gonna cheat you more often. It's an integrity thing. It's just like when I'm playing poker, I'm watching the dealer. Whoever's dealing, I'm making sure they're not missing anything when they deal, because that's where a lot of people will cheat, is when they deal. There's a lot of spots where you just, the integrity of the game's there. It really doesn't require much mental effort to do these things. You just have to have like a mental checklist that you do every match. The more tournament Magic you play, the better you'll be at doing those things, and they'll just become ingrained. Now, the way I draw cards, the way I hold my hand, the way I have my graveyard, all of these things I just do automatically, even when I'm playing Commander, because of the way I had to pay attention to these things when I was playing competitive Magic, right? That's why competitive Magic just makes you a better player, but Monument. Trigger. Draw again. Make a treasure. Maybe get a treasure here. Ingrain the good habits. Tournament Magic will get you very good habits, because there's a lot of sloppy players out there, and they're sloppy because they've never played competitive Magic, right? And they think you're being anal when you correct them and you say, hold on, can we just say going to combat first so I can respond? Oh, okay, fine. Going to combat. Can I attack now? Well, no, actually, I'm going to kill that creature that triggers before it attacks. Ugh, I don't like playing with this guy. He's a rules lawyer. Like, you play against people like this in casual, and they're just like, okay. Backyard bullshit. All right, fine. Let's just not play by the rules. Fine. Just because the rules are more complicated than you realize doesn't mean they're not the rules, but okay. Killing some dudes, triggers all over the place. John in trouble. No vitalities. He's got no combo action going here. Draws again off the Monument. But yeah, Artist's Talent just starts the velocity building. And then as soon as they have a Monument in play, it starts to become insurmountable. Interesting. John has Song in hand. Just vacuum. A little late to the party. Oh, song after Ghost Vacuum? Weird. Yep, 6. Trying to finish it here before the Monument can outgrind. It'd be tough, though. Pyroclasm would be sick here, but even the 2 mana do 1 damage to everybody spell is pretty gross. Like, he could go... Oh, I guess he doesn't have enough mana to level up Storm Chasers, bring back Iroh's Demonstration, or whatever it's called. Instead, he plays Monument number 2. That's pretty good. Make a treasure, dude. Make a treasure first. You're choked on mana. He's drawing. Wants to find a land drop? Does not find one. He needs the treasure to keep going. I think he's choked on mana, which is why I would have made a treasure first. He decides to draw to find a land here. He hasn't made a land drop, but yeah, that's going to trigger again. This is going to be... So he's drawn with both. Oh, yeah, he drew with 1 monument. The other one he hasn't drawn yet. The first one, he's getting that treasure. Second one, he's going to draw. Yeah. So now he's drawn with both, but he hasn't made a treasure with one of them yet. And then he hasn't made him lose 3 life with both of them. They're not tracking it for some reason, even though the other matches were tracking that. I don't know what happened. Boomerang Basics again on the rats. Just, it doesn't matter. He just needs a target here. He's not going to bounce his own stuff. I'm surprised he didn't bounce the Storm Chasers, though, but he just needs to stabilize here. So he's targeting the rats. It's another treasure. So now they've both made treasure and drawn cards. Neither of them have made Sean lose life yet. So 1 more spell here, and Sean loses 6 life. Instead, he passes. So end step, we see the Vacuum Exile a lesson. The burn one, yeah, so that he can't buy it back with Storm Chasers. And then he untaps. I'm kind of surprised. He could have gone for Storm Chasers had he gone for the treasure off the first trigger of Monument there. It's interesting. Actually, no. I guess he needed that mana off the top. He just didn't find a land that turn, and that choked him there. Sean in the tank has another song in hand? Oh. Ooh. Okay. Oh. Annul. Nope. Firebending. Kill a Thunder Trap. Trigger. Discard land, draw, and Monument triggers. Treasure, treasure, draw, 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 draw. Okay. He's got Spell Pierce and Firebending Lesson. Jeez. This is all in response to Vitality on the stack, and that's it. Holy shit. Monument crushing the Lessons deck, Teamer Lessons, and that's, yeah, what we've been seeing all weekend. Nice. Yeah, once the Monument and the Talent get going, I mean, Sean Henry's only hope is to just kill as quick as I can. He's the aggro there. So yeah, song into song, just kill as quick as I can. But cheap interaction, Artist Talent just keeps the gas flowing, Monument, drawing cards, making treasure. Once those 2 things start going off, it's almost impossible to stop the avalanche of value that the other player's getting. Because again, these blue-red decks and Teamer decks opted not to play into the Flood Maw. Like, nobody's playing it, so yeah, like, Boomerang Basics is not getting rid of this 3-mana artifact, right? It's unfortunate, but that's why these Monument decks are crushing. I think we're going to see Monument win this World Championship. I think Sam Pardee's out, but this guy's, the Japanese guy's in it, and isn't the other American, Seth is in it with Monument, I believe, yeah. Okay, asking about the win.
Akira, talk to us about that match. How did it go for you? How did you feel after the victory?
はい、決勝進出おめでとうございます。この試合はどうでしたか？うまくプレーできましたか？どう思いますか？
対戦相手の敵が、ティムール・カワウソだったんですけど、基本的には有利なマッチアップなんですけど、今の対戦相手はメインボードにラルが2枚入っていたので、普通のリストより厳しいマッチアップになると思って、ゲームをしました。まあ、ただ、何度かうまいことやれて勝てたのでよかったと思います。
Yeah, Timur Otters, I think, is a slightly advantageous matchup for me, but in his main board, he had two Ralgas, which like made it a little bit more rough. But in the end of the day, the deck turned out great, and I was able to play well. And hey, now I'm in the finals.
Now you are in the finals. Let's talk about this. A huge moment, a huge opportunity. You're one match away from a world championship. What does that mean to you? Did you think this might be something that would have happened this weekend?
はい、もうであと1勝でもう世界チャンピオンということでもう素晴らしい機会ですし、もうどうでしたか、この週末入ってくるとき、ここまでうまくプレーできると思っていましたか。
ここに来た時の目標は2日目への進出だったので、もうトップ8に入って2回勝てたっていう時点でもう夢のようなんですけど、最後のゲーム楽しみたいと思ってます。
My goal was just coming in for day 2, so already I made day 2 and then I made top 8, so unbelievable. But I won 2 matches. I'm in the finals, just can't believe it. But you know what? I'm not going to stress out too much. I'm just going to have fun in these finals.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations.
So it's one Monument deck in the final, and is the other deck going to be a Monument deck? We could see a mirror match in the final. Wow, that would cement the deck's status as the best deck in the tournament for sure. I think it already is, just going by the Swiss results, but interesting. But the good thing is that Monument deck is very beatable. It's very easy to interact with that clunky 3-mana artifact, so great spot for Standard to be in. I think even though there's like 28 copies of Boomerang Basics, 28 copies of Storm Chaser's Talent in the top 8, is it decks making up 40%, 30-something% of the field? I still think that there's enough diversity between the different Izzet decks that there's no best deck, and all of those Izzet decks look soft to interaction of different sorts, right? I think Graveyard interaction is really good against all the Lessons decks. I think any cheap interaction for enchantments or artifacts is going to be killer against Monument. And even those Blue-Red Prowess version or Prowess decks, and the one that JED was playing, whatever he called it, Looting, or even the other guy with the crabs, like all that stuff seems very beatable. None of that seems like, and obviously even the pros are not in consensus on which is the best deck. I think the Monument deck is the best deck for this tournament for sure, but I don't know if that means it's going to be good going forward. Again, I think it's pretty easy to interact with, right? It's going to be interesting. But yeah, I think Reanimator's pretty mid still. I think it was probably a great call for this tournament. I think Ken got very unlucky in the quarterfinals, but I still think it's just a tier 2 deck in Standard. I don't think it's as good as any of these other decks. It's going to be easy to hate it out, right? Yeah, the Monument deck looks fun, and boy, people love those kind of decks, right? A lot of game actions. Like, as soon as Monument got spoiled, people were trying to build around that card, including me. I tried a couple different lists and went, yeah, this is not good enough. But now, oh man, it's viable. So a lot of people are going to jump on that. But we'll see who takes it down. I imagine it's just going to be a Monument mirror in the finals. And then it's just a mirror match, total crapshoot. Whoever draws better wins. Maybe some skill comes into account, but these players are both so skilled. Like, it would take a miracle for one of them to make a really dumb mistake. You know, a miracle for the other player. Like, if I'm one of these players, I know that this guy's at least as good as me, if not better. You know, I just hope I outdraw them. We both have the same deck, same plan. You know, like, mirror matches are so weird. It's not who's the better player. It's much more comes down to who draws better, right? But tried to play one of the Dimir bounce decks last night. Kept queuing into Monument Gamers. Yeah. You probably don't want to play black. I mean, black decks are really bad right now. That's basically, if this tournament showed us anything, it's that black is non-existent in high-level Standard right now. You just can't play it. There's no tier 1 black deck, right? So you could still have fun with your discard decks and whatever, but these Lessons decks do not give a shit about being duressed or whatever, right? I'm just putting Lessons in their yard. Yeah, Tiny Bones joins up. You notice nobody playing Esper Pixies or Orzhov Pixies. You don't see any black-white mid-range decks. All that shit is no good. So, yeah, we'll see. They're recapping.
and friends, and a little Pro Tour Final Fantasy at MagicCon Las Vegas, where the party never stops. Matt
Oh.
Nass, our reigning champion.
They're going back and looking at other tournaments. Yeah, he's a great Magic mind. You know, Matt Nass, it's so funny how when they talk about these different teams, they're like, okay, we got, 15 guys on the team, guys and girls, whatever. This is our limited specialist. This is our constructed guy. This is the combo guy. When we think we have an idea for a combo deck, we give it to him because he will figure out the best deck. Matt Nass is that combo guy. That's what he does. He's the combo guy. Oh, we want the limited guy. Okay, call Ben Stark. Call whatever, whoever it is. I find it so funny that you've got these different specialties, and that's why the team aspect is so important, because none of these guys are like masters at any one. Or like if they're masters of just one aspect. It's so hard to be like the best limited player and the best combo player on the team. Like super rare, right? That's like John Finkel, right? Usually it's like, hey, I am really good at combo decks and piloting these kind of decks, but I suck at limited. Somebody please help me. You're the guy. Please tell me how to be better at limited, or vice versa. I'm the limited guy, but I don't love playing these combo decks with all these complicated turns. Somebody teach it to me. They're all benefiting from each other because they all have these different specialties. I think that's so crazy about Magic. These various, like, I'm a combo specialist. What? I mean, it's like saying I'm a Ryu main in Street Fighter 2, or I'm a whatever main, in Smash Brothers. I'm a Link main, or whatever it is, right? Hufflepuff. I don't know. People have their specialties. They specialize in a certain character or what have you. I think it's kind of funny, but and just breaks down. Yeah, it's tough. Emotional moment. Cool. I love you wore that Final Fantasy t-shirt. The old school Final Fantasy characters. That's pretty sweet. I didn't notice that. That was the Final Fantasy Pro Tour. A lot of Japanese pros probably big into Final Fantasy. Or what was it called? Magic Quest? How many people know the name? The actual name of Final Fantasy 2. It was called Final Fantasy 2 in America, but in the United States. In the Americas, I think that whole region was, yeah, final. But in Japan, it was it called Magic Quest? Something like that, right? When they flirted with rebranding. I remember Final Fantasy #1 for Nintendo. Ooh. So here we go. Seth with the Monument deck, and the other guy with the Tempo Lessons version. I don't know what to call it. He's playing Crabs. It's a much more tempo-oriented deck, like JED's, but no seals, like slightly different than JED's deck. Mystic Quest, thank you. Yeah. That was Final Fantasy 2. Weird trivia like that is why gaming's wild. I love it. I've been gaming since before gaming was a thing. I Commodore 64 days, Atari, those were the first exposures to video games I had. I remember when the NES dropped. Wow. Like the first person I ever saw with an NES was my other buddy. We're in grade 5, and his big brother was like 17 years old at the time and got a Nintendo like as soon as they came out. And him, the 17-year-old big brother of my friend, him and his buddy would sit there playing Super Mario Brothers. It was like the only game they had, and we would just watch. Me, my buddy, his sister, my brother, like all of us were just sitting at the back of the room, not playing. Just watching my buddy's older brother and his friend play Super Mario Brothers for like an hour. And then usually one of the parents would come down and be like, get out of here, you guys, blah, blah, blah. We're like, no, we want to watch it. Is it okay? We just want to watch a little bit more, please. I was watching them play Super Mario Bros. Like, this is the most amazing thing I've ever seen in my life. I have to have this. I must have this. And my parents made it happen for Christmas. It was a big deal in my house. Atari? Hell yeah. My neighbor, I didn't have an Atari, but my neighbor, this kid Brian down the street had an Atari, and I just remember, loving Atari. Before Nintendo came out, it was like, Brian, let's play at your house today. Let's go to your house. Sunny day? No, let's play inside. I just wanted to play Atari. I don't know. I played soccer. I played lots of sports. I loved sports all throughout my life, but something about video games, immediately grabbed me as a child and never let go. It just, my brother too. My brother is making video games to this day. He literally went into the video game industry because of it. You know, it's I don't know. It's weird, right? I just wish the thing I loved so much made more money for me. It's like there's this Venn diagram. These are the things I love. These are the things I'm good at. And these are the things that make me money. I can get like 2 out of 3 of these fucking circles to line up, but never can get all 3 to overlap. Impossible. Like, I don't know. Acting was close. When I was an actor, I truly loved that job because it was so different all the time. It was different every day. And that kept me doing it. I did that job longer than any other job I've ever had. And I think that's why now, looking back on it. But I loved it. I made good money. And I was good at it. I was actually pretty good. Like, I'm not an Academy Award-winning actor, but I knew how to do that kind of voice and that attitude and that tone that they wanted at the time. And so I got a lot of commercials. I got kids shows. I knew how to, oh, hi, my face all expressive. And I did a couple of really big kids shows, you know, things like that. Anyway, very, very rare. I mean, I would say it's slightly overlapped for that. Streaming, I think I love, and I think I'm good at it to an extent, whatever you consider good. But it doesn't make any money. Streaming is you make less than minimum wage, most streamers, right? Wherever you live. Anyway, 286? Oh, hell yeah. See, that was, I never had a good computer until we got a 486. That was the first decent computer. And then we had the 486 through Pentium 75, Pentium 90, Pentium 120. My friends were getting new PCs that they could play Command and Conquer. And I'm like, oh, my 486 barely runs it. I'm like, fuck. But at that time, shit was expensive. Like, getting a Pentium, that was like a big upgrade. I couldn't convince my dad to get it. We had to convince my dad to get high-speed internet. We never had dial-up, right? My friend had dial-up internet. I remember, you know, and other friends, like, you'd start calling people and you get that, you know, the whole dial-up kind of era started. But nope. Why do we need the internet? And of course, the kids would cry, to do homework, Dad? What do you mean? You know how much it could help my grades go up? If I had the internet, I could learn more. Think about it. My dad's just like, no, you just want to play games on it. What? You wound me, sir. No, that is absolutely not true. Fuck, he knows I want to play games on it. I want to do my homework. I really want to play Command and Conquer. We got to get a Pentium 90. You know, and these websites nowadays are getting so advanced, I can't bring them up very quickly unless we upgrade our computer. I'm just saying. Oh God, he's not buying it. He's not buying it. Shit. Switch tats. Okay, you know what? It's not even about the websites. It's about the homework, Dad. Think about how much better I would get at school. Just kept coming back to that. I couldn't get my dad to get internet. He wouldn't. But then when high-speed internet first came out, I was older by then, and I was like, look, Dad, we need to get fucking internet. We're cave people over here. Do you realize we live in a cave? Let's get into everybody I know has at least dial-up. Now people are getting high speed. We're doing it. It's not a debate. He finally caved. And the funny thing is, as soon as we got internet, he got hooked on it. It took him a little while at first, but when file sharing started to become a thing, and he started downloading music and YouTube, and he's like downloading YouTube videos, now my dad has hard drives of shit. He used to have spools of DVDs of burned shit when DVD burning was a thing. And then he moved on to hard drives because those are just, you know, oh, look at this. I can put it all on Lacey. He used to call it Lacey, was his external hard drive. This is HDD hard drive. I think the brand said Lacey, L-A-C-E-Y, or I don't know what, it was some brand. And he would just call it Lacey. Oh, you guys seen the new James Bond movie? I've got it on Lacey. Let me grab it. You know, and he would go and he would put it on a USB stick and like stick it in the TV. Sorry, let me catch up with you guys. Because you're not afraid to say exactly what's in your mind. Yeah, thank you, Pappy. I'm glad you acknowledge that. That is who I'm trying to be. I'm sorry if I push people's buttons and I piss a lot of people off. I know. And I'm not always right. I get things wrong and people correct me. And that's the nice thing about the internet. If I say anything wrong, somebody's going to correct me. But within, you know, got to be a fact-based, you know, correction. Like, I'm not, people who come in here and argue with me over like whether the earth is flat is, you know, a different thing altogether. But yeah, I try and be honest, man. I just try and be real, you know, Just trying to keep it real over here. That's it. Been keeping it real since 1981. Just saying. Thank you. I appreciate that, Pappy. I hope other people keep it real too. Like I expect my people around me to keep it real with me, you know? You need that. How do you get better as a person? You can't get better without somebody pointing out things that may be areas where you can improve, you know? Let's just be to be diplomatic about it. Criticism is important. It's why Netflix buying Warner Brothers is really bad. You know, the more monopolies that form, the less other brands there are to kind of like criticize each other or show, look, you could do this better, that better, whatever. Anyway, it's why if you run a company or whatever, you should try and have as diverse a group of people making the decisions as possible. If you run a government, if you run things like that, like look at our cabinet of, you know, high-ranking people in Canadian governments. We try and find a good range of people because otherwise you end up like a company like Hasbro or whatever that looks around the boardroom. All these people came from the same socioeconomic background. Half of them went to the same schools. All of them learned the same shit. They all think the same way. The problem with that is you aren't going to see your blind spots because all these people have the same fucking blind spots. They can't see each other's blind spots because they all have the same ones. You need a diverse group of people to make decisions. That's why things like DEI are actually good for businesses. They have to spend more money to like do it because there's so much inherent bias in like the hiring and the all this kind of stuff. But if they kind of do it, it's actually good for the companies. Like listen to Mark Cuban and people who actually know what they're talking about talk about this kind of stuff. But the you know, unintentionally what happens is all the people who are buddies in the same fraternity at Harvard end up running companies together and like helping each other out. And it's like, and companies do stupid shitty things because it's like, you know, Korea was like this with some of the big companies like the chaebol companies like Samsung and stuff. When I was doing a TV commercial that went viral for being very offensive, it's because the people at Samsung aren't, you know, everybody's thinking in the same way. Nobody's there to go, actually, the LGBTQ community is going to be really offended by this. Or actually, people in that country are going to be really, or if that religion or if that whatever, are going to be really offended. You can't say that like that. You can't show that because that's offensive. Like, none of you know that because you're all like in this very hierarchical corporation. But, you know, they would never hire outside consultants like that because the hubris, because of a lot of things, they're operated in a very different way. Japan, a lot of corporations like that in Japan too, where it's like the people who run the company are not just like similar in the way they think, they're literally related. They are family, which is even more inbred. Like the more inbred you are, the worse you're going to be at making decisions because your range of thought is so much more narrow, right? This is all like very logical. It all makes sense, right? When you think about it, you want a diverse group because then you can more easily see each other's flaws. It's why a lot of liberal governments and liberal movements disagree they have a lot of infighting. There's so many different points of view and you're trying to respect everybody's point of view, but you can't do what everybody wants. So you're trying to like balance a lot of these different things equally. It's very difficult to do. But the other side of the spectrum where, you know, people are much more authoritarian and right-wing conservative, it's easier to manipulate people because it's, again, religions are like this, right? Everybody's told to think the same way. It's why religions and all these kind of things can't see their own internal rot because everybody's kind of like toe the line. It's us and them. You got to toe. Are you with us or not? Like, you know, circle the wagons mentality. It's really interesting, but anyway, let's talk about Magic. Got way off topic here, but music CDs. Oh yeah, dude. Oh, I mean CDs. We were recording VHS tapes. Every time I would play The Hobbit or you know, Willow. Remember Willow with Mad Mardigan? Val Kilmer, rest in peace. Every time we would play that, you'd have to fast forward through the FBI warning. Everybody knows that big blue screen with the big FBI and all this like fine print. Copying this is prohibited in certain states and 52 states and blah, blah, blah. And you're just like, oh God, fast forward the stupid warning. Yeah, okay, great. Okay, let's watch. Like nobody gave a shit. The fact that that warning was even on tape still is, you know, like it's hilarious to think about nowadays. But yeah, like literally we had a whole like bookshelf, multiple bookshelves on this big cabinet thing full of VHS tapes that we recorded off of, tapes we rented from the video store. And then it was CDs, and then it was DVDs, and and then it was just external hard drives and music sharing. Napster became a thing, and I download torrents to this day. Of course, every TV show I watch, I'm not subscribed to Apple TV. Go fuck yourself. No, never. Or Peacock, or even Netflix is garbage now. The lowest tier, they have ads. Like, fuck that. I'm not giving you my money anymore. You're cable television all over again. Fuck that. We used to hack satellite dishes, Bell TV satellite dishes. I was just learning about this when but a buddy of mine used to do this. And because, the way he saw it, hey, if you broadcast the satellite signal halfway across or all over the earth, you can't make it illegal for me to tune into it. That's bullshit. You need to either control what you're putting out, or don't complain when somebody picks up that signal that you're just spewing out into the air, It's like taxing me for the air I breathe. Go fuck yourself. So my friend thought, and I'm like, yeah, totally. So you could go to the supermarket, you would get the Bell TV like set-top box, and it would come with the satellite dish for like $99 or something, and then he would charge you $50 to mod it, and you would get free unlocked satellite. So like hundreds of channels. In money equivalent, it's hundreds of dollars a month. So basically, getting somebody to hack a satellite dish like that was like saving. It immediately paid for itself within a month, maybe 2, but that's it. So it kind of became a thing back in the 90s. I knew a guy who was doing it. He showed me like what he does. He has a whole table with this like magnifying glass and soldering tools and the whole thing. And me and him actually shortly after that started doing Xboxes. The first Xbox, we started modding for people. And at first it was a chip, he was doing it, soldering it on. But as soon as a software mod became available and we started soft modding Xboxes, he just showed me how to do it, and then I started doing it. It was so easy. And yeah, those kind of things were funny to me. I think the first Xbox, they knew people were going to do that with it. They deliberately made it easy to do that with. And sure enough, all the shareware, yeah, this game's very over here. Seth crushes. All the things that the community came up with for free, the modding community immediately got incorporated into the next Xbox. It's almost like they used that first Xbox as a testing ground to see what people really wanted, what people could do. Like XBMC was incredible. As soon as Xbox 360 came out, I was like, holy shit, this is just XBMC. They straight up ripped off the community made stuff. It's got music integration. It's got this. I can play media. This is exactly what XBMC was for the last generation Xbox, but you had to mod your Xbox to do it. The basic Xbox fucking sucked. But as soon as you modded it, it's a computer. It's just a computer that plays Xbox games. It was awesome. I used to load it up with emulators and let people play all the old school games. That always blew people's minds, because emulation was still something a lot of people aren't into. I think emulation is awesome, but a lot of people don't know shit about emulation. And I remember my cousin just his mind was blown, because as kids we would play NES, Sega Genesis, all this stuff. And I was like, yeah, when I mod your Xbox, I always preload it with this emulator pack, so you can play any old system. Nintendo TurboGrafx 16, Game Boy games, arcade machine games like MAME OX and stuff was on there. And he's like, I can play, what do you mean? You have all the Nintendo games, every single one? Yes, every single game. They're tiny. Yes, every single Sega Genesis, Super Nintendo, all of them, Game Boy. You can play any of the systems that were out. It was awesome. People were like, just like, this is the best. I don't even want to play Xbox games. I'm just going to play this forever. It's like, yeah, you can do that if you want. But I would give people a piece of paper. It showed how to FTP into the Xbox, how to change things if they wanted. I still had people calling me back for help, and it's like I would email them back and be like, yeah, just read the sheet I told you, please. Yeah, Seth crushes that one. Pretty easy. 3 monuments in play. He draws a lot of those things. Music CDs, yeah. If you need an answer on the internet, don't ask. Yep, that's right. There's a name for that. There's a whatever effect it's called. Yeah, like the Streisand effect, but it's got a name. Yeah, you're right. We would download a car. The next big thing is, I think 3D printing is really cool. I think as 3D printers, like, they just keep getting cheaper and easier and better. I think that's kind of the new, why the hell would I go and buy a blah, blah, blah? I'm just going to 3D print one, Like you said, download a car, and that's what it makes me think of. At some point, yeah, people are going to download cars and just make a version of a car that you don't have to buy it from the official. Like, yeah, if you care about status or whatever, it's like I have, you know, you can get fake watches. I don't have any anymore. We were talking about jewelry before. You know, it's like getting a fake luxury brand item. At one point, the fakes got so good that, you know, yeah, why are you buying the original? I mean, look, we're talking about a game like watching Magic. That's a perfect example of proxy and printing technology getting better and better and better. Magic having to literally change the way they make cards and put foil symbols and stuff on the cards to try and make it so that, you know, people can't, it's harder to forge Magic cards. I think it's inevitable that you're going to be able to make an identical Magic card. It's only a matter of time, right? Maybe at some point in the distant future, Magic cards will be digital. So each physical card will project like a digital image onto itself that can be updated by Wizards. That'd be so cool. Can you imagine if they went like, oh, we printed a busted companion mechanic again. We've got to change the rules. And they just pushed an update to all your cards, your physical cards, that the next time you played the card and it activated and turned on, it would have the updated version of the card. That'd be crazy, right? I mean, they can do that in digital Magic, but if somehow, you know, technology gets to the point where you can have a card with a super thin, like wafer thin microchip of some sort in the corner or where the foil thing is or whatever, and it just projected an image of the card onto the card, like, that would be crazy. That would be cool. But you'd be able to counterfeit anything, basically. I guess you'd have to get the original Magic cards, but they would be, yeah, like, I don't know. Weird sci-fi twists on this card game, or who cares? Let's see what happens here. Derek off to a good start. Roiling Dragonstorm is such a wild card to play. I think he's the only person playing it. Same with the Crabs. But okay. Water goes down. 2 lessons in the yard. Got to keep an eye on that. Shows up to F&M. Shit, I forgot to charge. Yes, that's right. Yeah, I guess they would have to be powered in some way, right? I don't know. Yeah, that would be crazy. So that introduces a whole other layer of like, what happens in a tournament if somebody's cards stop working? I guess they could just give them a replacement card, right? I don't know. Because your cards would glitch, right? You could, what if you spill water on them? Then what happens? You can't ever, I mean, even in Magic, if a card gets damaged, you can still use it as long as the sleeve, you know, doesn't show the damage or whatever on the back. But what if the microchip stops working? Yeah, I don't know, Stin. I didn't think that far ahead. Yeah, that's obviously one hurdle to overcome. Holographic projection, couple of, yeah, that's what I was just gonna say. You could tie it to some kind of verification database so that like it's like the way they do with video games now that people hate, where it's always connected. In order to use the card and have it work properly and project the image, it would have to connect and check itself to make sure it's not a counterfeit card first, right? It would all happen instantaneously, but behind the scenes, you know, that's what would be going on. Yeah, I mean, it would just create a whole. There's so many things to be like puzzled out to do that, but hey, I think it's actually interesting. I think that could work if it just you iron out all those kinks, you know what I mean? But it's interesting to think about. EMP micro, yeah, exactly. Just up your ass, just put a secret like EMP device, because it'll be like chess, right? You tap your foot 3 times and then bzz, the EMP goes off. But wouldn't you just lose your own cards? That wouldn't really work. You'd have to have some kind of targeted EMP, which is, I don't know how that would work. But now we're thinking up ways to cheat at digital holographic future Magic. Unbelievable. Hamo immediately goes to how can I cheat? Classic Magic player right there. Bring up proxies. Well, yeah, so then you're just back to using real cards. I mean, the whole point of using the like digital thing, verification, is so that to avoid the proxies, right? Like I was saying, eventually printing technology will get to the point where they can easily fake a Magic card and nobody can tell the difference. Like, I don't know what Wizards has to keep doing to, you know, governments have to do this all the time, right? There's a whole hundreds of millions, maybe billions of dollars spent governments around the world trying to make sure their money's always one step ahead of the counterfeiters, right? Constantly changing it, constantly coming up with new ways, etc. Wizards does the same thing. I wonder if they can stay ahead of it at some point. I don't know. Maybe the printing gets so good that it's impossible to stop people from forging cards, and then what happens? Maybe they. That's why I got to the whole holographic chip thing. But yeah, I don't know. Double removal spell and draw 3. He only has 2 lessons in the yard. Nope, just anticipate. Dude. Take backs. Shows him the draw spell. Why do I feel like these guys look like they could be brothers? Almost the same haircut. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, we'll see what the future holds, I guess. I think there are more pressing existential threats to the game than counterfeiters currently, but you never know. Like next year, suddenly some breakthrough in printing technology, and it's like, oh shit, this is a problem now. Okay, 2 mana. What's the play here? So Seth trying to put together a chain of spells. Oof. That's a good start. Trigger. Oh, discard unplayable. Coming to play tap land here. Easy. Draw, trigger monument, and draw again. You're drawing 3 cards. Yeah, I think I like treasure here. I was just going to say, because you're drawing 3 cards off wisdom, you don't need to draw another card. See, I don't like the way Seth just drew there. That I don't like when players do that. Just a mitt full of cards in one shot. 1, 2, 3. Like you saw the Japanese guy in the last game do. Much better. Bag, how you doing, buddy? Sunday fun day? Having a little puff? What are you puffing on? What strain? I don't remember what this one's called, but yeah. A sativa, maybe 90%. Most of the ones I get are around 90. I have one in here, actually. What? Oh, yeah. This one is charged cherry. Cherry, I'm on the fence about. Cherry is usually too sweet. Yeah, 90.9%. Bam. But this one is still like half full. I really don't puff on this thing all the time. I think that's the thing that people mix up with vaping. When people think of vaping, they think of people vaping nicotine. And they're just constantly puffing on it. Like, watch Crokies. Or whoever. I see streamers who do that. They're just constantly puffing on a vape. I like vaping, but because it's THC, I just don't. I'm not puffing on it all the time, you know. Nice. I don't know the strain. I just said, give me drugs. Nice. Drugs. It's got that negative connotation from my childhood. Drugs. I remember when the policeman came to. It was in grade 6. The DARE police program, where it was like, you know, to show kids. And man, I don't know, I guess, you know, people just knew so much less about human psychology back then, so they thought it was a good idea to send a cop to an elementary school with a suitcase full of drugs, or at least what they said were different drugs. But when you're talking about a bunch of grade 6 kids, you know, when a policeman in uniform comes in, you're just like, whoa, it's a policeman up close. Like, I've never really talked or interacted with a policeman before. You learn about them in books. You know what they do, but you're like, holy shit, it's a policeman. And he's got a big box. What is that suitcase? And then he puts it on the table and he's talking and blah, blah, blah. And then he opens it and it's like the fucking suitcase from Pulp Fiction. All the kids are just like, whoa, drugs. They're all just, oh, that one's purple. What the fuck? Oh, that one, what? And they're all different shapes. And I think at some point the policeman's like, okay, kids, that's enough. You could see all the hungry kids just look at it like a candy store. They're just like, holy shit, drugs. They told me that strangers were going to give me drugs on the street. They were just going to come up and go, hey, kid, want some drugs? I'm still waiting. Nobody ever gave me free drugs. I had to pay every time. What the fuck? Where are all the free drugs at? Unbelievable. I was lied to as a kid. It was very traumatic. I grew up just to, someday I'm going to get the drugs. Someday the drugs are going to fall from the sky. A stranger, they said. A stranger with a trench coat on the street. Standing outside an unmarked van. Never happened. Not once. I don't know. Maybe I wasn't cute enough as a kid to like kidnap or sell drugs. I don't know. What do they base it on? Who do these people giving drugs? They're not selling. They're giving drugs for free. That's what I was told. That's how you get started. They give you the first one for free. Never got a free one. I don't know. It's too ugly. I was an ugly kid. Pulls Aragno baby powder to rock candy. Yeah. Well, that's what I mean, Stin. They were probably not drugs. I remember them. They were in these little plastic containers. They were like, there was like a foam insert and they were just embedded. There were dozens though. I remember like at least 25 different little containers, and some had powder, some had little crystals, some had like, yeah, weed, oregano. And it all, like, I vaguely remember this. I don't remember like specifics about any of this, but I just remember a bunch of drugs and going, that looks cool. What is that? That looks like a toy collection or something. Thank you, Bag. I would have kidnapped you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Am I going to craft this deck on Arena? I should try it, right? Yeah, I think I will, M-Dub. Yeah, I think I'll try it. But I'm more interested in trying to beat it. That's where my brain goes. When I see a deck that's clearly the best deck in Worlds, I know that everybody else and their grandma is going to be copying and pasting this list. So, do I want to play it, or do I just want to try and beat it? Like, that's how I felt about Vivi. That's how I played the deck once or twice, and I'm like, this is fun, but I really don't want to play 15 mirrors a day. I stream every day, so I just want to play something I enjoy, and hopefully it's good enough. If my Jeskai control deck or whatever is not good in this matchup, and I can't make it a good matchup, I will play another deck, because I just don't like losing a lot. And when I play mirrors, I feel like it's just a crapshoot, and it's like I get really bored with mirrors very quickly. So, will I play this deck? Yes, but if I play against it 5 times in a row, I'm going to put it down, and I'm not going to play it anymore. Ideally, I want to find a deck that's good against this, because this is fun, but I like beating this more than I like playing this if everybody else is playing it. Do you know what I'm saying? That's my approach usually to Constructed. Mono white with authority and high noon main? Nah. No, we can do it better than that. We don't have to make our deck that bad. But removal's good. Cheap interaction for non-creature permanents is good. I mean, hell, what was I saying before this World Championship about Tishana's Tidebinder quietly being one of the best cards in Standard? What do you think now? Tidebinder seems fucking amazing to me. I mean, they can kill it and stuff, but if you just shut off a monument and you can protect your Tidebinder, or they side out all their 1-mana removal, I don't know. I guess they can't, though. I don't know how these Lessons deck sideboards against control. They take out all their Thunder, or their whatever that lesson, the Fire lesson, Firebending lesson, did they take that out? Because if Tidebinder survives and just shuts off a monument, that feels good, but I still don't think Tidebinder's as good as just killing monument with, like, Inevitable Defeat, or Get Losting an Artist's Talent. You know, those kind of things feel better to me. But sweepers are pretty underwhelming against them. Fire Magic's amazing, but the other 5-mana sweepers and stuff, Ultima, those things don't feel great against these blue-red decks. So there's changes to be made. There's interesting things you can do. I don't know. We'll see how the metagame evolves. I think Fire Magic is in a great spot right now in Standard in general. Just being good against Badger Mole Cub decks and all this shit, like killing all their tokens and whatever, instant speed, feels pretty good. But how many tries do you think you would need to win B3? Win 3 BO3 in a row? I don't know. One try? Yeah, get lost free artist talent. No, post board, I'm expecting them to take out removal. So Tidebinder has a much higher chance of surviving post board, I think. But I don't know. I think that's the problem with the Lessons deck. You can't even side out your bad cards because the Lessons still, you just have to have this critical mass of Lessons for the rest of the cards to be good, right? So I don't know. Maybe you can't side out Firebending Lesson ever. I don't know. I don't know how the deck sideboards yet. But I think post-sideboard, really one of the best ways to attack these decks is to eat their graveyard. But the Monument deck gets around that by just playing Monument. Monument is the real threat. But the other Lessons decks, I think I'm just going to be pretty okay with my deck as is, just eating their graveyard. But this Monument deck is a little bit more interesting. It requires, obviously, non-creature permanent interaction. Negate is good. But so is Inevitable Defeat. I'm playing 3, maybe I go back to 4, you know. And 4 Inevitable Defeat is probably enough. Maybe you play an Abrade in the main deck instead of the Scorching Dragonfire that I'm playing, because there's no Dimir. So might as well switch that to an Abrade. You know, these kind of small changes can easily just make this matchup easy for the 4-color deck, right? Assassin's Trophy, ooh, not a fan of that card. That card's not very good. I wouldn't put that in any deck, personally. But sad. It's a rare. It's a gold rare, and it used to be good, but not in 2025. You can't be casting that card. Sorry, but nope. Are there any cards besides Requisition Raid that can destroy an artifact and enchantment? That's an interesting question. Oh, I totally forgot about Requisition Raid. That's a great question, Stin. That's what you need to look for. Yes. I can't tell you. I would have to go on Gatherer. One of you guys can probably do that. That's probably what I'll do when I play Standard again, is look for stuff like that. Yeah, good call. Because that's a card I can cast in the Jeskai deck that I can also fetch up. No, Requisition Raid's a sorcery, isn't it? I can't. Yeah, it's a sorcery. Never mind. That makes it a lot worse. I don't know. Yeah, interesting. Black. Oh, you're just thinking of something like Assassin's Trophy, but giving them the land is so bad. But oh, I know what you mean. Yeah. M-Dub. The oh, I can't remember what it's called. I know what you're saying. Yeah, instant speed, exile, collect evidence, and then you can blow up enchantment artifact, planeswalker creature. Is it something like that? You can like target 4 things or something, right? That's it, John. Yes. But then you gotta play Golgari, so friends don't let friends play Golgari in Standard in this right now. Okay, I'm sorry, it's not. Yeah, you can blow up 4 things, right? Oh, X is the total mana value. That's actually good because the mana value of all these cards is very low, right? You're blowing up tokens that cost nothing, 1 mana, 2 mana enchantments. Monuments 3, that's the most. So you exile, you know, if I'm playing the control deck and I have, Jeskai Revelation in the yard, I can exile one of those or a mystical, or maybe a 4 mana spell. I don't know. It's interesting. It's something to think about, but someone in the top 8? No, there was somebody in this tournament. Somebody was Sultai Reanimator, but Sultai Reanimator is not a tier 1 deck. They just made a very good metagame call for this Lessons meta. But it's not a good enough deck. It's a 1 tournament deck here that the Japanese team is the only team that even touched it, and they correctly identified that everybody else knew it was a bad deck, so nobody was kind of putting a ton of sideboard graveyard hate or whatever. I mean, you see some Soul Guide Lanterns and stuff, but I think the general matchup, the general consensus is the matchup is very favorable for Sultai Reanimator against these specific decks. But Sultai Reanimator is not great against the control decks and, mono red and a bunch of other decks. I mean, hell, they even lost to these on occasion, right? But I think overall that deck was the only green-black deck that saw any success. And it's really just a metagame call. It won a lot because of the other decks in the field being very heavily skewed towards Jeskai colors, right? Blue-red decks or Teamer, maybe. Teamer's a really good matchup for Reanimator, right? It's a bad matchup for Teamer. So you're right. One guy did get in the top 8, but he's Sultai and he's not really playing a fair deck. It's a combo deck. So if you're talking about green-black mid-rangey cards like Urgent Necropsy and Assassin's Trophy and stuff, that's not what you want to be doing in Standard. Black just didn't even show up for this World Championship. Like, there are so few black decks. Can you cherry pick some and go, but look at this and this? It's like, yeah, but look at the whole tournament. I mean, black was the least played color by a mile. And everybody thought Cub was going to be good. Even the Cub decks crashed and burned. But it was white, blue, and red decks. The Bant combo deck. Like, some people are touching green, but it's basically a splash. Like, you're playing it for the Cub and that's it, really. Like, that's what Teamer... I guess Teamer still has the Vitality as well. They're kind of a combo deck, but... Cub just good in the deck making mana. Maybe you just pick it up because it's free. But blue-red cards are kind of the core of the Teamer deck, and obviously all these Izzet decks and everything. It's interesting. I think you could play a green-black deck, but I just think that color in general is just pretty bad right now, right? One of black's big strengths is discarding and stuff, but but those aren't Cub decks. They're Otters decks, right? Like Cub decks did not do well. There's 2 people who snuck into the top 8 with Teamer, but the Cub is an afterthought in Teamer. It's not even the core of the deck. Cub decks were like Tifa decks. And like they were ramping to Crater Hoof on turn 3 and like this kind of shit. People were complaining about this. People were calling for Cub to be banned before this tournament because of the last couple of weeks of these like green ramp decks. Those are Cub decks. Teamer Otters is not a Cub deck. You know what I mean? It's not Teamer Cubs. The Cubs haven't won a World Series and I don't know how. No, but Cubs, not an important card in Standard. It's very easily dealt with by removal. Shocker. It's kind of what I kept saying to people. I'm like, Cub, who gives a shit about Cub? Like, don't you play interaction? They did Crater Hoof on turn 3. Wait, what did you do about their turn 1 Llanowar Elves? Nothing? And then they had a turn 2 Cub and you still did nothing? Okay, so then on turn 3, they killed you with a huge thing. Is that because Cub is busted or because maybe your deck sucks? Are you cherry pick? Like, what? Why are you not playing interaction? Are you a goldfish? What's happening right now? You know what I mean? There were lots of Badger Moles, and most of them did shit. Most of them had a losing record. So that's what I'm saying. It's not the scary bannable card that people were crying out for, right? It was hilarious to see that stuff. But play interaction. Turns out Cub dies the shock. And then it's, oh, they got their land back. Whatever. Doesn't matter. You just like you're trading up on mana there. But yeah. Yeah, that's a good way to look at it. 260 copies, 88 make it into top 8. And the decks that made it in aren't Badger Mole decks. They're Badger Mole's just in there because, hey, I'm already playing green for Vitality, so here's a good 2-drop. Maybe it's good enough. Let's try it. Like, that's the Badger Moles that actually did well. Anyway, it's interesting to see, and a lot of these, this is why, like, there's a lot of nuance to all of this, and data can be very misleading. You know, you always get into discussions with people who go, did you hear? The deck with the best win rate in Worlds was Jeskai Control with 3 cursed recordings. And you're like, no, it wasn't. They're like, yeah, Chris Botello got 75% win rate. Did you see that? Yeah, I saw that. But Chris Botello was the only person out of all these players playing the deck. That's not enough data to say anything about that deck. Sorry. One dude did well. He could have just gotten lucky. He could have ran well. He could be just a master of that deck as that's all he plays, which is part of what all these things are factoring in there, right? But when people, it always happens with Merfolk in Modern. I knew Merfolk was good. Finally, Merfolk's back. Because one guy went 7-2 at the Pro Tour and constructed with it. It's like, you just don't understand how data works. No, it doesn't mean shit. That's not the best performing deck. I know technically by win rate it is, but you got to discount small sample sizes. You're not doing that. You're not accounting for the variables. Can't call yourself a good study or good data or good research if you're not accounting for all the variables, right? In BO1, yeah, I have no idea. I don't know what's happening in BO1. I still think in BO1, if you're not a deck that's trying to kill the opponent as quickly as possible, you should be playing a shit ton of interaction, right? You should be probably playing more interaction than in BO3 because BO1 favors decks that are light on interaction and high on proactiveness, right? They're trying to kill you first. Mono red, combo, etc. So again, if Badger Mole's beating you in Standard, you're probably just playing a bad deck. A deck that just does not line up well against Badger Mole. You're not playing enough interaction. You're not, it's that simple. But I don't know. Botello's great. I'm not trying to say he's a bad player. I'm saying not enough. Like, nobody else agreed with him. Nobody on his team said, I'm going to also play that deck. Everybody said, Botello's going to pick that deck because that's all he's been playing and he's great with it, but nobody else can win a goddamn match with it, so nobody else is going to play it. That's what happens, right? That's how you get one guy playing the deck. The whole team is playing something else, and he's the only dude. I mean, Nassif does this. There's other very famous, but Seth Manfield does this. He'll play a deck that nobody else on the team plays, or the people who do play it do terribly, and he randomly does well. It's like, because he's one of the best players in the world, maybe of all time. Like, if he wins another Pro Tour here, he's now like top 10 of all time, right? Like, he's got an insane resume at this point already. He's been world champion before. Anyway, the point is, again, complex situation, a lot of factors. You've got to try and account for as many as you can, and most people just don't, right? And that's why you get into discussions over these kinds of things. I think, again, it's pretty clear what the best decks are. It's pretty clear what the best colors are in Standard. Can you cherry pick some random green-black deck that had a great record? Sure. But you can't tell me it's even close to the dominance that Blue-Red has shown, right? I mean, we're talking 28 copies of Boomerang Basics in the top 8, 28 copies of Storm Chaser's Talent, something like that. How many Spire Bluff Canals are in this top 8? You're going to tell me green's even on the map? Are you kidding? No. Green and black are way behind blue and red and white, but white's kind of somewhere in the middle, I think. Yeah, it's an Is It world. We're all just living in it, and that's what happens when, you know, Is It's thing is kind of, hey, I play cheap spells. We've all played Phoenix and Pioneer, right? Like, blue-red cheap spells matters. I played Storm in Modern. I played, you know, lots of decks where Velocity, cheap cantrips, like that's the bread and butter. I guess as power creep makes these cheap spells more and more impactful, it kind of pushes Is It to be the best color combination naturally, right? I mean, the way I see it, Storm Chaser's Talent and cards like that are just like the super pushed version of these blue tempo plays like Delver and stuff back in the day. Storm Chasers is just like better than Delver? I don't know. It's like, are we really saying that? Maybe. Like, that's what I mean. Like, it's getting pushed so hard. The blue tempo cards, they shouldn't push anymore. Cheap is their bread. Cheap is the reason they're good. You don't need to keep layering on more and more shit that they do for 1 mana. Like, that card is silly for 1 mana, right? Storm Chasers? It's ridiculous what you get for 1 mana. Yeah, you have to pay more mana later, but just having the option there. It's like it drew you 2 cards. They're just waiting for you to cast them. Pay 4, bring a spell back. Just sitting there when you're ready. You know, pay 6, make it a win condition or whatever. Like, those are like just extra spells in your hand that you don't have to spend mana on. You could just bounce Storm Chasers all day, and that's fine too. Oh, he leveled it up all the way here. Yeah, this is kind of exactly what I'm saying. It's rare that you see it leveled up all the way, but sometimes it's correct. Just 1 mana for that card baseline to do that much is too much. You know what I'm saying? I think that's the problem. Dimir midrange will be good. Yeah, I think it will be. 2 players played Dimir midrange, and they had a combined win rate of 68%. 68% is not bad, John, right? So I think reports of Dimir's death are greatly exaggerated. You know what I'm saying? Dimir can adapt to this. Kaito's still a very strong card. Dimir plays a cheap enough, low to the ground enough game that it can trade, you know, at least equitably with a lot of the stuff in the blue-red deck. And then Kaito's a tough card to deal with, right? Some of these red burn spells hit planeswalkers, but 5 mana, like, you're not going to kick your burst lightning or whatever it's called, firebending lesson, to kill Kaito. Like, that's not going to go well in a lot of games. I think that other one, combustion technique, hits planeswalkers, or does it not? I think it only hits creatures, which makes it, Kaito's a tough card for that deck to beat. Can't spell pierce it. You know, on their turn you can't interact with it at all. So we'll see. I think Dimir's solid, and I think the people who played Dimir did well, but 2 players, that's just not enough games to really say, like, Dimir is 70% win rate, you know? They put up a combined 68% win rate, but only 2 players. It's just like Chris Botello. It's just not enough of a sample size to say that that deck is actually good, but it's something. I wouldn't be surprised if Dimir was still relevant. But I think Jeskai Control can also be adjusted to have a favorable matchup against the Monument deck specifically. You know, again, High Noon is insane, right? They don't have a lot of ways to interact with non-creature permanents. You resolve a High Noon against this deck, it gets very tough for them to beat you. You're just nerfing their talent, their monument, their cantrips, all in 1 card, right? That's very powerful. You know, play some Abrades. Abrade gets flashed back off Shiko. Like, you're doing shit. Let's say they spell pierce your High Noon. Shiko puts it back into play. Like, you know, that kind of stuff is all relevant against this deck. So I think as we see the meta adapt, I do not predict Monument's just going to be the tier 0 deck. It had a great tournament. It was by far the best deck of this tournament, World Championships here. The people who played it crushed. And we'll see what happens going forward, but I think now that it's a known quantity and people adapt, it's not going to stay on top. It's going to be just another deck that's good in Standard. You know, you can play it. If people are ready for it, it's going to be tough to win with. But if people aren't ready for it, maybe you can crush, you know? Crispy catching strays? I mean, I'm not saying anything bad about Chris. I've said nothing negative about him. He played a rogue deck. He knows. He would agree with everything I'm saying right now if he was listening to me. He'd be like, yeah, I'm literally the only person who played it. You can look at the numbers and see that. Nobody on my team played my deck. I know that, you know, I know I'm taking a chance here, but I believe in it. And he was right. He had a great limited record, right? His limited record, he got 75% win rate in this field of Is It and everything else. Very impressive. But even he would say, yeah, I played a rogue deck. I played a deck that I thought was good, but literally nobody agreed with me. Like those are just the facts, right? Anyway. Imagine having Vivian Cutter legal with the... Oh, dude, imagine having Profts. Are you kidding, Neo? Imagine if Profts was still legal for this World Championship. It would be a complete shit show. With all this, with artist talent, there would be crazy games. FOMO got a lot worse when Profts left, right? FOMO is another card that just did such busted shit with Profts because you would get 2 cycles of counters, right? When it gave multiple combat steps. If Profts was in this Pro Tour, it would be like 32 copies in the top 8 or something. I'm so glad that card got banned. Yeah. The first semifinal, this is the second Dakimasu. The first one, Japanese player on Monument won. He's going to the finals. Akira something. He's going to the finals. Yeah. Anyway, so Monument in the finals already, and it might be a Monument mirror. So I think it's pretty clear what the best deck in this tournament was. I love that it's a very interactable. Like you can interact with this deck on multiple different axes, right? Attack their graveyard, pretty good against them. Attack the non-creature permanents with cheaper interaction. Monument sucks. Remember, by itself, Monument is a 3-mana sorcery speed, do nothing. You must have some other card going to make Monument do anything. Whether it's artist talent or draw 2 discard, you know, all this other shit. Activate the land. Those are all ways to trigger Monument. But Monument by itself, like when they tap out for it and you just go into the Floodmaw, untap, do a bunch of shit. Like, you know, or kill it with whatever. Like kill it with a Braid. Like you're trading up on mana there. They didn't get anything off it. Like it's a clunky card. As someone who tried to play it when it first got spoiled, like many other people, and quickly went, oh, man, this looked like such an engine, too. God, it's just not there. There's not a critical mass of cheap spells. I can't... Monument's just not good enough. And sure enough, it saw no play for months. When did it come out? It was Aether Drift, right? Been 6 months, 7 months? Nobody's been able to do anything with Monument in Standard. And then suddenly, Boomerang Basics. Okay, a bunch of cheap lessons. They all cost 1 mana, 2 mana. We want to play them anyway because we want to have this critical mass of lessons. Suddenly Monument becomes a thing, right? But Monument and Artist Talent, I tried that multiple times in different shells. It was never good enough. And, you know, it just takes that... I love, again, going back to Pioneer Phoenix. Just goes back to that sleight of hand. You just have that one... We just needed one more cantrip. Wow, Seth 3-0s him. Nasty. Seth in the finals. Fucking hell. If he becomes world champ again... He's going to be in the conversation of top 10 player of all time, I think, here. But anyway, I don't know. It's so complicated. I'm trying to be very fact-based here, trying to be as objective as possible. Like, these are just like the facts as I see them, and you can back all this up with data, right? And historical data. Like, look, like somebody show me a deck that had Monument in the last 6 months that did anything. Like, there's none. But one more cantrip, 1 or 2 more cheap interaction. Boom, that's all it is. Suddenly it goes from unplayable to winning the world championship. Phoenix was like this in Pioneer when, before Sleight of Hand, nobody was playing Phoenix. And then they printed Sleight of Hand back into Standard. It was in, was it Foundations? Or I don't know what set they printed where Sleight of Hand got printed again and became Pioneer legal. And suddenly, boom, Phoenix went from being unplayable to the best deck in the format. Not because they printed another Treasure Cruise, not because, a 1 mana cantrip, full stop. That's what catapulted Phoenix back into the best deck position. It's crazy. Like, little things like that are so huge, Okay, let's listen to Seth. Finals again.
Final of the World Championship in Seattle. It was exactly 10 years ago that you won the World Championship in this very city.
Yeah, I mean, that was an amazing moment. It really jump-started my career in a way.
Yeah, that was the first big thing he won, actually. That was the first time I heard his name.
I haven't processed everything. I still have another match in front of me. So right now I'm focusing on the Magic.
Yeah, as a pro should.
One more match. Let's see how it goes.
Well, what does that feel like for you as someone who has had so much success at the highest level? You've played in finals, you've played in Pro Tour, you've won and played in Pro Tour finals and World Championship finals before. What are you going to do between now and when that match begins to make sure you're in the best position to win it?
I mean, I'm going to walk around the room. I'm going to pace. Like you'll probably see me doing something like awkward because I'm just I just care about like playing well, doing well. Obviously, the feeling doesn't get old.
A little bit of nervous energy I can sense from you at the moment. I can tell that you're really dialed in as well. So we'll let you get to those preparations. Let you go and pace nervously around, Seth. Best of luck to you in the final.
All right, thank you.
He's like, bro, don't call me nervous. I don't look nervous. You're nervous. You're sweating. Yeah, Seth's a monster player. I mean, and again, he's top 8 at Pro Tours with decks that I saw and went, what the fuck? That deck looks terrible. He's just really good at Magic. Like, in the moment, he's making all the right decisions in the games. I mean, I don't know. Luck, running well. Again, he does it so often that, like, people like to say he gets lucky a lot because he's had some lucky top decks on camera and top 8s and stuff. But I don't think he's any luckier than anybody else. Like, his results speak for themselves. It's not luck, right? Yeah. That's right, Jub. That's what I think too. I think it's Finkel number 1, Kai number 2, PVDDR number 3, LSV number 4. But LSV could, you know, he still put up results for a few years, then he stopped playing, you know, so I don't know. I'd love to see those guys come back because, I don't know. In terms of accomplishments, LSV I think is ahead of PVDDR. I think he might be the number 3. But Seth might be, he's definitely in the top 10. Top 5, I mean, at that point, I feel like right now in the world, if we're not talking about all time, let's say right now, I think the best players in the room at this World Championship are like Javier Dominguez, who had a mediocre record, but that's Magic. I think, you know, Seth is in there. Maybe Ken Yukihiro, Player of the Year. I mean, he's got to be one of the favorites to win the whole thing, right? And sure enough, made it to the top 8. I mean, God, it's so hard to say. You know, I think if you ask a lot of players, there's a lot of players who say, like Sam Pardee is another one. The people who don't have Pro Tour wins, but who deserve it, like they are some of the best players in the room. If you ask the other pros, a lot of times they do this. And they say people like Carl Serap. Carl Serap's one of the best players in the world, but like hasn't like cemented it with an official title. But everybody knows he's just like, it's just a luck thing. It's just variance. He has what it takes. He makes the right deck decisions, you know, deck selection and blah, blah. He's a good limited player, blah, blah, blah. All these things. And they're just like, he just hasn't gotten lucky enough yet. Like, it's got to happen because you need that component as well. Sam Pardee's another one. He should have been a Pro Tour champion several times and just kind of had bad luck in the top 8 or whatever. Like, things didn't break his way right at the end. It's like, oof, you know? Shota? Yeah, maybe Shota. He did pretty well too. I think he finished at 9 and 5, so just missed the top 8. Yeah, he's another, you know, just Hall of Fame master, right? Arnie has been very impressive. Yeah, recently Arnie might be, I wouldn't say he's one of the best players in the world, but he's up there. He's up there. But yeah, it's crazy. I don't know. It's hard to like rank these players. They're all so good, but I like to always listen to what the pros say. Who's the pros pro? You know what I mean? When you go around and they ask, you know, they've done this many times. At GPs, they used to do this. In Magic Cons, they'll do this. They'll find pros and just ask them like a quick, like rapid fire questions, right? And they'll say like, you know, who's the best player in the world right now? And you know, previously, many players said Yuya Watanabe. They were like, yeah, like it's Yuya. Everybody knows it's Yuya. Yuya's just the best. And it turns out he was cheating. You know, he gets caught cheating. Like, oof. You know, so maybe not. Maybe it wasn't him. You know, back in the day, at different points, it was different players, right? Like Brad Nelson might have been one of the best players in the world at one point. Owen Turtenwald was probably the best player in the world at one point. You know, these are players who won Player of the Year. In those years, they were like dominant, right? But then they, you know, that's it. They had one good year. Some of these pros had 2 good years. Like people who win Player of the Year multiple times, like Javier and again Owen Turtenwald, people like that, are they were truly like some of the best. But you know, Shota's up there too. Like he's consistently putting up good results at every Pro Tour, and you know he plays a lot of other events. You see his name in some giant Japanese tournaments sometimes. But yeah. Ben Stark was the only player to play Golgari Dragons. He had a 75% win rate. Right? Wow, did he crash and burn in Limited? I think Ben Stark must have done terribly at Limited in this event, which is like jaw-dropping, really. This was Jeskai Control, yeah. This is exactly the list I kind of expect, right? Yeah, 2 Dispelling Exhale, 1 or 2 Jeskai Revelations, 3 Shikos, 3 Dragons Parting Gust is a choice, 3 Rediscover the Way, 1 Mistrise, no Field of Ruins, yeah. Some of the lists on Magic Online are playing like 4 Demolition Field or whatever. It's like, what? I was very nervous about that when that happened, because that really hurt my Jeskai black deck, but getting demo fielded. Well, it's an all Monument Mirror. Not even close. So it's a crapshoot, basically. Seth, definitely a sloppier player. I don't know, Seth, but obviously a more proven track record. I don't know who I would favor here, but... Teammates who know each other well. The Shota, right? Magic's a great game. It was really heartwarming to see Arne after he won, and he walks over to the side and everybody's so excited for him. Like, you can see the joy in all of his friends' faces that this guy on their team got, you know? They can see how excited he is, and everybody else is just like, oh my god, this kind of stuff. It's just like, dude, like living vicariously through each other, because you are, you all know the pain, you all know the feeling, you know? And so when somebody gets it, it's like, yeah, dude, get it. Hell yeah. Sweet. Love to see that. This is last Pro Tour or something? I don't know what this is. This is some other tournament. What did they say this was?
Confident as he clinched day number 3, but he was anything but on Sunday as we kick things off with a modern top 8 that had 7 different decks, including Amulet Titan, various forms of Esper, Simic Neoform, Azorius Control, and Izzet Prowess. But for Michael Plummer, you see that trophy. He was able to take that home with maybe the coolest deck on the weekend. 2 copies of Tameshi Belcher into the top 8. A deck with no lands can win a Pro Tour? You bet it can. Belcher. It can deal a whole bunch of damage via a very powerful artifact in Goblin Char Belcher. And as the finals unfolded and we watched Michael do his thing, it's no accident that he was able to win this tournament. He played expertly through all of the elimination rounds. A big hug from his friends, and he was able to qualify for this World Championship after a dominant victory. Tameshi Belcher, will we see it again in Modern? I don't know, but we can't take this away.
Best day of this guy's life.
Pro Tour champion in Atlanta, Georgia.
Damn, I didn't even know that happened. Modern Pro Tour? I didn't even see anything. I don't care about Modern, so I totally missed that. Belcher crushes it? Oh, yeah, that's Modern, baby. Nature is healing. Breach has to get banned earlier this year, and here we are again. Combo, combo, combo. Combo's the name of the game in Modern. All right, here we go. Speaking of combo, well, these aren't really combo decks, but very synergistic decks built around a very specific engine, right? The Monument. Yeah, I didn't even see that. I don't really pay attention to a lot of Modern because I do most of my gaming on Arena for Magic, but okay, there was a Modern Pro Tour apparently. Holy shit, Belcher won. Wild. I saw the last RC, I think, for Modern. Or what was it, a Spotlight? Maybe it was a Spotlight Series tournament, I thought, for Modern. I remember looking at the results and going, oh, interesting. That's when Blue White Control showed up playing like Orym's Chant, Isochron Scepter, and that kind of stuff. And that was, I thought, the last big tournament, but apparently there was a Pro Tour. Holy crap. Cool. Belcher beat Blue White Scepter Control in the finals. No shit. Oh, wow. Blue White was good. I like Blue White Control in Modern. That was the last time I played Modern, was Blue White Control. Way back. Before Solitude even got printed, actually. As soon as that got printed, like, it was Modern Horizons, I was just like, well, I'm out. Can't afford this shit anymore. When Ragavan was everywhere and people were just like, dude, I can't, like, it's all Modern Horizons cards. And you're like, yeah, they're all super expensive. Fuck that, I guess. I'm not playing Modern anymore. That's when I stopped. What was that? Was that supposed to be for Mani there? Anyway, let's see about this finals. Let's see. Oh, he was doing the predicting, and the thing said you're wrong. Yeah, because they predicted Ken Yukihiro would crush everybody, and Ken lost in the first round. You know, I still agree with Mani. I think it was still the correct prediction. If you could go back in time and put a bet down, I would bet on Ken every time in this top 8. But just the way the cards broke, he lost in the quarters. 0-3, bam, out, done, crushing. You know, he had to, you know, again, going into that top 8, knowing, he knows, they know, everybody knows, your team knows, you have such a huge lead here. Like, on paper, you are the clear favorite, according to anybody, to win this top 8, to win this tournament. And to lose in the quarterfinals 0-3, like, that is, you know, that is as low as it gets for a Magic player to feel. I kind of felt stuff like that, not on this level, obviously, but you know, you're winning in, or you get to the top 8, you're like, okay, this is the one. I'm gonna win this whole thing. And then you're looking at the matchups, you're looking at your seed and who you're gonna play, and you're like, oh my god, it's gonna be easy match into easy match into easy match. And then the you know, 20% of that matchup where you're like 80% to beat this deck, but hey, that just means 20% of the time you're still gonna lose, and that's what happens, and you're like, oh, like that's happened to me before, and it's so hard to, like, the heartbreak to deal with that is hard, right? So I can't even imagine what Ken's feeling there. That has to feel so rough. It's the roughest feeling out of this whole top 8. I don't feel like RNA knows he's very disadvantaged. RNA knows his shot of winning this top 8 is like 0.5% or whatever. So he's not so choked when he loses in the quarters. You know what I'm saying? Same with some of these, like those teamer players. They're just like, well, if I miracle this, I can win. Otherwise, I'm pretty happy with the top 8. This is great. But Ken is in the position where he's like, I'm going to win this fucking thing. And to lose, like that stinks. That is rough. Seth double draws into the top 8, of course, with that record. Very nice. 2-0, 2-0, 2-1 in the draft. Yep. You look at those draft records. Yep, that's how Seth gets to the top 8. He's an excellent limited player. Nice. He 3-0'd, 6-0'd in draft. So that's how he gets there with garbage decks sometimes too. And people see these decks in the top 8. They're like, look, it's Golgari Ramp. And you're like, that deck sucks. And they're like, but it's in the top 8. And you're like, because it's Seth. That's it. Dimir Demons, not a good deck. Never was. Never has been. Like, even those pros admit after the fact, they all said on the record the deck was bad. They shouldn't have played it. Simon actually joked this Pro Tour that their team has a bad history of selecting bad decks. Like, the last few Pro Tours, they keep selecting bad decks for Constructed. And he said they kind of missed on the Lessons deck, so they did it again. All right, they keep calling it Lessons. Is it Monument? Monument Mirror. Sideboard. Soul Guide ×2. Riddler. Quench in the sideboard. Broadside. Pyroclasm coming in. A Null. Yeah, Null's big here. Negate's coming in. Spell Pierce coming in. A lot of sideboard cards in the mirror here. Very interesting. So that's 3 Monument players in the top 8, right? I believe it was 3. The other 2 Lessons players were JED and the guy with the crabs in his deck. Poor guy. Everybody's going to call him the guy with crabs now. The guy, you know, the guy with the crabs? That guy. People are like overhearing the conversation like, oh my god, who is this fucking savage friends with? People like crabs? You know what I mean. Trophy is the work of art, but dusting that thing will suck. Yeah, Hamo Goblin. You know what though? Oh, that trophy you mean? Yeah, the one they show on display. It's different every time, right? I think they keep getting like a new trophy. It always looks different for some reason. They get a different one every time, right? Wait, sorry, I forget. I thought the actual Worlds trophy they give to the winner is not that, right? Isn't it some separate one, like the Pro Tour looking ones? Or does the winner get that trophy? That's a gorgeous trophy, yeah. But you know, first world problems, right? If if my trophy is so gorgeous that it's difficult to dust, that's fine. I've got a gorgeous trophy. It'll be, you know what? If it gets a little dusty, I won't even care. But does the winner get that trophy, or is that just for show? I can't remember. They just take pictures with it and whatever. Do they actually get to keep that trophy, that specific one, each time? Like Worlds happens? I don't know. I've never won Worlds before. All right. I hope so, because it is gorgeous. But do you think Wizards would cheap out and reuse the same trophy just for this? But they don't, because I know it looks different every time. Like, that's the first time I've seen one that looks like that. So I think the winner might get to keep it. I don't know. Drink out of the Black Lotus? Drink the nectar from the Black Lotus. I would go home and do shots. I would fill it with excellent tequila. I would buy a super nice bottle of tequila. Jose Cuervo Añejo or something. Fill it up. I don't know how you're going to drink out of that. We'll figure it out. Straws. We'll just, we'll have to figure it out. That's going to be tough. It looks pretty big too. It's got to be almost impossible to drink out of that thing. Scratch that. They're both awkwardly looking at each other, waiting for the thing to start. It's a big procession. It almost looks like a high school musical here. As the judge comes out, sits down. Translators at the ready. And just aides and stuff. People to report what cards they're playing. Okay, Seth wins the die roll. Both keep 7. Storm Chasers on 1. Yeah, Sam not having a 1-drop here is already, you know, okay. Falling behind. No 2s. Okay, yeah, he's got the 2-card card draw here, or he's got counter up, right? And Akira knows that. Akira's going to try and play around Quench, so yeah, he passes. None of them have any 2-drops to play that aren't instants either. Now, Akira doesn't have a counter spell here, but he's going to sit there and think about it, pretending he does, and he says, okay. That goes to the yard. Draw. Picked up Gran. River Pyre coming down here, and then is it Artist's Talent Gran? I don't think you want to slam Monument here into the other opponent's open mana. Now, he could just leave up his own Quench, just play Gran and leave up Quench. That's another good play here, because he knows turn 3 is a big turn. That's when the other player is going to try and resolve their Monument. So, yeah, leaving up Quench makes a lot of sense. He's not going to counter-anticipate here, of course. That's terrible. So, hoping to find something good off the top. I don't know what he took there. They're both going to try and get to 5, and like it's almost a control matchup. Neither of them are aggressive enough to pressure the other one's life total early, which means both players know it's going to go long, and whoever gets those monuments to stick around matters. So play around everything that would kill your monument, including 2-mana counter pay 2, right? They're going to wait till like turn 5, or until they have 5 mana up to play monument. Now, Akira has 2 monuments, so he could bait here. I still think that's a mistake. But he could try and bait here and say, well, if Seth has a counter, he probably only has 1. I have 2 monuments. I'll just get 1 out of his hand now. Next turn, monument. I think that's crazy, though. I think that's a very reckless play. I think you're probably not going to see him go for monument. He passes. Seth untaps. He's going to opt end step. I don't know why he didn't play Gran, though. That is weird. Because he could have played Gran around the Quench. But he goes to combat. Opt before Gran swings. Scry. Thinking. Keep. Draw. Torch off the top. But then he lets it attack. Trigger. So he's not going to torch this thing. I think he has to represent a counter spell so that Seth doesn't go for the monument here. Fire Bluff in Seth's hand looking very awkward, but I don't think Seth is going to go for Monument either, because again, both players are jockeying to get into a position where they can play Monument without playing into the other person's counterspell. If Seth just jams Monument here, it's because he's such a master that he has, like, I don't know, a pro read on Akira that he knows he doesn't have a counter. I think that's insane. I think you're going to see him play, like, Storm Chaser's Talent, leave up Quench here. Because he discarded the land. Wow. Oh, he does have... Oh, Multiversal Passage, of course. He had 2 land. Okay, okay. Makes a red. Yeah, just wants his land coming in untapped. So he tosses the Canal. He has... Okay, so yeah, because he has 4 mana now, yeah, he doesn't need to play Storm Chasers. He's going to go Artists first. And of course, he's waiting until turn 4 so that he can pay for Quench. Not only that, you know, now the opponent can't quench you, so all they're doing is tapping you out. So now you get to leave up your own quench here, right? It'll quench you. Ooh, Seth could counter this. He's not going to, though. Yeah, never counter the card draw. Oh, discarding Monument. That is bold. So the most important card is Monument. Both players are actively tracking how many monuments the other player has, you know, found, put in their hand, put on the, you know, lost to the graveyard or exiled or whatever. So now Seth knows, oh, I'm up on monuments in this game now. I have 4, he has 3. Because there's no way to recur Monument, right? Now we see Artist Talent here, of course, paying for Quench. Both players just dancing around Quench here easily. Because again, they give each other enough time to do it, right? So it becomes a control match. It's like a control mirror. Just want to make all your land drops and start playing around your opponent's counter spells. Ideally leaving up your own. So he's thinking about countering this just to tap out his opponent because he knows he doesn't have a 5th land, right? Seth goes, hold on. If I go to my turn, I can't resolve the Monument because I don't know if I'll be able to pay 2 for their Quench. So if I quench this now, they either have to let it go or I tap them out, guaranteeing that I can play Monument next turn. So if Akira knows that, Akira goes, I think he's just trying to tap me out so that he can resolve a Monument. Maybe I let Artist Talent go here so that I can, even though he doesn't have a Quench, he can't. Oh, now he's telling him what's up. Is he going to play something here? Okay, well now Seth knows that he can't be countered here. Well, I guess Spell Pierce would still do it. We'll see. No, he taps out. Holy shit. Well, now Seth knows Monument's good, so that is insane here. So he resolves Monument, trigger Artist Talent, find my next land drop, play untapped land ideally, have 2 mana up post Monument, play another cheap spell, trigger both, make a treasure, play another cheap spell, draw another card, you know, like off Monument, plus the multiple draws off Artist Talent. Should be easy for him to... Oh, he did find a land off the top too, Multiversal Passage. He's going to get Monument down first though, of course, yep. And he knows it's safe now because Akira just tapped out. I think Akira should have tried to bluff a counter spell, though, in this spot. But he just went, no, I don't have a counter. I'm just not even going to pretend I have one. Tap out. I mean, maybe he thought Seth had the 5th land and he was just going to play it and play around counter anyway. Like, there's so many layers, right? But it's so interesting what both players are thinking about here. You know, if you were in that spot, that's what you've got to be thinking there. Both of them are jockeying, playing for position so they can resolve a Monument, right? Akira's in big trouble now. Big trouble. Because not only does Seth have a talent, he also resolved the Monument and is now going to start pulling way ahead. On cards, on mana, on life. I would make a treasure. What did he do? He drew a card first? Like, I don't know. These guys, he played a land. Yeah. Why not make a treasure there and just have a mana up? They always go to card draw first, even after he's made his land drop? Seems weird. So he's discard, drawing 2. Okay, now he's getting the treasure. Okay, so he had enough mana? Okay. I didn't realize he had enough mana to do both. Yeah, that makes sense. And then he's got enough mana to play another one, but yeah, he doesn't have a 1 mana spell, so he's going to pass. Okay. Gotta use the same color. End of turn. Okay. Monument. Seth has 1 mana up, but no Spell Pierce, so that resolves. Triggers. And here's the discard from Gran. If he discards a lesson, all of it... Yeah, now all of his non-creature spells cost 1 less on Gran, which is huge. He picked up a land. I think I would go Treasure first off Monument here. Remember, Gran is draw discard, so he could... he's triggered Monument. He's deciding what to do with it. I would go Treasure first. Play Island, that gives you 3 mana. Storm Chaser's Talent, trigger Monument, draw. Or maybe just slam another Monument, actually. Island Treasure here lets him play another Monument? Yeah, he's just going to use Treasure immediately and slam it. Oh, is it? Oh, Grand made that cheaper? No, non-creature spell, right. What did he do with the trigger? Did he already draw with Monument? Seth gets this card to show us what he's doing. The other guy doesn't get a card. I don't get it. They didn't print enough of those cards because they didn't think it would be a Monument mirror in the finals. Akira has 2 main. Seth has 1? Wow. Okay, so he got pretty lucky drawing that 1 Quench in the opening hand there. Damn. Okay. Yeah, they see each other's deck list, so they know what to play around, I guess. I thought they were both playing like 2 or 3. But I guess, yeah, you can't really afford to play non-card draw, non-removal spells, right? So he leveled up Artist Talent, right? So what is Chapter 2? Spells are cheaper? Okay, so 1 mana for that. Trigger the Artist's Talent. Discard Artist's Talent. Draw. Trigger Monument. Draw. Okay. And then certainly can play a land drop, play more spells, trigger Monument, make a treasure, play another spell, drain. Oof. Double Monument for Akira now looking good, but Akira missing the crucial talent. You need the talent to start triggering Monument now that Grand's dead, right? What does he have? Combustion Technique, trigger, discard, island? You're going to get a treasure here, right? That leaves you with 2. Discard Grand. Okay. Draw, and then make a treasure. And then he hasn't made a land drop, so we can go island, Boomerang Basics, something? Boomerang Basics your Monument, maybe? That's pretty good, bouncing Akira's Monument. Oh, he's going to make him lose 3. No treasure? Huh. He hasn't played a land yet either, right? He's got another Monument in his hand now, too. Interesting. That's tough. He's like, wait a minute. Boomerang Basics wants to discard the island to the artist's trigger? Huh. Yeah, boomerang your Monument. Yeah, that's what I'd do. But I would have done it differently, but I guess this is better. If he wants to hang on to that second Monument, he wants to discard the island. He's going to draw off talent and then make a treasure. What does he rip? A land. Okay, so he could just play land here, or he could save it to discard next turn to Artist's Talent. Gonna play it. Oh, because non-creature spells are 1 cheaper. Yeah, he could have just done that. So he did the same thing, just a different way, because he drew a land. But yeah, okay, interesting. I mean, he's the world champ previously and a Hall of Fame pro for a reason. He probably did it better than the way I did it. So maybe the next time I think about that, I should think about it as, yes, just save that island to discard there instead of trying to save treasure or something. So tricky. Once Artist's Talent is leveled up, you've got to always factor that in, right? But I like the Boomerang Basics on Monument. Like, that's just, again, you're trading up on mana so much there. Your 1 mana spell for their 3 mana sorcery that's going to tie up their whole turn playing that again. Like, they're not going to be able to do much here. But really, Akira just needs another way to find a way to discard here. His Grand died. He hasn't found, or Artist's Talent hasn't been able to resolve. Just shortcut it. I'm just going to play all these as simultaneously here. Triple Storm Chaser's Talent. Wow. Really hoping that Seth doesn't find... It's wild. Seth's at 10. Hoping he doesn't find a, what is it called? Do 1 damage to all your creatures card. But I guess, Akira does have 1 mana up. He has nothing, but he's bluffing the Prowess trigger, right? What is Seth going to do? He's got the land he can activate here to draw discard. He's got whatever he just top decked. I don't know what he top decked there, but Gonna activate land. This is gonna trigger Monument. He's probably just gonna draw a card first because now he's got lots of mana to work with here, right? 2 monuments, I should say. Holy shit, he's gonna draw twice. He doesn't know which one to discard. He drew. He's got Monument, Iroh's Demonstration. He drew Iroh's Demonstration. Oh my god, yeah, he tosses Monument because he wants to sweep here. Triggers off Monument. I think I would just draw 2 cards. Yeah, draw. That's correct. Because you've got enough mana to trigger those treasures to keep making more mana, right? So the reason he's debating keeping Iroh's Demonstration, you might be thinking, what? Why wouldn't you just keep Demonstration easy and just slam it? Akira's got 1 mana up and 2 cards in hand that Seth doesn't know what they are. If he has a trigger to trigger prowess, then you just did nothing with your 2 mana and your spell there, right? He goes for it though. Yep, 1 mana, do 1 damage to everything, trigger Talent, so it's not resolved yet. Discard Talent, draw, trigger Monument twice. He's gonna make 2 treasure. He has Iroh's again? No, he draws Talent and Wisdom. Oh my god. Yeah, easy double treasures here. Oh, he goes for 3 life. Interesting. God, this kind of sequencing is so weird. Like, why go for 3 life and not another treasure there? Is it time to start hitting the life totals? But Akira says fuck it, and he picks them up. Wow, crazy. It's like, the way Seth plays his cards is just not intuitive to me anyway. It just seems so unintuitive, but it just ends up working out for him that I feel like he sees something that I don't. I'm trying to identify, what is he seeing? Like, some of those things I think were objectively correct and I was wrong. Always look at the next card, draw first. You have that island in hand. You know, he draws a land, he gets to do the Monument anyway. But he just made a treasure and played the island. He could have done Monument regardless. I don't know, it's so funny. But like that spot there, why go 3 life treasure instead of not just double treasure, play another spell, now double 3 life? You know, the result is the same, and Akira scoops because he knows Seth's gonna trigger it again. But why do that instead of just, you know, getting more resources first and then doing life last, you know? Domino, what's up, man? How you been? He's smarter than me, of course. I mean, he's a world champion Hall of Fame Magic player. But I'm trying to figure out what it is. Like, I want to identify, I want to hear him explain why he did it that way instead of the way I was intuiting, like, or the way I would have thought you would do it, you know? The more intuitive way. I want to know, you know? Smart is a weird word. Like, I wouldn't say he's smarter than anybody. He could be a total moron when it comes to all kinds of other stuff, but he could be a savant when it comes to this. That's how human brains work, you know? So I don't think he's any smarter than anybody else. His brain works in a way that mine doesn't, and I want to try and know what it is so that I can maybe train my brain to do some of that. You know what I mean? That's really what it is, right? Yeah. And you see this a lot with other stuff, chess and a lot of mathematical based games. Okay, whoa, super close. Why are we so close? Dear God, there goes the focus. I don't know. The cinematography at these things is something else. Sorry, Scary at 10 life, yeah. Monument is 2 mana. It was 2 mana for him there, yeah. So, I mean, but again, when you're triggering it all 3 times, is there a right sequence to triggering monuments like that when you have multiple? Like, obviously the first one is easy peasy, double draw, yeah. But then why go treasure 3 life and then treasure 3 life on your last trigger instead of just going treasure and then like having more mana up for the next part? What is the thought process there? There's a reason, right? Otherwise he wouldn't have done it. But I want to know, like, what was that? Why did he do that? That does not seem intuitive to me at all. They want to see their opening hands. Pretty good. So this is post sideboard now, right? Or how does it work? I can't remember. Is it the first 2 games are pre-sideboard, then 3 post? Maybe. I can't even remember now. The rules around this have changed a bunch of times. But yeah. 1 Quench main, yep. So yeah, the post sideboard games, they're both going to bring in more counter magic. But I'm pretty sure this is another game 1 main deck game, right, in this match. And then they go to sideboard for the last 3, if I'm not mistaken. All right, a little opt. Of course, Akira being on the play here, huge advantage in these kind of low-to-the-ground tempo mirrors. So he gets the artist talent on the board before Seth can leave up anything to interact with it. It's a good one. Grand also a good one. So Seth also off to a good start, especially on the draw here, having the 1-drop. What is he going to discard here? What would you discard? Combustion Technique. I want to see his hand again. They just took it away, but I glanced. I think I would discard Combustion Technique there, but let's see what he does. Ooh, discards the card draw spell. Interesting. I got to look at his hand again. I don't even know what else was in it there. I picked a removal spell because it looks like removal not lining up very well here. But now he has, yeah, artist talent. You know he's going to talent this turn because he's got Monument next turn. But now is where Akira knows, okay, turn 3 is the sauce here. Do you have the 3-drop engine or not? He doesn't. So this is easy leave up Quench, right? So you're going to see him maybe kill Grandma here with Firebending Lesson, leave up Quench for Seth's 3-drop to make sure Seth doesn't get that stupid Monument down, right? So yeah, you see him kill that. You see him loot. There goes the 2-mana removal spell. Draw a card. Pass with Quench up. So Seth obviously knows, representing counter magic here, gotta respect it. So he's not going to go for Monument. So what is the play? I gotta see his hand. Stop. I know what that card does. Okay, he's got an island, so he's got a land drop plus Storm Chasers to play around it. I like that. I think I would go land, Storm Chasers, discard Combustion Technique, pass with 2 mana up. Because you've also got to represent your own counter magic. Well, actually, he knows that Akira doesn't have a Monument, because if he did, he would have played it last turn when Seth was tapped out, right? Like, it's not even a decision. So he might just go Storm Chasers, trigger. Oh, he levels this up. Wow. Doesn't even want to represent a counterspell. And again, I think he's doing that because he knows Akira didn't have Monument last turn. So he's going, you know what? You're probably not going to top deck it. I'm just going to do this. Interesting. And Akira does the same. So now Akira still representing counterspell, but now Monument costs 2. So if Seth draws an untapped land, he can play around it, but he doesn't. He draws Spire Bluff. Ouch. So maybe you loot away the Spire Bluff here to find an untapped land. So you go Storm Chaser's Talent, trigger, discard Canal, draw, hopefully untapped land here. Yeah. Interesting. I like that both players kind of correctly identified that the other player did not have. Oh, he discards. Okay, so he wants to keep the land drop in case he whiffs here. What did he rip off the top? Discards the removal spell. I would have discarded that a while ago, but he discarded the card draw. He drew a removal spell, so good thing he kept his lands. Kept his Spire Bluff. I would have taken the greedy play and gotten punished there. Remember, Akira has Quench up here, so the next thing he plays, Seth has to be very careful. He knows now that whatever he plays gets countered potentially. Gran, and Akira could Quench it here, but it also dies to red removal, so I don't think we're going to see a Quench on Gran, and sure enough, it resolves. Seth plays land, passes. We've got end-step Combustion Technique for Granny here. Pretty good, but what is he going to loot away? Is he going to discard his island? I would, right? Yeah, discard island here, redraw off Artist Talent. You're probably going to get another land in the next 2 draws, right? So you don't need to worry about making land drop. Yeah, there goes Island. He picks up whatever. Untap, draw another fresh one. And interesting game. Both of these players just going, okay, who's going to draw Monument first? It's clear that neither of us have one. So we're just setting up for the day when we can find that Monument and bam, right? So triggers. Roaring Furnace currently dealing 3, more than enough to kill the Otter, even through a Prowess trigger here. So discarding another Artist Talent, that's just redundant because you know that your opponent's not going to be able to get them off the board in this match, really. Okay. So what did he pick up? a passage. Ooh, drawing 2 lands is pretty ugly there. So he ends up passing here, not playing any lands that turn. He missed his, or didn't miss it, but he opted not to make a land drop that turn in order to toss them to the Artist's Talent, I guess? Interesting. So, Seth rips a Grand, has an accumulated wisdom, but only 2 lessons in the yard. And has a monument. He just found monument off the top. So this is where it gets interesting. I think I just go for monument here because you can get around the quench. You just pay 2 for monument now, right? Because of Artist Talent. So you can play around quench. And they got to have, what, quench plus spell pierce? But this is game 1. He doesn't have to play around spell pierce. I would go for the monument here. Gonna go for Grand first? Wisdom Anticipate. He's not drawing... Oh, but he gets to discard? Oh, I see. And then when it resolves, it draws you 3. Oh, I see. Okay, I didn't realize you could do that with talent. Yeah. I thought once it was on the stack, it was drawing whatever. But okay, good to know. Interesting. That's a good play. Now he's going to make a land drop, and then he can play Monument, but could have had Monument in play first, and then gotten a trigger off it, right? Playing it, again, the sequencing is different, and I always find it so interesting. I think, you know, that's why these players are great. I'm trying to figure out why he's doing it the way he's doing it. I didn't realize that little trick with, you know, you can discard the lesson, and then with the wisdom on the stack, it turns into Ancestral on the stack. Cool. So here's the quench to try and force the issue. He pays 2, and did he find another quench? No, it resolves. Go. Now Akira's in big trouble again. We could see Seth be world champ here very soon. Oh, he's just going to tap out for this. Jeez, draw a card. Holy cow, he's just got 2 islands in hand. Poor guy, just drew really badly this game, yeah? That's how the mirror goes. Now Seth is able to do whatever he wants, which is crazy. So he's going to have a big turn here. He's leading with draw spell, I'm assuming. Abandon attachments for 1, and then discard island, draw a bunch of cards here. So he's going to draw off Artist Talent for the trigger. He's going to draw another one off Monument, and then he's going to draw 2 from the Abandon. So that's 4. Just trying to get as much information to work with as possible, right? And then probably Storm Chaser's Talent's the next thing, but who knows what he's going to draw. He's going to draw 4 cards here. Yep, choosing to draw. And then what do you do with... okay, he drew land. A couple more cards still. He discards land. Oh, now he's drawing... Okay, I see. Yeah, for the Abandon. Then he makes a treasure because he discarded for that. Okay, 1 more triggers. Pretty easy to set up here. Boomerang Basics on Storm Chasers, maybe. He wants to leave up Quench. I think I would Boomerang Basics. I would Boomerang Basics the Sauna, though, I think. And trigger again. Make him lose 3 life. Leave up Quench. And Iros is a sorcery. Yeah, he does the Boomerang Basics on the Sauna. That makes sense. It's just such a huge mana swing. It's massive. And Akira's thinking about scooping right here. Because that just sets him so far behind. He's got to have a miracle draw. He's probably going to take a look at 1 more card and then maybe scoop. I don't know. Because these pre-board games, it just depends who gets down the Monument and the Talent first. It's almost like a 2-card combo. Land. Talent. Nope. 3 mana? What is this? 4. So Storm Chaser upgrade? Okay. Bring back what? Ancestral Recall? Pretty good. Can cast Ancestral on Akira's turn. Trigger Talent, trigger Monument again, draw 3 cards, make a treasure off Monument to do another spell on their turn. Like, crazy. Talent, trigger. Mountain. Not good. Oh. Storm Chasers, trigger. Discard Mountain. He's trying to get rid of these lands. Oh, he found another dual land. Oh, 3 islands in hand. No, Akira. Yeah, poor guy, man. He's not playing this badly. He's just drawing a lot of lands. Jeez. And he discarded lands. He's drawing more lands. He's just flooding here. And not much you can really do, right? He passes the turn. Seth's gonna go for the Ancestral on end step. He senses, he smells blood in the water. He knows Akira doesn't have anything here. Draws 3, trigger Monument, trigger Artist Talent, scoop. Yeah. God damn. Poor guy. He got flooded hard. Okay, well, let's see if he can... This is it. This is the first sideboarded game here now. Let's see if he can get back into this. Seth is 1 game away from being world champion again. Crazy. Yikes. They're both looking at their deck lists. Big one. Seth kept 1 land and plays only 21. Oof. So I wonder what is he playing instead of a land? Is it a one of or something? I wonder what that card is. 21 lands is yikes, yeah. Oh, cool, Charlie, that's awesome. Could be world champ. I wonder what watch Marshall is wearing there. It's like a nice one. Gold Rolex, maybe? Everybody knows Marshall has a watch channel that's way bigger than any Magic channel out there. His watch channel is bigger than the biggest Magic the Gathering channels on YouTube, and it's not even close. It's kind of hilarious. I love the watch collection, by the way. I love watches. Nice watches. It's the one vanity object I could see spending a lot of money on if I had enough money to have a nice watch collection or something. But no way, Stan? Sure. Yeah, doesn't Marshall have like over 1 million subs? You love watches as well? Hell yeah. This is my current watch that I've been rocking. This is a Tag Heuer automatic sweep hand watch or whatever. A Tag Carrera 16, it's called. It's nice, but I never get to wear it because I don't go out very much, so it just sits up here on my desk. But oh, he has a huge channel, Stan. Yeah. He started doing watch repair. He loved doing these kind of things because of his dad. He's talked about this on his Limited Resources podcast. His channel blew up. He's got videos with millions of views. Millions. I think the biggest Magic the Gathering channel just maybe got to 1 million subs. The Professor, the Tolarian Community College, are they over 1 million? If that happened, it must have been like this year, right? Because right up until this year, I don't think there was a single Magic channel with more than 1 million subs. And he's had 1 million subs for a while. He's like, yeah, it's huge. Isn't that trophy crazy? We were talking about this. Does the winner actually get to take it home? Is that like their trophy to keep? Or is that just for the whole promotion, the show, and they get to hold it, take pictures with it, but then they give it back? Is it theirs? Because it does look incredible. A little gaudy with all the gold, but I love the lotus at the top. It's very cool. You think they keep it? I don't know. Nobody's given me an answer yet. I'm not Googling it, so I don't know. I guess you could probably find out, but curious. Arn's Casio was the real flex. Nice. Like, yeah, I have friends who have nice watches, but then sometimes they'll wear like an old school Casio. Yeah. That's cool. I can respect that. Calculator watch. But anyway. Check out Marshall's watch channel. He knows his shit when it comes to... He's got a nice collection of watches, apparently. I don't exactly know what kinds of watches he has, but he knows his shit. He repairs watches on his videos, and he has some nice watches. People send him their watches, like really unique watches or like sentimental watches that are like, can you fix this for me, and that kind of stuff. Really cool. So yeah, check it out. I think it's called Wristwatch Revival is his channel on YouTube, Marshall. Anyway, so of course, when I see him on coverage, I want to know what he's wearing there. It looked like a Rolex, but couldn't tell. I'm not a pro. I'm not like a connoisseur enough to tell just by glancing, but if I had to guess, I would say Rolex. But yeah, Wristwatch Revival. Yeah, check it out. All right, so let's see if Seth Manfield becomes the 31st world champion here. He's 1 game away, but this is the first post-board game we're going to be playing, remember. So Negate's going to be in there. We're going to see more. Spell Pierce is going to be in there. We're going to see, what's it called? Even more Quench. A couple Quenches in the sideboard of both these guys' decks, right? What else are they going to bring in? I would have to look at the lists again. I can't remember all their sideboard cards. Annul is a big one in this matchup. Cheap, counters the 3-drop, counters the 2-drop that you care about. Annul is incredible here. So each of them have, I think, 1 Annul in the sideboard. You're gonna see annuls come in here. I'm gonna put an annul in my sideboard. I took it out actually, but after this World Championship, my Jeskai deck, annul's great. You know, even against the tempo versions, you counter Storm Chasers, you counter FOMO. You know, it has utility, right? All right, Seth doing a good job shuffling there, as he should. Always shuffle your opponent's decks. Looking away, as you should. Don't look at it while you shuffle it. Good call. Oh, shuffling his own deck. Okay, now they're presenting. Okay, never mind. The other guy looks like he's double sleeved. That light blue sleeve looks... that deck looks tall as shit. But see how they're both looking away? Never look at the deck while you shuffle. No impropriety, no angle. You know, I'm a mechanic. I'm stacking the deck here. It's a courtesy thing you should do when you shuffle your opponent's decks. I glance at it at first just to look at the sleeve condition, and then I look away as I shuffle, right? I don't see it in a body shaming as how short he is. Yeah. You were alarmed? I don't know why that would be alarming. I would be more alarmed by seeing a very overweight person. Because then I would be like, oh my god, like, your health is not in good... Your health is a serious concern. You are morbidly obese. That's a cause for alarm. But being short? He's not going to die young because he's short. You know what I mean? There's no reason to be alarmed. But weight is something to be much more concerned about. But of course, there's a lot of overweight people, I think, in Magic. A lot of, you know, it's a very sedentary game. A lot of the people who you see on camera right now are not in the greatest shape. But that's more concerning to me. But I like how you said you were alarmed. You're like, oh my god, he's so short. Like, I know what you mean. Yeah, I know what you're saying, Charlie. It was just such a funny choice of word that I had to be like, oh my god, are you okay? You're like super short. Like, yeah, I'm fine. I'm just short. I can breathe. I'm gonna be okay. The air's not too thin down here or whatever. That's funny. I know I'm making fun of you for it, but it's just it was a funny choice of word. That's why I had to mention it. I'm not that tall either, so if somebody's alarmed at my height, I gotta be like, dude, it's okay. Being short doesn't shave 10 years off your life like being overweight does. That's what we should really be talking about. But now, these days, it gets weird. Conversations about weight. People think it's body shaming. Like when you say, you also said body shaming. I don't think it's body shaming at all. There's nothing wrong with being short, you know? I think I'm glad I'm short in a lot of situations in my life. I lived in Asia for 15 years. Trust me, being short is not a problem. My buddies who were 6'6", they were fucked in Asia. They did not have a good time in a lot of the hotels, the hostels, the buses, the airplanes, you name it. I mean, it's not fun to be tall in a lot of places in the world, but a lot of people don't leave their backyard, so they don't realize that, you know, I think a lot of people who maybe are tall or whatever, who think short is, they think short is like a disadvantage of some sort, but it's, I've never had it be a problem for me in any aspect of my life, whereas there's many times where I'm like, damn, I'm glad I'm not tall, because I feel bad for that dude. Anyway. I know what you mean. Yeah, the body shaming thing. Yeah, people talk about it like a negative thing. I laugh. I think that's funny. Like, they're just, you know, people are dumb. They shouldn't think about it as that. Body shaming because people are out of shape is a thing. That's a real thing. I'm not saying that doesn't exist. It is a problem. People don't know how to approach that kind of subject. Like, my loved ones, I don't want to see somebody look like John Candy or somebody who maybe should have given us so much more. Or Chris Farley, or, you know, those guys were great and they were talented and everything else, but nobody around them wanted to say something, or maybe they did and maybe the person took it badly or whatever, but those guys are not with us anymore because of their health, and that sucks for all of us. You know, it sounds selfish to say, I wish you lived longer so I could be entertained. You know, in a way, you could twist it into saying that, but that's not what it is. It's just saying, like, talent, intellect, you know, ability, you name it, is wasted when people die young for whatever reason. From poverty, from malnutrition, from too much food, not enough food. It's the same thing. Somebody who's anorexic or whatever, who dies young, and you're like, oh my god, they needed help. Nobody gave them help. I think it's the same thing as somebody being morbidly obese. They need help. People should be trying to lose weight if you're obese. Don't just be like, hey, I'm big and beautiful and whatever, and fuck you. If you say anything about it, you're an asshole. Like, you're body shaming me. Like, what? The whole discussion has gotten so fucking twisted. It's unfortunate. Like, overweight people are overweight. There's no, like, way to slice it that is not just a health. You're just decreasing your quality of life and your life expectancy, full stop. No doctor in the world is gonna disagree with that. That's just, those are the medical facts. So you can live the way you want, and you know, I'm not gonna judge you, but I love you and I don't want you to die young, so I really wish you would change some of your habits and be more healthy. That's all. Like, that kind of discussion, that's not body shaming, but a lot of people, that for them is body shaming. You do not have any right to tell people how they eat, blah blah blah. It's like, I know, I just, you know, I'm trying to do it from a place of caring. It's like why you have an intervention for a heroin addict or whatever. Food is an addiction. I think a lot of people know this, right? Food can become an addiction. And especially when you're depressed or you're in a bad mental state, like it's a crutch. It makes you feel better. People, and then pretty soon you're ballooning in weight and whatever, right? But Seth's gonna win this. Yeah, I think so. He's on like 1 win to win it, and he just seems to just have great draws this match. Akira had some garbage draws. You saw last game how many cards he drew. Land. Like 5 out of 6 cards were land. Oof. That's brutal. That's just, you know, and he knows, and everybody watching knows. Every pro is just like, shit, that's a shitty way to lose. Poor Akira, man. He's not punting this away. He's just drawing badly, and Seth's drawing well, and that's magic, you know. They're both great players, but Seth's fantastic. He ends up winning this and adding a massive title to his resume. Like, he's got to be in the top 10 and maybe the top 5 of all time. Probably not, but top 10 for sure with this clutch win, right? Anyway, Akira Multi 5. I missed that too. Oh no, yeah, that's bad. None of these games were great. This match was not good to watch, you mean, Bag. Like, all the games were not that close because one player just didn't draw very well, right? You don't want to blame that as a Magic player, like, especially at this level. Like, all these guys, they don't want to blame variance, because variance, it does have an impact, but there's always something you could have done differently, you know? Maybe you could have changed the variance by mulliganing it another time. I mean, he mulled to 5. Like, he got mana flooded last game. I don't think he did anything wrong there, but as a pro, you've got to be going, what did I do? Should I have done this differently? At the end of the day, you might just come to the conclusion that, yeah, I just didn't draw well, and I did everything I could to give myself that chance to draw well, and I just couldn't, and my opponent drew well, so both of our decks are very good. So look at him. He's just like, you had it all. Boom. No draw 3 for you. Devastating. Akira needs that draw 3 to get back in this game, right? After mulling to 5. So he needed Seth to not have a sideboard card there. Seth has the sideboard negate. Ouch. Seth has to feel like he's very close to being a world champion here right now. He's going to go Artist Talent to lead the show. Once that gets down, it's going to just be a matter of, Akira might just scoop to Artist Talent. I don't even know. Like, can he even beat this now? Quantum Riddler draw. You could go Storm Chaser draw discard. He hasn't made a land drop yet, so maybe go Storm Chaser, see if you can find a land, and then you can accumulate Wisdom draw 3. Yeah, if Storm Chasers resolves, it means that Akira doesn't have a counter here, so he's baiting with Storm Chaser, going, is this going to resolve? No response. No Spell Pierce. I'm assuming he probably already knows what's in his hand. He doesn't even look like he's waiting for confirmation, so he probably knows he doesn't have Spell Pierce based on what's happened. Yeah, there's the land. And now you can go either Riddler or Wisdom draw 3, which is insane. Oh, does he have he doesn't have enough lessons in the yard, so yeah, he only has 2. So he's gonna Riddler here. Yep. Akira's this close to scooping. He's just like, I just lost the World's Finals. Should I look at one more card? Okay, one more card. I scoop. GG. Yep. Damn. Seth Manfield, world champion. 2nd time. Crazy.
Over Akira Shibata, he puts himself into
Damn. He's going to get an invitational
status,
card, yeah.
Hall of Fame, Pro Tour champion, 2-time world champion.
He went from
2-time world champion. He was 0-2 at the start of this.
Didn't
Damn.
drop a game today. Going
10 in a row.
13 match wins in a row.
13 match wins in a row.
Joining
Holy
only
shit.
Javier Dominguez and Shahar Shenhar as 2-time champs.
Wow.
Here comes his teammates and friends to congratulate
Poor
him.
guy.
Take a quick look.
Poor Akira.
at
He,
Akira
you know,
there.
he didn't
Huge
even lose because he's not good at the
Akira
game. He just
for an amazing run.
shitty draws, man.
Really
And his
impressive.
team's got to be
I want
like,
to smile
dude,
about it. I
you
want to see a
should have
smile on
had
his
that,
face,
right?
But you want to see a smile?
I think I know that guy, actually.
Seth Manfield
I've met that guy
has
before.
done it again.
I I mean, he made
Holy
it
crap,
look
man.
easy,
Crazy.
right? I mean,
Well, that's awesome. That's the top 8 and very sporting. Well, yeah, and I mean he knows it's over. I think both players know. Like I don't know what he had to draw there. Like artist talent maybe would be the only out that, and then that would have to sequence into multiple other, spells. Damn, dude, crazy. Seth undefeated in games in the top 8. He went 3-0, 3-0, 3-0 in the top 8. And then, yeah, starting off 0-2 in the first draft. Oh, so he was 1-2 in the first draft. I thought he went 6-0. So he bombed his first draft and then just went undefeated the rest of the day. So he did go 3-0 in his next draft and then, yeah, win all of his constructed rounds. God damn. That could have been me. I doubt it. I mean, if I had enough money, like if I was comfortably wealthy that I didn't have to, like I could spend money on traveling to Magic tournaments, then I agree, Zenimatrix. I think I could have a shot at being a really high-level Magic player. I'm not saying I would get there, but I think I could give myself a pretty good shot. I would just have to go and play enough tournaments. That's really what it is. It's like getting Mythic on Arena. It's not necessarily about your skill. It is part of it, but it's also the hours you put in to get Mythic. That's all you really have to do. You can get Mythic with a janky deck. You can get Mythic with a lot of bad decisions and a lot of losses. It's just a matter of time. If you fly to every RC, if you go to every RCQ all around you, if you're constantly trying to qualify, then and you're knowledgeable about the game and you're playing tight, you're good. That you'll get there eventually, but then you get to the Pro Tour and then it's a whole other thing. Now you've got a testing team. Like I would try and team up with people, but I just don't have like the time or inclination to even attempt that, or the money. I can't afford to fly. Like for me, I'm in Vancouver. I don't really want to go to the States at all right now. So that cuts off a ton of tournaments. To fly, some people right now want me to fly to Toronto for the next Spotlight Series in February, the first week of February. It's like 700 and something bucks to fly that far. It's not easy. Thank you, dude. The tier 1 sub. Come on, you didn't have to do that. Thank you, though. Zenimatrix, tier 1 goddamn legend. Amazing. Thank you, dude. That should help. Thank you. I appreciate that. I put in a lot of hours streaming and talking about Magic and playing Magic. I play a lot of other games too, but yeah, it's I appreciate that, and I love that people want to see that happen. I would love nothing more than to go on Worlds and be like and say the things I'm saying right now. I would not change. This is me. This is who I am. I would do the exact same thing in one of those interviews. I would call out you guys. I would be the only streamer up there. I mean, Seth used to stream. Does he even stream anymore? I've seen his stream before once or twice, but I don't love watching his streams. Let's not get into that. But, some of these people also do content, but most of them are not full-time content creators. Arne does the odd stream. They don't stream 6 days a week. You know what I mean? Gabe Nassif is one of the few who streams like all the time, right? Even LSV, he doesn't really make a lot of content. He makes casual content a lot. He doesn't make competitive content very much these days. So it's, But playing Control would be hard to play. I agree. I think the 4-color deck would have been super fun to play in this tournament. I think we would have had good matchups against a lot of the decks. Maybe I wouldn't have played it. Maybe I would have tried the 4-color deck in the testing house with a lot of these guys, or in the Discord leading up to the Worlds, and they would have trounced me, and I would have gone, you know what? I can't play this deck. I don't know. I don't know what would have happened, but maybe I wouldn't have played Control. I think if I had a shot at the Pro Tour, I would not play a pet deck. I would not play the same kind of shit I play on the ladder. I would give myself a real shot to try and win and listen to ideally my teammates, if I'm even allowed on one of these teams. Oh, he's all teary-eyed. Okay.
I don't know
Two-time
why
world champ.
this happened, but I am.
We should see a lot of content creators with limited champion.
very
Oh, hopefully. Limited is a separate thing, but yeah.
10 years. It's just like.
Have a good one, Hamo Goblin. Take care.
It's
It was good to watch it with
thing
you.
To win a world championship once, to win it twice, 10 years apart in the same city. I know it's going to be very hard for you to encapsulate how you're feeling right now, but we'd love to know what's going through your mind, what's going through your heart.
I mean, I was very focused. The deck has a lot going on. I'm gonna take it all in with my.
I can't listen to this. It's so hard. Okay, anyway, we saw the top 8. They're gonna give out some awards. Player of the Year, Yukihiro is awesome. But I should probably Should probably stop here. God, it's so long. I've been streaming since 10 a.m. It's 6 hours already I've been streaming. I was going to play some other stuff today, but I really should just... I got to take Neo. I've got to do other stuff around the house. I can't justify all day today. Usually I don't stream on Sunday because there's other stuff to do, but... let's go give some Magic players some love. But that was a blast, and whoever stuck around for that top 8 watched it with me. I really appreciate it. It was so fun, and talking about all the different aspects of the top 8 and everything going on, it's always a good time. So I appreciate it. There's a lot of great people you can watch with who stream out there. But let's give somebody some love. English. That's Admirable. Have we ever rated That's Admirable? I don't know. Let's give him some love. Give him a follow, and I'll be back for more action tomorrow. We're going to be... oh, I missed the letter. We're going to be playing some Magic tomorrow. We'll try some of these Worlds decks and see how they play. And maybe I'll keep playing them. Maybe I'll go back to Jeskai and see if I can tech against them. Both of those things sound fun to me. Avatar draft, I'm pretty much done with at this point. We did about 20 drafts, and it was fun. I enjoyed the draft format, but I think I'm kind of done with it now. So we'll focus on Constructed in the next coming weeks, and follower-only mode. Darn. Well, okay, whatever. Let's rate him anyway, and I hope you enjoy it. Give him a follow. Give him some love. This is That's Admirable. And if I don't see you, have a great weekend. I will see you tomorrow. Take care, everybody. Thanks, Rosie. Appreciate you guys. Bag, peace, Zenimatrix. Thank you for the sub again. Hemogoblin Dugio. He was running not lessons. They jumbled it all together. It's Monument. Anyway, we'll talk more about it tomorrow. Peace.